Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Moscow, Russia for the European Championships. All week, the athletes have been competing in the individual events for speed, lead, and bouldering, and tonight we turn our attention to the combined format. This is one of the most hotly anticipated competitions of the year, COVID having put a stop to many of our events, including the Olympic Games in Tokyo. But we're back with competition climbing. There's a chance for one of the 8 athletes here tonight, not only to be crowned the combined champion of Europe, there's a small matter of some Olympic places up for grabs as well. One for the men and one for the women. The winner of this competition will receive that ticket. If you're watching back at home, hello and welcome to Moscow. My name is Matt Groom. I've been with you all week, and it is a pleasure to be calling all of the action here for you tonight. The time is 3:36 here in Moscow. If you're watching on the YouTube channel, hello, drop us a message. If you're on the BBC, welcome to the show. Comp climbing is back, climbing is back, as we wait for the final few minutes before this competition begins. 8 men and 8 women have qualified for this event. Yesterday we saw that qualification period where 20 athletes selected from their scores from the week. They battled it out in an intense feast of climbing is the best way to describe it. As the lights go out, the light show begins here in Moscow. I'll sit back, let you guys enjoy this. Get a cup of tea. It's going to be an incredible evening of climbing. That is our start list. The qualifiers, the top 8, of course, coming through. You can see their scores, their points sorted out. Liska Adamovska, Stasha Geo, Hanna Moyle, Victoria Meshkova, Elena Koskovia. An exciting range of athletes here for us tonight. As we look through the rest of the athletes who didn't make it, who weren't so lucky, who are you supporting at home? Let us know. And that's the men. Top 8, remember, going through: Sasha Levin, Sergei Luchetsky, William Bosi, Yuval Shemela, Nikolai Yaroyovitz, Alexei Rubtsov, Marcin Dietsky, and Alex Kazanov, our top 8. Everyone watching at home has been fantastic all week. It's been a lot of fun. It's been a long week. If you missed climbing, this has been the perfect fix for you. Are you nervous? I can tell you the athletes are. I was in the hotel this morning and there was an eerie calm as everyone got ready in their own way for this final. And again, on the bus over, some athletes laughing, some joking, some focused in their own world, headphones on. The stakes could not be higher here tonight. This is the athlete's final chance for that Olympic ticket. There's no time to hold back here tonight. Everything is on the line, and the athletes must leave everything on the wall. Alex Kazanov was in the other night. He reckons these graphics are all about the cycle of life. What's your interpretation? Here we go, the European Championships in Moscow 2020. This is the final night of competition. I hope you've been watching the whole thing. It's been incredible. If not, make sure you go back, check it out on the live streams. Some of it showing on the Russian climbing channel, some on the IFSC. And you can watch all the replays of all the action from this week. Speed final is up first, and the women will lead us off. That's our speed wall. It is the world record regulation, and we did see a speed record, world record go earlier in the week with Yulia Kaplina. So we know the wall is fast as we wait for the athletes to be announced to the stage.
Да, друзья, мы рады вас здесь видеть, что добрались к нам все-таки в этот замечательный спортивный зал. И Буквально прямо сейчас мы представим вам
There's the coaches waiting in the coaching area, and as you can see, the seats separated because of COVID. A few people in the audience coming in, mainly on your left-hand side of your screen. Patrycja Hudziak, she's the first out from Poland. She takes it all in. What a moment for her. Next up, that is Chloe Collier of Belgium. Been climbing well a week, wearing gloves. It is actually quite warm in this audience. As Molly Thompson-Smith, she joins the stage. Huge moment for her. Elena Krasovskia of the Czech Republic. Victoria Meshkova, she joins her. Double champion, of course, this week. The boulder champion and the lead champion. Can she add a combined gold medal to her tally? Hannah Moyle from Germany. Young athlete, huge amount of pressure for her. And Stasha Gale, joins the list out on stage. That speed wall behind them.
Eliška Adamovska, Czechia.
Так, друзья, давайте все вместе еще раз поприветствуем финалистов.
Eliška Adamovska. That's our 8. One of those will have an Olympic ticket by the end of tonight. Think about that. If you're nervous watching at home, imagine what those guys are feeling on stage right now. Imagine what the coaches are feeling. So much dedication, so many sacrifices made just to be here. Who will deal with the pressure? Who is least fatigued? Who's got the best skin? Now, this speed round is ran as a race format. So in the qualification, we saw it was all about speed, whereas now it's a head-to-head race against 2 athletes. They get whittled down towards the final. The winner will receive 1 point, the lowest and best possible score. The grading worked out in a times format. So let's say you come first in speed and 10th in boulder. The score will be 10 coming into the lead. If you've got any questions, do ask them on the live chat. Won't be referencing people too much on that, as we are on other channels as well who can't see this live chat. Any questions, I'll try to answer it. And do say hello, of course, if you're watching. Let me know where in the world you're coming from. Final few minutes before we kick off, and then the action is going to come fast and furiously. We'll try to keep up, we'll try to keep you updated. All the camera angles you see come from Russia. I don't have any control over it. That would be terrifying if I had a button doing that. But I'll be calling it as I see it with you. And of course, from my commentary box position here, I get a wonderful view of the stadium stretched out in front of me. If I see anything that you're not seeing, don't worry, I'll keep you updated. There we can see our audience members there. Competition being run as safely as possible, and something the athletes have actually been saying is how safe they feel. We've all been bubbling, frantically washing our hands. I've got my disinfectant gel right in front of me. Schedule will be, we see the speed event, then we see the bouldering, and then finally this evening we move on to the lead. Strange mix at the moment in the stadium of sort of tension and excitement. It's bubbling away, it's addictive, that feeling. Hope you're feeling it at home too. The athletes watching their teammates, of course. Some lucky enough to qualify, some not. But everyone has given it maximum effort here all week in Moscow. And it's been a true marathon of climbing, I tell you.
Да, есть еще небольшая мотивация, если
Athletes leaving every evening after competing exhausted to try to go back to the hotel, rest up, discover that motivation to come out and do it all over again for the next day. We have seen some wonderful finals so far.
что, пару слов, может быть, про состав участников.
I don't want to give them away too much. I think you should go back and watch them. They have been great. We'll be chatting about it through this evening, of course. Not sure what the joke is there. What's going on, guys? Let me know.
Я имею в виду не только женщин, но и мужчин. Их мы вам представим попозже, когда закончится уже.
Good morning, afternoon, or evening from everyone in the world. We are minutes away from beginning on this speed wall. The speed wall, 15 meters high. It has got a grade. It's around about 6B, that route, but it doesn't really matter. It's all about how fast you can climb it. If you're new to speed, don't be deceived by how good these athletes are at it. It is a tricky sport. Huge amount of work from the athletes needed to get the correct amount of muscle memory in order to climb that route as quickly as possible. And one slip, that could be it. If you fall, it's over. So there's always a balancing act between trying to go as fast as possible, but also trying to complete the route safely and get a time in and beat your opponent. I mean, let's be honest, there's a lot to think about if you're an athlete, and that's why they're athletes and we're watching. This is the pinnacle of climbing. Some nations deciding not to send representatives due to those tricky travel conditions, Corona, or having already qualified for an Olympic place. But it has allowed us to see new athletes coming through. People we wouldn't necessarily see in a final or a semi-final. And they've really stepped up their standard, and it's been pretty humbling to watch, to be honest. As we look down on the speed wall. Two routes, one on the left, one on the right. They are identical. And that yellow, looks like tape hanging down, that is the auto belay. That's the system. That the athletes use to keep themselves safe whilst climbing. You can see the holes sort of seem to run out at the top of your screen, and they do indeed run out. There's a dyno to the top timing pad, and you can just about see at the bottom in that blue matting, there's another timing pad. So the athletes start on a timing pad and they end on a timing pad. So that's our graphic. That explains it quite nicely. The athletes race against each other. The winners move forward into the winners side of the pairing, while the losers go to the losers side of the pairing. We need to work out the placing of every athlete. And every place is important. So the winner, of course, they'll get 1 point. The loser of the whole competition, the speed, will get 8 points, and that's all times together. I'll try to keep you in track, up to date with what's going on throughout the evening, but it's a very difficult competition to predict, although I'm sure you guys will be doing that at home with your calculators out. Of course, one result can change everything in a moment, and that's what makes it so exciting. Patricia Hujak and Liska Adamovska, they'll be out first. Lots of you watching back at home, lots of pro athletes, I know, supporting their teammates. The losers from each round, they'll fight each other. On the wall, that is. Not literally. And as you can see, the winners will move on as well. How are those rankings decided? Well, Patricia Hujak, she's qualified as the fastest speed climber. Liska Adamovska, she was the slowest. They'll face off against each other first of all. Just seeing a pause here in the auditorium, which is not only racking up the tension for you guys back at home, but for me as I wait for these athletes to come out. I want to get cracking, I want to get going. So much exciting climbing ahead. Here we go, first race. Patricia Hujak on the left-hand side of your screen when the camera flicks there. Versus Eliska Adamovska on the right. The athletes allowed just to touch that first hold. They then face the audience, they get clipped in. Deep breath. All of the tension, all of the pressure is about to be released, and an explosion of climbing up this speed wall. We're poised, we're ready. Both athletes getting up to a clean start. Patricia, of course, the speed expert, and you can see the difference in styles and speed. She motors up the wall to stop the clock at 8.48. Eliska, slower, 14.54 for her. So, Patricia Hujak, she will progress to the winner's side. Eliska Adamovska, she'll go left on your screen. I hate calling it the loser's side. It's not a loser's side, is it? That's what they're calling it. Patricia is a speed expert, and you did see that difference in styles. Of course, all the athletes have been practicing their speed climbing skills, especially if they've got an eye on that Olympic place, as we see two more athletes out. Stasha Geo on the left-hand side, Hannah Moyle on the right. Saw Stasha on the lift on the way down. She was chilled, she was calm. Huge breath, you can hear that from Stasha. She approaches the speed wall. 1 foot on the wall, 1 on the mat. Much closer start now as Stasha starts to motor into another gear. Hannah maintaining her pace. This is going to be close. Stasha in the lead at the moment, stops the clock at 9.72. Hannah, 10.60 for her. That's her dad there, who's an absolute personality on the scene. I love chatting to him. So supportive. As there again, we see the top athletes needing to jump, and we have seen some misses on that dyno throughout this week. It doesn't look very far on your camera, on your screen. Trust me, I've done it. It is far. It's a real jump. Hannah giving a lovely smile down. 2 races done. How are you guys at home? Hope you're enjoying this. Hope you're yelling at the TV screen. It does scientifically proven to help the athletes go faster. I can promise you this. Victoria Meshkova, she's on the left-hand side, whilst Molly Thompson-Smith on the right. Both these athletes used to the big stage. Both athletes away cleanly. Victoria accelerating away though, but Molly seems to have found another gear. She keeps pressing. Victoria's going to take this unless we see a slip, which we don't. 10.2 for her, 12.42 for Molly. Quite how Victoria has still got the energy to do that, I do not know. As I said before, double champion. She's already received 2 gold medals, and when I interviewed her after the lead event, she was happy, sure. She was also disappointed that she didn't top it out. It was an amazing reaction from her, considering she'd just been crowned champion, but it shows the drive of these athletes. She stretches up. And a wonderful slow motion shot. There's the athlete area, of course, separated out. 2 more, Chloe Coulier, she's on the right-hand side of your screen. Elena Ozovska on the left. Chloe's been on good form all week. We saw her choose not to do the semi-final round of the league competition just to save some energy for this. That Olympic place clearly on her mind. Here we go, Chloe chalking up, taking a moment. Zelena walks to the wall. Interesting to see the different stances there. Chloe more straight on, and then neck and neck at this point. Chloe has a slight slip down earlier on. Elena starts to accelerate. She stops the time, 9.86, good time for her. Chloe, 10.32. You can see Elena there, just over the move. Elena Kozowska, Chloe Collier. That's our first round done, ladies and gentlemen. We now move on. Hopefully see a graphic on screen as we see a replay of this final moment of that race. 15 meters high, that wall, and climbing it that quickly. Truly impressive, the level that these guys can get to. As again, we look down on that speed wall. You can see it's such an intimidating camera angle, that, isn't it? Close races. I've enjoyed that first round. Hope you guys have too back at home. The nerves now will be settled for a lot of these athletes. The waiting, that's the hardest moment for most of them. Fist bumps and waves to the audience back at home. Waiting nervously. You can't win it in this first round of speed. But you can certainly put yourself in a great position for the rest of the evening and also heat the pressure on yourself if you underperform. Let's watch a replay of what just happened. Big shakeout from Patricia Hujiak there. You can see that double arm style just slapping up. This is just a replay of the races we've seen previously. In case you missed it, Stasha, she gets the win. 5 degrees overhanging this wall, 15 meters high. It is a world record standard wall. We see Molly and Victoria. Look at the pace on Victoria Meshkova. That event is much about leg power as it is with arm power. You can see it's so interesting to watch the athletes' different style as they go up the route. Some more flowy, some more physical in their approach. That's a confirmation of our winners and losers pairings. They'll race off now. Got to say, Patricia Hujiak is the firm favourite so far, and we saw her pace in that first round. But anything can happen, a full start, a slip. And in fact, we've seen it earlier on in the week. When an athlete pops off near the top, allowing the other to catch up. That's our pairings so far. Hujiak versus Stasha Gale. Victoria Meshkova, as the graphic flicks off as I read it. Some of our team here working. The officials. Here we go. Eliska Adamskova on the left-hand side, Hannah Moyle on the right. Eliska coming through, Alicia Adamskova coming through with a time of 14.54. Hannah Moyle, 10.60 from the previous round. From that, you call Hannah the favourite, but who knows? Hannah on the right-hand side of the screen. Eliska on the left. Both off to a clean start as Hannah. You can see there, we predicted it might happen. She's running away with this. Can she keep it together as she comes to the upper section of the wall? 10.50 for her. Hannah Moore's smile is one of the highlights of this competition. An athlete who just, look at that coach. She can't believe it either. Wonderful to see the emotion. I like a focused athlete, of course, but I also like it when we see how much they're putting into this. I don't care if it's anger or happiness. So we wait for the next race. Belay standing. Molly Thompson-Smith versus Chloe Collier. This is the loser race, but I hate to call it the loser race. Molly Thompson-Smith on the left with a time of 12.42. Chloe Collier on the right with a time of 10.32. From the previous round. Of course, nothing to do with time, it's a straight-up race, but that just gives you an idea of the kind of speeds that these athletes are carrying through. Molly gets ready early. Chloe just taking slightly more. Both athletes off to a good start there. No full start so far as Chloe starts to pull ahead. You can see that through that middle section, finding some speed, whereas Molly pulls it back. 11.22 for Chloe. Molly with a 12.12. Both athletes kicking their feet as they go down. It's like they're running in the air, isn't it? Chloe winning that race. As we watch a replay, you can see Molly finding something in the last third of that route, starting to catch up with Chloe. Chloe's such an explosive climber. Hello back at home if you're watching. We're in Moscow, Russia for the European champs. It's Patricia Hujak on the left of your screen. Stasha Gale. Patricia with a time of 8.48. Stasha, 9.72. Stasha not necessarily known as a speed specialist, but that time blisteringly fast from her. This is going to be close. Can we see an upset in this combined speed final? Patricia kicking out her legs. We wait for the buzzer. Both athletes off clean. Patricia Hujak, she accelerates away as expected. She needs to keep it clean though. Stasha is right on her heels as she hesitates low on the route. Patricia's going to take it with an 8.18. And you just saw Stasha hesitate, slip. She knew it was gone. See a replay of that moment. You can see the difference, just hours and hours and hours on a speed walk. You have to get to a point where you just switch off. It's your body doing the work. If you think about it, thinking is slow, I tell you. We're getting closer to crowning our winner here. Hope you're still with me if you're watching back at home. My name is Matt Groom. I've been here all week and I'll be with you all evening as Victoria Meshkova on the left-hand side. On the right, Selena Krasovska. Both similar in time. Victoria with a 10.20. 9.86 for her. Two Russian teammates, of course. No love lost between them right now, though. Olympic places are on the line. Both athletes absolutely neck and neck. Hard to call it now. Victoria stops the clock first, 9.10. Elena with a 9.19. So close. What a final. What a race, I should say. Who needs 100 meters when we got this? Usain Bolt couldn't do this, to tell you that much. I'd like to see that, though. We move on to our next round. As we see the teammates, as I said, no love lost on the wall. But that climbing community so strong between the athletes, everyone watching at home. And if you're new to this climbing community, welcome. I'm afraid this sport will ruin your life. It's addictive, it sucks you in. And it will give you some of the most incredible moments in sport. After the women, it is the turn of the men for speed, and then we move on to the bouldering. Bouldering all covered at the moment, so the athletes can't get a sneaky peek of the routes as we wait for confirmation of the results. There they are. Patricia Hujak and Victoria Meshkova, they'll race for the gold. First place. And the small final deciding third and fourth. And left-hand side, loser pairings, but every single place counts. Remember, the scores are timed together to work out an overall. I know you have your favorites back at home, but it is too close to call here as we watch some
Что еще любопытно, для всех участниц финала это уже 7-й соревновательный день, начали на неделе в субботу.
We're about to find out who is going to be crowned the women's champion. Patricia Hujak versus Victoria Meshkova. Patricia, definitely the favorite, as we said before, but who knows what might happen as Molly Thompson-Smith and Liska Adamovska, they come to the stage. Not much score between these two. Adamovska with a time of 14.25. Molly Thompson with 12.01. So Molly, possibly the underdog here, but anything can happen. Molly focusing.
Ready?
Liska Adamovska, she gets off to the better start, but now Molly pulls back. Molly Thompson-Smith finding something in the tank as she jumps up. They're neck and neck at this point. Who's going to take this race? It's too tight to call, but Molly is ahead at the moment. It's going to be Molly with a 12.79. Eliska with a 13.83. Well, I said Molly was the underdog in that race. Just shows what you can find in the tank when the pressure is on.
Адамовская занимает 8-е место, и теперь ей будет труднее немножко бороться дальше, и нужно будет показывать максимум.
What a performance from Molly Thompson-Smith as she leaps up. If you're back at home shouting at the TV, good job. You're there pushing all of these athletes on with your cheers. Sad, of course, not to see this amazing stadium packed, but wonderful for you to be joining us on the live streams on various different channels and platforms throughout the world.
участниц, их фамилии, которые сейчас...
Hopefully this introduces speed climbing to a new generation. Such a difficult sport. The precision and power needed as Chloe Collier on the right versus Hannah Moyle. This is going to be very close. Hannah with a time of 10.50, Chloe Collier 11.22.
Друзья, ваши аплодисменты, давайте поприветствуем.
Every place must count. This as important as the final. Chloe Collier versus Hannah Moyle. Hannah off to the slightly better start. She slips almost immediately, giving Chloe Collier the advantage. Hannah is continuing as fast as she can go, but Chloe's going to stop the time at 10.45. So, as you can see, there's Hannah Moyle. She just had her head in her hands. What can you do at that stage? She gave it everything. An early slip, giving the win to Chloe. Chloe getting that 5th place ranking. And there's the slip. You can see, tried to rock up, missed it, and then had to compose, swings left. Doesn't look like much, but seconds in this game is a lot, especially when you're trying to climb a climbing wall that fast. Chloe Collier focused right till the very end. I'm not sure if she knew that Hannah had slipped, but she was in her rhythm, she was focusing. Next up, Stasha Gale versus Elena Kozowska on the right-hand side. Elena Kozowska with a 9.19, Stasha Gale with an 11.72. Elena certainly the favourite in this race. Both athletes breathing heavily. We're underway, and immediately we see a slip from Elena Kozowska. She tries the motor back, but Stasha is going to take this, and she does with a 9.42. Huge scream of jubilation from her. She's one of those athletes who pumps herself up. I told you that there could be an upset. As you can see, Elena Kozowska kicks the wall in frustration for her. Stasha will be happy with that result. 3rd position for her will put her in good stead for the bouldering. Just shows what can happen on this speed wall. And look at that scream from Stasha. She was described earlier in the week as an athlete who gets better as she gets angrier. In that case, someone go wind her up. We wait now for the final round for the women. Patricia Hujak versus Victoria Meshkova. More lightning effects on the wall, as if we didn't need drama enough. Here we go, Victoria Meshkova on the right-hand side of your screen. Patricia Hujak on the left. Patricia, the firm favourite, the speed specialist, and she really needs a victory here. She's likely to struggle later on. If she can get her competition up with a win, she's done as good as she can do. But as we've seen, one slip, and that's it. Silence in the auditorium as we wait for the buzzer. Both athletes got to a good start. There's Patricia, who's accelerating up the wall. Victoria keeping up, though. She makes a desperate dyno up. Patricia Hujak takes it with an 8.12. That's the victory for her. Patricia low down to the ground. She pops off her shoes. Winner for her. What a competition. That flew by, literally. Victoria getting a huge round of applause in front of her home crowd as both athletes leave the stage. Right, let's move on. It'll be the men soon as we watch some replays. replays of that final race, and what a race it was. If you're joining us on chat, make sure you're saying nice things. This climbing community and that chat community has been wonderful all week. Let's show how nice and good everyone in our sport is as we watch that replay. We're live on the BBC, remember. These athletes broadcasted around the world as they compete, fight, battle for that Olympic place. Route setters now just cleaning the wall as we take a moment just to look around this stadium and take it all in. That's the confirmation of the results. Tucia Hujak, Victoria Meshkova, Stasia Geo, Elena Krasovska, Chloe Quillier, Hannah Moyle, Molly Thompson-Smith, Liska Mosca in 8th place. So you can see the ranking there, 1 to 8. That's what they'll carry into the next round, and that's times by their position in the bouldering, and then times again by their position in the lead to give us an overall ranking. What did you think back at home? What you thought? Also some surprises. Stasia, what a race from her in 3rd position. Molly Thompson-Smith finding something somehow on the wall to recover. And as I said, that one place could make all the difference later on.
Мы видим на экране, некоторые зрители стягивают маски зачем-то. Там все написано. Вот, да, можно помахать рукой, да, отлично, друзья.
Да, у вас потели пока.
Да, все, что мы видим на экране, на самом деле идет в прямой эфир, выходит на спутник.
Right, it's almost time for the men's competition. A few people asking me if I've tried the speed wall. Yes, I have tried the speed wall. I got a terrible time, but I'd love to go back and have another go at that. Hello from around the world. You're on TV. Stick that mask on, please.
Друзья, мы начинаем церемонию представления атлетов среди мужчин в дисциплине скорость.
If you're on the live chat, please keep things clean, otherwise it's going to be switched off. And I, for one, love reading all of your comments, so let's keep it clean and nice, otherwise that will be turned off, which will be a shame. Because personally, it's been a lot of fun all week. Right, let's see the turn of the men as they're presented. Alex Kazanov. So happy to make this finals. He was literally jumping around like a madman. Marcin Tietsky, speed specialist. Alexei Rubtsov passes him from Russia in front of his home crowd. Nikolai Yaryovets, also from Russia. Yuval Shemela, such a personality. You wait till he starts power screaming. Will Bosi from the UK, from Great Britain. As he comes out. Sergei Luzhetsky. One of 3 Russian athletes in his final for the men. Sasha Lehmann, crowned lead champ the other night. It seems like a lifetime ago now. He was in the gym this morning, stretching, warming up, just getting himself ready, taking in the Moscow skyline. That's our finalist. One of them will receive the Olympic ticket. So close to call it. I'm definitely not going to call it. Let me know back at home who you think is going to be the winner. As we do it all again, are you ready? Have you calmed down? Is your heartbeat back to normal? Mine barely is, to be honest. People are asking where Charlie Bosco is. Just want to shout him out. He retired from commentating. He's the voice you've been hearing for the last 5 years. And I'm lucky enough to be standing in for him this week in Moscow. His voice, so recognizable in competition climbing. So thank you, Charlie, for everything that you've done. As we wait, as a camera circles, looking up at that speed wall, 15 meters high. Our first race we'll see out will be Marcin Dietsky versus Yuval Shemela. Marcin Dietsky, the favorite for sure for this competition. A long way to go, though. As there are the pairings for the competition. Will Bosi versus Sasha Lehmann. Sergei Luzhetsky versus Alex Kazanov. Nikolai Yaryovets versus Alexei Rubtsov. As before, there'll be winners' pairings and losers' pairings. Each athlete will be looking for the lowest score but the highest placing, if that makes sense. So first place will get 1. And that will be the best score for them. Hello to everyone back at home. We're in Moscow. Already halfway through this speed final. Women's just gone. If you're joining us and you missed it, where were you? It was an amazing event. And now it's the turn of the men as the production crew there sitting, watching on. Seconds away here, ladies and gentlemen, from our speed final for the men. Just water everywhere, just water. Fizzy water, water. If you're thirsty in a stadium, you're covered, don't worry. There's the coaches working out the results. Tori Meshkova, she watches on. The bouldering wall covered, of course, so the athletes don't get an unfair advantage, and the lead wall covered in incredibly trippy lights. Disguising that route. If you're back at home watching this, remember, screaming at the TV is fully encouraged and allowed. If you're at work and you got me on in the background, good luck working. Of course, a lot of Europe and the world in lockdown. People have been having us on as they attempt to get some work done. Although quite how you can work when all this is going on, I don't know. It's just too exciting. IFSC European Championships, Moscow 2020. In case we've all forgotten, the largest video on the wall, just reminding us on the right-hand side, that's the lead wall, as you can see, trippy lights. And the bouldering wall covered by that orange and white striped awning.
Очень непредсказуемая всегда история с итогами.
Right, are you ready? The athletes will be backstage right now, pacing back and forth, nervously, shaking out, trying to keep their muscles loose, trying to keep things not tensed. Speed climbing, fluidity and muscularity all combined. Of course, the athletes just waiting in the arena. Everyone been bubbling in their own little bubbles. That's the terminology for it. Ollie Thompson-Smith just watching on. Not a lot of the athletes have been talking about that Olympic place. It's sort of an unspoken wish, a dream. But trust me, all of them will be thinking of it. Those Olympic rings, delayed, of course, this year. Hopefully coming to Tokyo next year. And this competition delayed a few times, but we're back. We all made it. I'll be joined by a few guests throughout this evening. I've got some people lined up. Won't just be me, don't you worry. Jordan Kruder joining me for the bouldering later on. Ram Levin for the lead, or part of it, certainly. So if you're a fan of them, and you want to hear their input, they'll be with me later, chatting through all the bouldering and lead routes. Lovely to interact with you guys on the live stream, of course. Can't talk about it so much today because we are broadcasted on many other channels, but I am reading everyone's comments. You can't relax as a spectator in this stadium. I see there'll be a cameraman zooming in on you before you know it. One thing we've noticed throughout this competition is the fact that less spectators, but you can hear more sounds. Microphones pointed all over the stadium, so we really get to hear every breath, power scream, thump from the athletes. Artsy shots going on there. The cameramen have been artsy all week, in fact. We've had reflective shots, we've had shots within shots, slow motion, ultra zoomed in. Production value really showing off the sport to its best. Music starting to hype up everyone. There's been some interesting opinions on the music. Whether you like it or love it, there it's there in the background, the DJ working hard. A lot of people back at home excited for this finals. It's Saturday, of course. A lot of people not at school, not at work today. A day off and you're choosing to spend it with us, watching the climbing. So welcome. Outside here in Moscow, it's cold. It's changed the weather between snowing, raining. This morning I woke up in an absolute fog, couldn't see anything. With the Moscow skyline stretching out from the athletes' hotel. Here we go, you can hear the shouts. Marcin Dienski on the left side of the screen. Yuval Shemela on the right. Marcin definitely the favourite for this race. Yuval Shemela though, keep an eye on that man. He never gives up, he never stops. There he is. He was on chatting to me yesterday, or the other day, after his qualification. That was yesterday, wasn't it? Oh, losing track of time. Here we go. First race of the evening for the men. Marcin Dziecki gets off to a stormy start. Look at Yuval Shevela's muscularity as he powers up the route. Marcin stops the clock at 6.57. Yuval 8.95. Marcin Dziecki getting what he needed to get done. He'll progress. Yuval Shevela, though, 8.95 is a fast time for him. So watch a replay as he smashes up, two hands pulling on those holds. Notice how they so rarely look down at their feet. They just know every hold on this route. Of course, practicing for hours and hours. And different muscles and strengths required for speed climbing. Something that all the athletes who have Olympic aspirations have had to learn, as Will Bosey on the left versus Sasha Lehmann on the right-hand side. Both athletes just getting their starting position sorted. You can see Will, the British record holder, fast in his own right. Hard to call this one. Sasha Lehmann, let's see what he can do in his first bit of climbing of the evening. Both athletes rocking back in with a good start. It's Sasha ahead, but Will is pulling back, as you can see him motivating, but a slip from Will Bosey. And Sasha Lehmann kicks the wall. And what looked like anger, I presume is joy as he takes that win. Will Bosey was looking in control until a slip early on. He shakes as his head as he comes down. That's not what he was looking for. See a replay of that in a second as we watch Will. Frustration from him. Sasha Lehmann so pumped up for this final as he shakes his hands out before entering the wall. And here's Will's slip. You can see there just that left foot not finding the hold he thought was there, and Sasha using the opportunity to take advantage. Doesn't matter if you're losing in this, you have to keep going. Half a second of hesitation is all it takes to win or lose one of these finals. What a heartbreaker. We move on. Sergei Luzhetsky versus Alex Kazanov. Sergei Luzhetsky, certainly the favorite in this race. Alex Kazanov, though, he'll be looking for a strong performance, settle the nerves, get him into this competition. Alex Kazanov on your right, Sergei Luzhetsky on the left. We wait. Sergei off to a fast start. Alex Kazanov is not giving up. Slight hesitation from him. Sergei almost a slip, but he stops the time at 6.67. Alex Kazanov 8.23. What we expected, but I tell you what, this is setting up for a fantastic losers race on the other side of the table. Close times from these athletes, and you can see a little smile from Alex there. He knows that was good. Over the moon to qualify for this event. He qualified in 8th position, scraping through. And the moment where he realized that was truly special here in the stadium. As we watch a close-up, as he chalks up his hands, getting ready, but Sergei Luzhetsky on another level as he accelerates on the left-hand side of that wall. Final race, Nikolai Yaryovets versus Alexei Rubtsov, two Russian athletes, again, two teammates. Is that a disadvantage or an advantage? They'll know each other's strengths and weaknesses. But then are they too close? Are they too familiar? Will they have the edge? Alexei Rubtsov tucking the auto belay behind his right shoulder, as does Sergei. Both athletes away cleanly, and it's Nikolai Yaryovets on the left-hand side who stops the buzzer. Nikolai Yaryovets, 6.89 for him. Alexei Rubtsov failing to stop his buzzer. It doesn't really matter. He's lost that race. athletes unclip, sorted out by our belayers as we watch a replay of that race. Things were close, and then Nikolai just finding another gear. Combining that fluidity and muscularity that we were talking about earlier. Eyes laser focused on that stop pad. Nice to see Nikolai looking over to Alexei there with a little smile at him. Wave to the crowd. Certainly the favourite in that race. And he's kept things together. We'll see confirmation of the rounds in a second. People are asking what happens if you don't stop the buzzer. Well, generally that means you've either sort of fallen off, missed, slipped. So we watch a replay of that first round of competition. No real surprises so far. Marcin Diecki there, winning his race fairly easily against Yuval Shemela. He'll be looking for a win here today, the favourite. Of course, that comes with its own pressures. Sasha Lehmann versus Will Bosey, and we saw this heartbreaking slip for Will. He was ahead, and there, that was the moment where he lost it. That was the action. And we're going to see more to come. Chloe Collier there. Just relaxing between rounds. Nice to get that first speed round out of the way for the women. You know what it's like, even if you haven't competed at this kind of a level. The waiting is always the hardest part. Once you get going, you know what you're doing. It's just a case of climbing, doing your best. But those moments when you're in a hotel room or on the bus or waiting backstage, when your thoughts drift, all of the athletes will be happy to get going. As we wait for the second round. That's the confirmation of our winners and losers pairings. We're waiting for those races to start. Marcin Diecki versus Sasha Lehmann. Sergei Luchetsky versus Nikolai Yaryovets. Alex Kazanov versus Alexei Rubstov. Yuval Shemela versus Will Bosey. Will Bosey will be looking to redeem himself from that little slip. We're not far in here, but this has already been high drama as Will Bosey on the right-hand side versus Yuval Shemela. Will Bosey perhaps the slight favourite here, but will that slip have affected him? Can he put it behind him? We'll wait and see. All or nothing moments for these guys as they match the first hold. Silence as we wait for the start. Both off to a clean start, and Will Bosey now starting to accelerate again. Yuval Shemela, though, not giving up on the left-hand side of your screen. Will Bosey, he's going to stop the clock. That's 7.45. Yuval Shemela, 8.85 for him. Not sure what Will's doing there, just having a feel of the holds. Perhaps checking conditions on the way down. Yuval Shemela. Slight disappointment for him. He was the underdog in that race, but he's someone who always wants to win. Will Bosey, man on a mission. He had a point to prove there. Hello to everyone watching back at home. This is the European Championships in Moscow. This is the combined format. All week we've been building towards this evening. And now we're here, we're ready, and we're underway. 8 athletes for the men, 8 athletes for the women. 2 Olympic tickets up for grabs. Alex Kazanov on the left-hand side of your screen. On the right, that is Alexei Rubtsov of Russia. Alexei, again, probably the favorite. Are we going to see an upset, though? Are you rooting for the underdog back at home? Clean start from both athletes. And it's Alexei now, but Alex Kazanov is right on his tail as both near the top half of the wall. Alexei Rubtsov stops the clock at 7.53. Alex Kazanov an 8.30 for him. Great race, nice, tight racing from both of those athletes. Legs kicking, always legs kicking as they're lowered to the ground. Alexei Rubtsov knew what he had to do, and he did it well. No mistakes from him. Big wave to the audience and a smile, nice to see as we watch some replays of that race. You see the slight different styles. Perhaps Alexei slightly more flowing, but look how close it was. Alexei leaping, slapping. You can hear the music. That means there's more athletes on stage. Sasha Lehmann and Marcin Dziecki, they'll be next up. Marcin Dziecki on the left-hand side. He will, of course, be expecting for a win here. He needs one if he's to compete in the rest of this competition, a speed expert. But pressure can do funny things to an athlete. And Sasha Lehmann is one of those athletes who deals with pressure very well. We saw it the other night in the lead competition. Run away, Marcin now. Starting to accelerate in the top third of the route. He stops the clock, 6.10 for him. Sasha Lehmann will be happy with that though, 7.25. Marcin taking the win there. High five, fist bumps, handshake, who knows, as they walk off. And you can see that one of our microphones I was chatting about earlier on, that big radar dish thing, that's catching all of the sounds that you guys are hearing, and it does make such a difference to this competition. Marcin there. Kept it fluid, not really risking anything, but putting in a good time for him. Hard for these athletes to sort of pull back and be safe. Once they've got a pace, they know what that is, and it's in their body, it's in their muscle memory. Sergei Luzhetsky versus Nikolai Yaryovets. Very close on time. Sergei with a 6.67, Nikolai at 6.89. Hardly anything between these two teammates as they turn to face the wall. Both athletes neck and neck. It's far too close to call as they near the top part of this route. But a slight pause. Nikolai allows Sergei Luzhetsky to take the win with a 6.53. With a slight hesitation. Yaryovets there. Nikolai Yaryovets. Job done for him. Nice to see. Right, we move on to the next round. You see, that's the time of the starting pad. So we watch a replay of that round. Sergei Luzhetsky there, just using all of his power and precision. Yaryovets, he's the one with the slip on the right-hand side, just a slight pop. Hopefully we'll see it here in a second. Nikolai Yaryovets just with a slight hesitation lower on, that allowed his teammate to get ahead. Audience starts to clap as we see confirmation of the results. Marcin Diecki versus Sergei Luchetsky in the final. They'll be fighting it out for positions 1 and 2. Hyping up the audience. Hopefully you can hear that in the background. I hope you're excited if you're watching at home. Remember, this is only the first of 3 events that we have on for you tonight. This is the speed. The bouldering followed by the lead at the end of the evening. We wait. Who will be crowned champion of speed? Who will get that precious 1 point? We're back. Are you ready at home? It's finals time here in the speed finals. 1 to 8 places up for grabs. First athlete will be awarded that 1, which would be better for his score moving forward. Yuval Shemela versus Alex Kazanov. Both these athletes will want to prove something here. Alex Kazanov, more of a boulder. Yuval Shemela, all round. He's such a powerful athlete. Alex Kazanov stares out, trying to focus amongst the pressure. Both athletes matching. Yuval there, just hyping himself up. Goes away cleanly, but it's Alex Kazanov with a better start as he slightly hesitates again, allowing Yuval to come back. Alex Kazanov still ahead and just takes it with an 8.15. Back and forth between those two athletes. Alex having 2 moments that for a second I thought would allow Yuval Shemela to come back into that competition, but Alex Kazanov somehow keeping it together. What a performance from him. He receives a 7th place ranking. Remember, 2 teammates, of course, and that Israeli team very close. They've been wonderful to watch all week, all of them, everyone competing. So you see this race back and forth. Speed climbing, just so exciting to watch. I mean, it's a simple premise, isn't it? Whoever gets up there fastest is the winner, and yet, within that 8 seconds or under, we just see so much drama. Will Bosi on the left-hand side of your screen. Alexei Rubstov, both with very quick times. Will Bosi 7.45 in the last round. Alexei Rubstov a 7.53. Nothing to call between these 2 athletes. Will Bosi, of course, all-round athlete, very good at bouldering, very good at lead, but handy speed climber as well. Off we go. Will Bosi pausing, allowing Alexei to come back. Alexei's going to take this unless there's a mistake, which there isn't. 7.37 for him. Will Bosi, 7.91. So close between them. Will, almost motionless as he's lowered down. You can see, just composing himself before he has to turn around and face the audience. Alexei Rubtsov. He'll be happy to take that 5th place. Will Bosi up and down for him in this speed finals. So we can see Alexei just finding a different level as he stops the buzzer, and Will slapping it. You can see frustration from him on his face. It was close. And Alexei, you can see how much that means to that man. And the differences between the two athletes, Alexei ecstatic, Will silent still. 2 more races to go. I'm not sure I can handle much more of this. This is incredible action. I hope you enjoyed it back at home. We're in Moscow. That wall with the graphics, electric, flashing across the face of the wall. Sasha Lehmann versus Sergey Nikolai Yaryovets. Back and forth from that. Both, again, very quick time. Sasha getting a 7.25. Nikolai with a 7.19. Audience hyping up their athlete on the right-hand side. Sasha Lehmann. He's ready, you can tell. Turns to face the wall. Nikolai Yaryovets on the right-hand side. Sasha Lehmann on the left. Both clean, but it's Nikolai who's going to take this. Nikolai on the final section and a 6.69. Sasha Lehmann with a 7.36. Sasha giving it as much as he can. Nikolai calm and composed as he is lowered down from the wall. Nikolai Yaryovets, he'll take 3rd place. Sasha Lehmann will have to settle for 4th, but that's good from him. Watch out for Sasha later on in the lead. Remember, he is already the lead champion this week. Look at that intensity from Sasha. Different styles again. Both athletes so close. Remember, racing each other in this competition is not a question of time necessarily, but it is a good indicator, obviously, of how fast or slow they're going. Look at that. Fractions of a second from those hand slaps. An amazing race, and one more to come. Marcin Diensky. Sergey Luchetsky. The final of the speed final for the men. We've already seen the women compete earlier on in the day. There will be a break between the speed and the bouldering, so if you missed that, go back, catch up, keep up to date. There's a lot of action to cover here tonight for this combined final. Marcin Diensky on the left-hand side. Sergey Luchetsky on the right. Will the Russian athlete win in front of his home crowd? Marcin Diensky, probably the favourite, but there's not a lot to call between these two. Both speed climbers, let's see what can happen. Marcin Diensky, he pauses. This is going to be close, but it's Sergey Luchetsky who accelerates, then slips. Marcin Diensky takes the win with a 5.85. Sergey Luchetsky, the slip allowing Marcin to take the win there. He was ahead for a while. For a heartbreaking second, that foot popped. Marcin took full advantage. He's going to take the #1 spot. We'll wait for confirmation as the speed part of our evening draws to a close. How was that, guys? What a competition so far. Men and women are done. Wow, indeed, as some of you are commenting. That's confirmation. Marcin Diensky, Sergey Luchetsky, Nikolai Yaryovets, Sasha Lehmann, Alexei Rubtsov, Will Bosi, Alex Kazanov, and Yuval Shemela. Marcin did what he had to do and take that win. Sasha Lehmann, high up the order. He'll be pleased with that. Will Bosi, I think he probably would expect more from that. He's got it all to do in the bouldering now. And the bouldering will come next as we watch a replay of that final race. So close, and then we'll see the slip. There it is. A slip, a pop, a catch, allowing Marcin to take the victory. Fantastic moments.
Ну вот, да, на экране сейчас мы видим девушек и мужчин.
We're just confirming this world record here.
Сейчас уже актуальные результаты.
Ага, да. Просто пока их не по итоговой позиции не выровняли.
That's our stadium, and what a competition so far. Wonderful scenes in the men and the women's comp. We're going to have a short pause now. Soon we'll be joining you again for the bouldering round. There was some chat on the live stream about a world record, which it was not. World record 5.48, of course. Oh, world record tonight. What a performance from everyone. Haven't got long now before the bouldering. So take this moment to go and chill out a little bit, take a breather from that speed event. It has been hectic for everyone, including, of course, the athletes. Standout performances here as we wait for the bouldering. Those orange and yellow curtains will be stripped away, revealing the boulders.
I think I like this idea. It was maybe too hard for women.
It's 5 degrees, have to be checked on the bottom.
As a joke, I don't know why.
That's where they're hiding.
Друзья, всем привет, с вами тот самый Кокос, и сегодня мы поговорим о сертификации эталонной стены. Почему 15 метров, почему зацепки красные, почему они такой формы, как проходит сертификация. Эти и многие другие вопросы обсудим в нашем сегодняшнем выпуске. Погнали!
Отборочный турнир на Олимпийские игры на чемпионате мира в Японии. Она стала 17-й в скорости, 23-й в боулдеринге, 48-е место в трудности и не отобралась на Олимпиаду. Теперь второй шанс.
Отлично старт делает
Ай-яй-яй, ошибка у Красовской. Левая рука соскочила.
Догоняет.
Но уже не успевает выиграть.
Just watching some replays of the action now. If you're still with us back at home, you can see the curtains being pulled off, revealing the boulders. Not long to wait, don't you worry, and I'll be back with you soon, taking you through all of the bouldering action here in Munich.
Hey, how are you? The idea was to make the speed route totally different from the rest of the climbing.
Yeah.
It was the original idea. At the beginning, they said no, it's not a good idea, and then they called me a little bit later and asked me to dig a little bit deeper to know if that would be possible to propose something. And that was the idea. And honestly, 3 months later, I designed the hold, it was made, and I've been in Arco for a couple of days, and the route was born.
Она называлась не эталонная, а рекордвок. И там стояли только большие зацепы сначала.
Больше половины женщин не могли уйти со старта.
Почему?
Ну там был болдеринг примерно там уровня там в тех времен 7C, наверное.
Это потому что ножных не было, что ли, высокий старт и расстояние между зацепками?
Расстояния между зацепками большие были. Парни еще как-то более-менее, но смотрелось все равно грустно, а девушки прям вообще.
Yes, I remember the original one. The women cannot climb the middle part. I remember.
В срочном порядке сделали перестартовку всем, добавили зацепок и все нормально получилось.
Ручных?
Да.
То есть та версия, которую мы сейчас видим на YouTube,
Это вторая версия.
это
эталона.
вторая версия,
Да.
первая была жесткая.
Первая вообще жесть была.
I think I like this idea. It was maybe too hard for women. For men it was okay, but for women it was slightly too hard.
Решили придумать рекордную стенку для того, чтобы пробиться в олимпийскую программу, так как это была интересная, не более понятная дисциплина, но нужны были рекорды.
В Турине, в небольшом городке возле Турина, в Барденекке, был построен ангар на Олимпийских зимних играх. И в этом ангаре стоял большой скалодром, в котором стояла эталонная трасса, которую мы сейчас знаем. Нам предложили опробовать, протестировать трассу и внести свои какие-то коррективы, например, прыжок вот этот. То есть изначально не было такого прыжка, было невозможно допрыгнуть. То есть мы сделали, чтобы можно было и допрыгнуть, и девочки могли облезть. Ну, в итоге сейчас и девочки прыгают, и все прыгают. Впервые была эта трасса представлена в 2007 году в Испании на чемпионате мира ровно через 1,5 года. И с тех пор она вот такая, какая есть, какую мы ее все знаем и любим. Эталонная трасса.
Ну, практически все знаем про эталон, про то, что он 15 метров, про то, что на нем 20 больших зацепок и не помню сколько маленьких зацепок, но это все можно проверить в специальном документе, где все прописано. The hold number 17. Ребят, зачем 17-я зацепа на эталоне?
Потому что 17 мое любимое число.
Для красоты.
Дизайновая фишка.
Уточнить хочу.
Елена ошибку. Друзья, ваши аплодисменты. Саша Кирилл, третья строчка этапа
Скорости, да. Елена Красовская оказывается в итоге на 4-й позиции по итогам дисциплины скорость. Судья Польша.
Виктория Лешкова, Россия.
Ready?
Польская скоростница Патрисия Шидзак. Собственно, это ровно то, чего от нее ждали тренеры. Я думаю, вся страна ждала, что она займет первое место в скорости.
Ну, а Виктория занимает второе место. Друзья, прекрасная позиция. Давайте поздравим Викторию аплодисментами.
И как только раз вы снова готовы, мы пригласим на эту сцену, представим вам участников финала чемпионата Европы по скалолазанию в дисциплине многоборья мужчин. Чувствуя свое превосходство в этой дисциплине. Очень достойно бежали спортсмены, конечно. Немножко не то было, да, странная история была. Ну, я думаю, что очень скоро мы покажем на экранах итоговый протокол по результатам первого.
Пока ничего там нового, конечно, не видишь, а вот по окончании болдеринга уже можно будет сделать ставку, скажем так.
Ну вот, да, на экране сейчас мы видим девушек и мужчин.
Сейчас уже актуальные результаты.
Ага, да,
Different, like 5 and 0.1 degree.
It's less than 0.5 or more than 1.5. Like that. So here we'll check the other angle of the wall with a plumb wire. The wire must be in between this angle and this angle, 5 degrees. That's a perfect overhanging.
Здесь точно 5 градусов.
If the wall is like that, okay, is not correct. But if the wall is like that, it's correct. You see, it's 5.5.
It's correct.
It's correct for the homologation, but for the sport, it's not so correct because it means that the wall is more overhanger than as usual.
Yeah.
So you have practically no chance to beat the record.
Yeah, but it's okay for
But
certification.
for the certification, it's okay. The last check is the holes. The holes must be homologated also with the QR code and the sticker of the IFSC.
So you don't have a special proof for the hole?
No, it's just the point is this point and the holes over, and then you just verify. Most of the time, this is a specialist climber or an old competitor who are in charge to set the holes, and then during the homologation, we verify that all the holes are at the right place and at the right angle.
Yeah.
Foot and hand holes.
How many years I can do the hole for the certification? Because, for example, this hole, yes,
Was new.
was new.
It was totally new for the competition.
Totally new.
Yeah. And we didn't talk about the friction. If it's like that in the bottom, it must be like that at the top.
Ah, okay. Okay.
Okay?
So there is
Friction
no exact rules about the friction.
No,
Like,
no, because it's too difficult to measure at the volume.
yeah.
Thanks, Tommy. Thanks. Ciao.
Ну, как вы думаете, вернуть классику? Сколько денег потрачу?
Хочу заметить, что до 2012 года соревнования были и на классических трассах. На каждом старте была новая трасса.
Я считаю, что должна вернуться просто. Иначе это будет большая глупость.
If we build a unit which is less spectacular than this one, it's a shame, it's a pity.
So it's not possible to make a classic format myself.
No. No, no, no.
So much money.
Yeah.
I'm quite happy about the fact that people kept that speed.
Yeah.
That was a good idea. But then I think when you see now competition, big competition or win competition with all these nice walls, and this one with this not poor hole, but it looks a little bit, for me it looks a little bit weird.
Итак, друзья, мы рассказали вам практически про все, что можно было рассказать про эталон. И я думаю, что это достаточно, чтобы быть образованными в области эталонной скорости. Выводы можете делать сами, написать в комментариях, может что-то мы не рассказали или не показали. В любом случае, мы старались, всем спасибо. А я пошел смотреть, как красиво танцуют гимнастки. Погнали.
Итак, друзья, теперь мы знаем про эталон не то что немного больше, а уже практически все, что известно об этой скоростной трассе. Ну, конечно, главный вывод, то, что сделаны ли ее эталоны, чтобы ставились рекорды и более зрелищно выглядело лазание, потому что в классической скорости, это когда трасса оказывается разная, таких скоростей достичь, конечно, невозможно.
А я знаю, почему ставят зацепки красные.
Ну давай, объясни.
Ну, во-первых, видно.
Так, зачем?
Здорово, когда зацепки видно. А во-вторых, они красивые. Все просто.
Голубенькие тоже были. Но мы знаем, кстати говоря, мне рассказал Стас в своем видео, есть сейчас уже эталон и черного цвета, это уже новый уровень. И знаем, их всего 2 или 3 трассы во всем мире, одна из них недавно находится была в Тюмени. Эта трасса позволяет отсекать результат не только на старте и на финише, то есть на старте ты стартанул, и время пошло, но и на промежуточных этапах, практически на каждой зацепке можно смотреть свое время и, соответственно, смотреть, какие этапы нужно подтянуть, где улучшить, какое движение сделать быстрее.
Мы уже очень скоро начнем.
Welcome back, ladies and
Итак,
gentlemen,
мы начинаем, друзья,
to Moscow, Russia, for the European Championships 2020. We are back to watch some bouldering action as we get ready to go.
Итак, Патрисия Чузияк, Польша.
Exciting first speed round. And it's the women out first to compete for the bouldering. Hello to everyone watching back at home, athletes, punters, professionals. Lovely to see you all. That is Patricia Hujak joining us on stage as the women are announced for the bouldering.
Виктория Мешкова, Россия.
Victoria Meshkova, she comes across to join them. Women being announced, everyone being announced between every round. Molly Thompson-Smith, she jogs over to join her fellow competitors. Chloe Collier. Slightly strange graphic you can see on the main screen there. Can you imagine filming that with those guys? Liska Adamzowska. She jogs over. 19 years old.
Hanna Möll, Germania.
Hannah Moyle, she's next out to face this crowd. Stasia Gale currently lying in 3rd position. From Serbia. Purposeful movements out onto our stage.
Представляем мужчин. Marcin Jenski, Polska.
Meanwhile, for the men, Marcin Jenski, he's announced to our crowd. Yuval Shemela. Good performance for him. Needed. Having come last in the speed, Nikolai Ariovits. Currently in 3rd position. Alexei Rubtsov, and you can hear the reaction from the crowd as he walks out.
Sergei Luzhetsky, Russia.
Sergei Luzhetsky, just 18. So much pressure on that young man's shoulders. Currently in 2nd position. Sasha Lehmann from Switzerland. Nice gilet, Sasha.
William Bossi, Великобритания.
William Bossi from Great Britain. He's in 6th at the moment after that speed competition. Alex Kazanov waves to the crowd. That's our athletes competing for you tonight. It's now the time of the bouldering. We've done the speed already, and what a hectic late afternoon that was as the athletes wander over now to check out these boulders. On-site format, of course, they haven't seen them, so they will get a moment now to check it out, have a look. See what they can make of this setting. A few complaints about the boulders yesterday, about the boulders, perhaps a bit too easy, but it did mean we saw so many tops and a lot of action as the women go across to women's 1 on the left. Men's 1 on the right-hand side of that, both starting on a slabby section and then ending in a more overhanging part of the wall. The athletes are allowed to touch the first holds, have a look, plan it out. Women, some conferring going on between them, but mainly just quietly looking amongst the men. Men on the right, as you see, it's kind of crawling all over each other with their air climbing. They're just checking out. Petra Klingler joining us on the live stream, injured of course. So healing vibes out to Petra. Lovely to see you guys at home if you're watching. Hope you've recovered from that speed round. You can hear the mics right down by the athletes picking up everything they're saying. 3 boulders for the men, 3 for the women. Slight change in format to what we'd normally see. Slightly shortened due to this combined format. The men's with this slabby start. And the women just trying to work out the first problem, all in green with 1 yellow top. Let me explain to you how this works. They start at the bottom, and the bottom is indicated by some blue lines. Each blue line indicates a limb that the athletes need to start on. You can just see that for the men's problem. So 2 holds, 2 lines on each one. Somewhere around the middle, often of the problem, there's the zone. And you can see it there in the black circle with the orange line out of it. That indicates the bonus. And then the top of the hold. The top hold indicated by a top in a circle with a blue line. So the athletes have to get from the bottom to the top, as you'd expect. And they have to match the final hold with both hands and control it. It's no good just slapping up, hoping for the best. Have to control it until the judges give you the all clear. So what's the point of a zone then if you're trying to end these boulders? Well, the zone is used to separate the athletes if we see multiple tops. Tries are important. The least number of tries you can get to the top of the boulder, the better your score will be if it comes down to that. The athletes make their way across the stadium now. There are 3 bouldering walls here, spread out. They're now on the far right of your screen, the far right of the stadium. Looking at men's 2 and women's 2. When we say at top, what I mean by that is they don't literally just climb out of the top of the boulder, although often in outdoor bouldering that's what climbers do. Here they just have to match that final hold, and that's called a top. You're finishing the boulder, you're topping it out. That's the highest ranking score, then it's zones after that. So an athlete, if 2 athletes both have a top each, the athlete with the most zones, they'll be classified as better, receive a higher ranking. Just try to work it out, helping each other out a little bit, sharing beta. And the men on that physical M2. Big slopey holds require coordination, jumps and dynos. Of course, we've got a mixed range. We have some speed climbers in here. And we saw Patricia Hujak and Marcin Dietsky taking the win in the speed climbing. Some boulder experts, think Alex Kazanov, an expert at their chosen. Stasha Gale, definitely more of a boulderer for the women. But interesting to see more and more all-round athletes now. Because of this Olympic format, because of the combined, the athletes having to broaden their horizons and learn other sports. And something that was pointed out to me was one advantage to this was that the athletes get to try each other's sports. Let's say you're a lead climber, you might never have tried speed climbing, and now, of course, you have to. And the athletes getting a real appreciation of the talents of their fellow athletes in different disciplines, which has been a lovely side effect of this Olympic format. Finally, they make their way across. To women's 3 and men's 3. Women's 3 with the red holds. There's going to be a jump to start with, possibly a coordination jump requiring the athletes to jump and coordinate their limbs and just a whole load of stuff. And you can see the men there trying to work out the start, perhaps facing out towards the audience, sitting on that first hold. And into a series of volumes, heading always towards that top of the wall. Hello at home if you're joining us. Welcome to the show. We're here in Moscow for the European Championships 2020. A special event for a number of reasons. Of course, climbing has been delayed due to COVID. But we're back. The IFSC is back. The last IFSC event being in Briançon. Feels like a lifetime ago now. Combined events, few and far between, but it's nice to see them. And of course, this is an Olympic qualifier. The winner for the men and the winner for the women will receive an Olympic place for next year's Olympic Games in Tokyo for 2021. Delayed, of course, from this year due to that pesky coronavirus, which is making everyone's life an absolute misery. And that is why this is so special tonight, because we get to see the athletes putting on a show for all of us. They've been training hard, of course, tricky to train in COVID, a lot of lockdowns, closing gyms, closing outdoor climbing, but they found a way. They've maintained their strength and stamina. My name is Matt Groom. I've been with you all week in this event. And if you've missed out on all that climbing, well, there's a lot to catch up on. We've had the speed individual event, the lead individual event, and the bouldering individual event. And tonight, we focus on the combined format. 3 events, 3 different disciplines, all shoehorned into one insane evening of climbing. It's my pleasure to call all the action for you today. The route setters, volunteers, just brushing the holds, getting it ready. You can see the speed wall there on the left-hand side of your screen. That's been in action today. That will now rest. 3 bouldering walls. You can just see the far left one poking out on the left corner of your screen in the middle. That's where women's 3 and men's 3 is. And on the right, women's 2 and men's 2. Hello, everyone. If you've gone away, had a cup of tea, had some dinner, perhaps done some work, welcome back. Give us your full attention this evening because, trust me, we're going to see drama in this wonderful stadium in Moscow, as we have done all week. So many moments, it's hard to look back and pick a favorite. The screen is just confirming why we're all here, this combined final, and it's time for the bouldering round. Are you a boulder out there? Is this your favorite? Is this what you've tuned in for? Are you a speed climbing nut? Are you a lead legend? I was trying to rhyme them all. Bouldering beast, lead legend. I can't think of speed something. Speed sensationalist, that'll do. That's the top, and that's the order. Patricia Hujak, Elena Kosovska, Victoria Meshkova, Molly Thompson-Smith, Chloe Collier, Liska Anzovska, Hannah Moyle, and Stasha Gale. That's our women finalists. As you can see, 3 blocks. Those blocks will be filled with a half a blue block if it's a zone, and a full blue block if it's a top. You'll see that as we get through it. For the men, Marcin Diensky, Yuval Shemela, Nikolai Yaryovets, Alexei Rubsov, Sergei Uchetsky, Sasha Lehman, Will Bosey, and Alex Kazanov. It's been a lot of fun this week. I've enjoyed talking to you guys. I've enjoyed calling all the action. I, like you, obsessed climber. And I've missed this. I've missed the big stage, I've missed the big show, and I've missed these athletes demonstrating what they can do. Down at the bottom of your screen, you can see the coaches area, all separated, socially distanced, of course. Meanwhile, there is Patricia Hujak as she comes out onto women's 1. Let's see what she makes of this. First athlete starting off, of course, she won the speed event earlier on, currently lying in first position, but more of a speed expert. 4 minutes on the clock, you can just see that behind her. 4 minutes to climb these boulders, and that's what makes it part of the challenge. I was here with Emil Abrahamson earlier in the week. He was commentating with for these semi-finals. And he was saying, if these boulders were in a normal gym, let's say that you were in an everyday climbing wall, you'd probably be able to climb them quite quickly, but here with the pressure, this on-site format makes it all very difficult. So 3 minutes 30 seconds on the clock. As that times down, she gets started, brings the right hand up into that little prep, trying to stop that barn door, that swing out with the left palm, not finding the body tension in order to do that at the moment.
Все они пластичные, все они гибкие, и
2 minutes 56 seconds out of 4 minutes to climb this boulder. That top beckoning high up on the wall. And it is a high bouldering wall, this. You'll see when we flick to the upper camera angle just quite how far these athletes fall. Padded, of course, they're experts at falling. Climbing is 90% falling, usually. Big shouldery move there from Patricia. Just not managing to unlock this first sequence yet. There's that zone I was talking about earlier with the orange line, the black hold. Some athletes, of course, not coming here to Moscow due to COVID reasons or travel restrictions or having already qualified, but it has allowed a few new faces to crop up, and it's been great watching younger athletes, perhaps less well-known athletes, perform on the big stage. Some crumbling under that pressure, some finding moments of brilliance for us. 1 minute 35 seconds to go. Patricia Hujak, she reaches up. That's a dual textured hold. That you can see the wood in the middle in that curved shape, and the same on the men's problem actually. The wood giving you no grip. It's just another tool the route setters can use to confuse the athletes. One minute remaining. She looks up at the wall. Can she find something out of that 1 minute? She has got time. She'll want at least a zone out of this first problem. She crimps to that right. Now she's got to go left and stop the swing. She does better this time. 43 seconds. Will it be enough?
На скорости ладить болдеринг, потому что особенно в последние годы болдеринг, конечно, очень сильно изменился. И очень много динамики, очень много непростых, характерных именно для этого.
21 seconds on the clock on women's one. Left foot up on that slab, right foot to match, and brings that right hand in. She unlocked it earlier on, but doesn't manage to find the same sequence this time. You can see the crowd there at 6 seconds to go as it counts down. Her bouldering women's one is done.
Так, ну а мы
4 minutes back on the clock. The route setters give a brush.
Как только трасса будет готова, сейчас вы видите, что судьи ее подчищают.
Route setters running off, they're ready.
Итак, друзья, встречайте, Елена Красовская, Россия.
That is Elena. What can she do with this tricky first boulder?
Пошло время, и, конечно, пошла
Elena Krasovskaya of Russia, making it look far easier. The difference between a speed specialist all-rounder and boulderer. She goes up. Established now on that zone. That's the bonus hold. She matches it and goes up again with a pinch on the right-hand side. Toe hooks to steady herself. She's nearing the top now. Will she get a flash? Close. When I say a flash, I mean climbing the boulder for the first time. Climbing at first go, that does count for better scores if it comes down to that. Of course, tops, finishing a boulder is the most important, followed by zones, followed by the attempts to the top, followed by attempts to the zone. That's how it's separated. Sorry if we're having some problems with the audio. We are trying to sort it out. Hopefully you can hear my voice. I am talking, don't worry. I never stop. We see a replay of that final moment. What can she do this time with 2 minutes 19 on the clock? Top for her, fantastic effort. She walks out with 2 minutes on the clock to go, gets her more of a rest. Fairly straightforward with that first boulder, I think. It's just a case of unlocking that first move, and then, of course, that final move we saw her drop the first time. That little nubbin, that little catch on the pinch, just allowing the athletes to wrap their thumb around the hold, give them more purchase. It is slopey, and here's a shot from the top as she goes up with her right hand. Has to control it, has to match it, which she does, flagging that left foot out to steady herself. That'll calm her nerves. Victoria Meshkova. Keep an eye on this lady. Already a bouldering champion. Already, just to add to her list of accolades, a lead champion here in Moscow. She got the double. Can she get the triple here in Moscow? Victoria Meshkova, she pulls on. We know a flash is possible on this. Route reading fairly simple on this first boulder. Pumps that left up. Drops the knee down a little to steady herself as she pulls up onto the slab. Up left hand to the pinch now. Upgrades her feet. Looks for that toe hook you're seeing on screen. A toe hook is when you use the toe of your foot and the rubber there to steady yourself on the wall. She cuts loose, moves the right foot around, and she'll match and look for the top. Thinks better of it. She's going to pop up with the right hand. All she needs to do is match, which she does. Fantastic for climbing from her all week. I have no idea how she keeps it going. I really don't. Have the sheer focus to keep winning day after day, to keep your skin going, to eat right, to not get tired, to deal with the media. And just as if there wasn't enough pressure in front of your home crowd. Great flash from her. Next up will be Molly Thompson-Smith from Great Britain. Hopefully that's guy sorted the audio out for you guys now as Molly stands. She's currently lying in 6th place after that speed tournament. She uses the brush just to reach up, clean the holds. A lot of chalk is used on those holds, and that can just prevent the grip, stop the friction. Brushing it allows the athlete more grip. Sometimes it's a psychological thing. Having a clean hold really makes you believe that you can do it. Molly Thompson-Smith, what can she do? We know a flash is really needed on this in order to keep up with Victoria. Matches on that undercling. Left foot up, right hand on the slopey hold. As she matches and goes outright, cutting loose to bump that hand. This big move now as she decides to match. Easy work from Molly. She looks round. That's going to keep her in contention in this bouldering round. Remember, the scores are multiplied together. I said times together earlier, which doesn't make any sense, really, but multiplied, much better word. Scores are multiplied together, so if you come first in the speed, but 10th in the bouldering, you'll have a score of 10 going into the lead round. And then that score is further multiplied by your lead position. Route setters brushing the holds. They brush it at the beginning, and then it's up to the athlete after that due to COVID regulations. Next up, Chloe Collier. She'll be looking for a flash. Of course, the athletes don't really know what their other athletes have got, but they will be able to tell with the time. Be able to guess if a climber takes all of her 4 minutes or if she does it in a couple of seconds. Chloe Collier just taking her time. She'll be looking for a flash as well. We know this boulder perhaps fairly easy for these women. As she pulls onto the slab with those little crimps you can see, reaches up with the right hand, shouldery move coming up to stop the swing, which she does easily, presses with that left hand. Up she goes with the left, and she's now going to look into this pinchy section. That toe hook, you can see, just struggling to get it in, now finds it. What do you think at home? Are we going to see a flash here? Cuts loose, right foot out. Will she match, or will she just go for the big move? She's thinking about the big move. The safer move is to match, which she does. No, go on, Chloe. Boosts up with the right hand, touches it. All done for her. That moment was interesting. She'll know tops are important and quick tops are important. And it's just trying to find a move that's the safest as well as the one that is possible. I do have a guest joining me, of course, for the men's comp. I've got Jerne Kruder lined up. He's down in the athletes area watching. He'll come and sit with me, chat through some of the men's problems later on. Remember, you can send me questions in the live chat. I can ask Jerne. I can find out. And we are live on many platforms right now, so I have less interaction with you guys than we normally do. But I am reading all of the comments. And of course, if you are chatting, let's keep things clean. You've been amazing so far. I hate to see that thing switched off, so keep it clean and we'll keep it going. Right, that's our top 4 so far. All the top 3 can't be separated. Elena Kraskova just taking one move more. Liska Adamzovska. She comes out to face these boulders, to face this crowd. What can she do? She looks up. Remember, they have had a check of this route before. Just taking a moment to familiarize herself with those moves. She sorts her feet out, reaches out with the right hand onto that crimp, palms down on the left. Then into the pinch, then into the undercling, and she's looking again to go up with the left hand, as the other athletes have. Or will she use different beta? Let's see. Left hand. Now she's got a cross through, find that toe jam, which she does, gets that settled in. Big cut loose from her. Will she match, or will she go for that big boosty move? Deciding to match. Perhaps slightly struggling, you can see on her face. Matches, looks back, gets confirmation. Smile from her. As we settle into this women's bouldering final. Men coming afterwards, as we watch a replay of her. Women's first boulder so far proving fairly straightforward for most of the athletes. Tuccia Hujiak, of course, failing to climb it, but speed specialist. Just shows how important that speed win was for her. Scores multiplied together at the end of the evening. Hannah Moyle, just 19. One of the stars of this competition so far. It's been a pleasure watching her climb. Always seems psyched and happy to be out there on the big stage as the clock starts ticking down from that 4-minute mark. She'll need a flash in order to keep up. Out with the right hand onto that crimp. You can hear the camera snapping away in the background. One of the advantages of this empty stadium is we see and hear everything that happens to these athletes. It's a visceral experience for us all as she crosses through. Out with the right. That toe hook still locked in. The problem with toes when they're that locked in is unlocking them can be tricky. Looks like she's eyeing up the big boost up with the right hand, which she gets, sticks, matches, and another top on women's 1. Smile from her. Her job is done. Pressure mounting, though, now on the other athletes. They'll know that quick tops are the order of the day. Imagine if you're last out and you know you have to climb it first go. Hands are getting sweaty at the thought of that.
Ну, она показывает сейчас, как легко переставляет ноги Ханна на трассе.
See a replay of that move. Yeah, easy for her, really. Looks back for the confirmation, but she knows it's enough. Cracking through this round. Staszek Gio, 22 from Serbia. Fantastic performance in the speed for her in third position. She needs to keep it going. This is her specialism, this boulder round. As I said, that pressure can start to build. It can do funny things to you. Left foot up, pressing into the wall. She matches. Chalks up, goes up with the right hand this time. Different from what we've seen from previous athletes. Has she misread this? She's going to have to match it now, but that toe keeping her into the wall as she bumps the right out. Now she's back on track, or perhaps on plan. Looks for the big move, gets it. Easy work from Stasha. Dealt with a pretty devastating injury a while back now. Blew her knee out on a landing. I was there, and it was a really horrible moment for her. To watch her come back to this big stage is special. She's the final athlete on women's one. Not sure why the route setters are brushing that. Someone might want to tell them. It's all right, lads. You can leave it. You can leave it. It's all good. Right, we move over to the right-hand side of our stadium now as the lights darken on women's one. We move on to women's two. More of a slab problem, this one. That's not it. That's men's one. That'll be action soon as we look at the results so far. All the athletes topping apart from Patricia Hujak. Elena Kosovskia being separated because it took her one more attempt than everyone else, but everyone equal at the moment, which is going to make for some complicated calculations if it stays like this. I'm glad I don't have to have the calculators out. That is the current combined score. Now, that is quite difficult to work it out from there because that will change throughout this competition. Just to give you an idea of how it's set up, that graphic. Sort of one boulder into this bouldering round, it's very difficult to tell where we're placing. Just waiting now. That's the two bouldering walls. There's one more off to the right-hand side, which is the one in action we're not seeing quite yet. Just pausing here for a second, giving the athletes time to actually walk around to the other side of the stadium. What do the athletes do when they're waiting? Well, there's a holding area out the back, and then there's a waiting area before they go out. And you can just see the curtained areas. They're in darkness on your screen, and we watch where the athletes walk through in that boulder one. And I actually walked through the other day just to see what it felt like. And it's amazing because those hanging down parts of the door, it does obstruct your view. So you see nothing until you push through them. And then suddenly you're left with a view of the stadium. Kind of took my breath away, and there was no one there. Patricia Hujak failing to climb boulder one. She needs something big on boulder two, this slab, requiring delicate footwork at times. Less overhanging, but this is a big dynamic move to a sloper. You can see the zone, the second hold after that. You see, you really have to go for that hold. There's no good trying to do that statically. No one is that long. Maybe Adam Ondra, I don't know. Haven't measured him recently. But it does require a bit of a pop over to that hold, a bit of a coordination dyno. 2 minutes 58 on the clock, counting down from 4 minutes. That is the limit they have to climb the boulder. And we have seen some really close action throughout this week. Dylan Schwatt topping out a boulder with 1 second to go on the clock. As you can imagine, I was going a little bit crazy at that moment. Trickier than it looks, this. It requires running right whilst keeping your feet on a slopey hold and jumping at the end. A lot to think about. Incredible speed athlete, of course, winning earlier on this evening. She had to win. She was under pressure to win. And in a sport where one slip can mean the end of your competition, she really held it together. Now, she's having to fight, challenging herself in a discipline that isn't her preferred discipline. Hard for her to keep it together now. She knows everyone's watching. She'll want to get her competition, her bouldering competition, underway. Coming closer every time. 1 minute, 27 seconds to go. Remember, this is not her specialism. She's a speed climbing machine. Such a talented athlete. It's a bit like asking a 100-meter runner to do a marathon. Out she pops to that sloper, reaching for it with both hands. 52 seconds on the clock. Can she reach that zone? You get the feeling if she can just get established on the boulder, she can then start making progress. But every time she attempts that run, it's just knocking her confidence. This combined format, of course, 3 different disciplines, speed, bouldering, and lead, all in one evening at the end of a marathon week of climbing. I mean, we're asking a lot of these athletes. I'd take one look at that schedule and go home if I was them, but they have pressed through. Six seconds to go. It's not going to be enough time. She calls it a day. Good effort. Elena Krasovska. Let's see what she can do out next as the route setters do their business. I'm glad they've moved on from women's one. I was worried for a sec. Here she is. This swing and the jump is what we're looking for, and just not getting the distance on that move. You can see where the rubber has left a mark on that wall. The shoes, bouldering shoes, often downturned and quite soft. The athletes are allowed to pick their own shoes, and they can change shoes throughout the competition. And we have seen athletes changing shoes when they've encountered a slab. Elena. What can she do as she almost makes that sloper stick? And you can just see there really how difficult this move is. Coming in 9th in the bouldering ranking. She's a good climber and she's struggling with that move, so it's not easy. Often these coordination moves, you'll see the athletes just progressing inch by inch, getting better, and then it's in the last minute where they start to put everything together. So hold on tight if you're watching. The sloper is bad, it's poor. And remember, you're flying through the air at the same time as trying to grab that. I mean, it's difficult. This time she stops it and uses the toe to steady herself onto the wall. But now, finding that tiny crimp with the left foot as she brings the right hand under into an underclink. Matches. She's in the zone now. Are we going to see a top on women's 2? But look at the distance between that zone and that top. She's got to work out a way of getting fully stood up on that hold. She presses up, hardly any friction on that volume. creeping her hand up inch by inch. Toe hooking again as she palms into it. The top within sight now for her. She's already got the zone. Taking a moment, 2 minutes on the clock, plenty of time as she comes up with the right and matches it. Fascinating to watch her work that boulder out there. You could see the calculations going through her head. But will quick tops be important? Time will tell. They certainly were on boulder 1. Will it be the same on boulder 2? Hello to everyone at home. We're in Moscow, Russia for the European Champs. Coming up at 6 o'clock here, Russian time. Or Moscow time, I should say. Russia's fairly big, of course. Let's watch a replay of this dyno. Right hand on first, and that left hand just battling for grip as she hooks the right toe. And there, that's the top. Right hand, left hand to match. Kicks the feet back in. Next up, Victoria Meshkova. She is already the bouldering champion here in Moscow, so we're expecting big things from her, which of course, as I've said, means big pressure. Let's see if she can hold it together. Victoria, as she looks out to the sloper, taking her time, steadying herself on the wall. Shoe popping off there, she just readjusts it, putting it back on, not where you want. I love that wide shot, it just shows the scale of this boulder. Victoria, a dot at the bottom of it. So much climbing to go to get to the top. I think a flash on this boulder is going to prove tricky. It's all about getting that toe hook in. And of course, to get the toe hook in, you've really got to fling yourself out right. It's a big dyno, that. And you've got to trust that toe's going to be there for you. Lovely to see everyone joining in. You can see just not working out that right catch. He needs more swing in order to catch it. Seeming to decide something there. You saw her just perhaps thinking about a new beater, a new way of unlocking it. Conditions in the stadium, it's quite warm. Not humid, just a sort of, I mean, I'm in a t-shirt sitting here and I'm in a massive down jacket outside, so it's not cold, and that will make a difference to that sloper. And of course, as the more athletes touch it, yes, they are brushing it, but there's a chance it will get greasier. Victoria Meshkova taking a fall. 1 minute 38 to go. We know the top of this boulder takes time. Even if she unlocks it now, she's going to have to speed through. 1 minute 25. So close this time. She's going to have to hurry onto the wall, though, with 1 minute 20. She looks at the offending hold there with a little wry smile on her face. Claps from the audience, spurring her on in front of her home crowd. Just over a minute to go. .48 seconds. Victoria Meshkova needs a top here in order to keep up. Remember, Elena, she climbed this boulder. It took her a few goes, but she got it done. 30 seconds. Is it enough for the zone? It's not going to be enough yet. Under 30 seconds now. She's going to have to hurry up if she wants to get this done. Choosing to brush that sloper. Victoria Meshkova popping off, starting to panic perhaps as that timer ticks inevitably down. 8 seconds is not going to be enough to climb this boulder. She hurries, she's got one last chance. 5 seconds as the timer ticks down. That's going to be it for her. And that, ladies and gentlemen, blows this competition wide open. Only 3 boulders, remember. Next up is Molly Thompson-Smith from Great Britain. Molly managing 6th place in the speed. Not her specialism, of course, and she is a good boulderer. Mainly known for... That graphic makes me laugh every time it comes up on screen. Is that a Statue of Liberty or something? Molly, taking a moment to brush the hold. That sloper is where it's all coming undone. Remember, we know there's a toe catch here. Does Molly? See fingers strapped up. Can't be bleeding on the wall. It's not allowed. So if you've got soft skin or if you've got a little cut or a flap up, you have to tape it up. I think what's proving tricky here is the amount that the athletes need to swing. Especially when you're first feeling a boulder like this out, you don't want to be flinging yourself at it. And yet, with this climb, you need that swing because you have to get into the toe catch. Just had another attempt there as the camera was up, kind of popping off that first hold. Rankings in boulders. Tops finishing a boulder is ranked the highest. So if you get to the top of it, that's ranked the highest. Zones after that, a zone, you can just see it in that black circle with the white writing saying zone. If you get to that hold, that counts next. Then it's attempts to the top, how many times it took you to get to the top of the boulder. And if we still need to be separated, it goes to attempts to zones. Complicated, I know. I said at the beginning, it's a simple sport with weird, complicated rules. So hopefully I could explain them to you, as much as I know them anyway. And I'm surrounded by experts. If there's anything I don't know, I will get an answer for you. Molly Thompson-Smith with 1 minute 40 seconds to go. She needs more of a swing to make this boulder work. One top so far from Elena Krasowska. See Molly battered and bruised, climbing, taking it out of her. It's now Saturday. These athletes have been going since last Saturday. Some of them climbing almost every day with only one rest day off on Thursday. There are a lot of do not disturb signs on hotel doors. The athletes sleeping in, desperate to get some rest on that Thursday. Molly swinging back and forth now. 50 seconds to go. She needs to unlock this. We have seen a top, remember. Molly just not getting the momentum she needs to get this done at the moment. 30 seconds to go. A zone would help, though, if she can unlock this move. Again, just sliding off. Perhaps those tape fingers not offering enough friction on the sloper. Out she goes. You can see now, trying to get that toe catch, but with 6 seconds to go, she's going to call it a day. Frustration on Molly's face. As she goes back. Remember, all of these athletes dreaming about that Olympic ticket. That's what's on the line. As the route setters prepare the route for the next athlete, who will be Chloe Collier. Score so far, this is for the bouldering, Elena Krasovska, currently winning with 2 tops. The only athlete so far to top boulder 2. And all pretty even after that. Interesting set of bouldering. That first one perhaps slightly too easy, and then this second one, an absolute stopper of a first move. And that's the ranking so far. Expect that to change, though, as we progress through this competition. We'll keep you updated with all the scores. Hello at home if you're watching. Everyone's been getting involved all week in all these competitions. For me, it's been lovely chatting to you guys, calling all the action here in Moscow. People are talking about that fan. Now, the fan is used to sort of dry, cool the fingers. And Chloe is the only athlete I've seen who's taken one out with her so far, as she immediately makes the first move stick with that right toe hook. Now she's got to unlock it, though, finds the undercling. Chloe Collier could definitely count bouldering as one of her expert areas, as she pinches that zone now. Now she's got to do this pressy mantle move, working the feet into a better position. She looks up. Balance key on this section. Will we see a flash from Chloe? That would help her competition. Tries with her left foot back, doesn't work. Tries it again. She's just not finding the right balance as she goes for a toe hook, a heel hook, everything she's trying. As she inches the hands up, falls back. Now she's got the little poppy dino to come, but that left foot needs to stick in order to make this move work. Tiny, tiny hold as she loses it. A thumb, all that's keeping her on, but she's got 2.5 minutes and she knows how to do this now. She reaches up with what looks like a sort of toilet cleaner brush, jumps that down. Frustration from her. I think she would have wanted to top at that point. A few people joining us for the first time, watching climbing for the first time. Hello and welcome if you are. We're at the bouldering round, about halfway through this competition. Lead to go for the women, and of course the men's bouldering coming after the women. We've already seen the speed for the men and the women. That hold's so small, the one she dropped, that you can barely see it on camera. It was only when we zoomed in that we could watch it. Chloe not turning her fan on yet. I cannot tell you the temptation to make a terrible fan joke. I'm really having to resist. I hope you can appreciate that back at home. Chloe, she matches this first hold. 1 minute 19 seconds on the clock. Gets the toe hook again. We know the top, though, takes time, but she has unlocked the sequence. It should go faster. Pinching that hold. Now the pressy mantly thing. She gets her feet up. What method will she use? The toe or the heel? Toe this time as she creeps the left hand up to press against the blue volume. Finding that tiny little hole, digging her thumb into it. She's now got to bump the right foot, which she does. You can see just almost inverting that hand. Now she needs the dyno. Will she have a top with 40 seconds to go? She just makes it work with that left hand. Fantastic work from Chloe. Let's watch that again. We're a fan. She goes up with the left hand, matches it, and slaps it in with the right. Great effort from her, 40 seconds to go. Things are getting interesting here in Moscow. Athletes struggling on boulder 2. We have seen 2 tops.
Чемпионат Европы – это часть олимпийской истории, происходит здесь и сейчас на ваших глазах. Итак, встречаем
Eliška Adamovska, as she comes out. Experienced climber. Just reminding herself of this slab. Let's see how quickly she can work out this toe catch. Live on the BBC, of course, as well as on YouTube. All of us part of something special here, as those 2 Olympic places are on the line here, popping off that. Now she looks down, she's noticed the toe catch, looking, you can literally see the thought process there as her head flicks up and down from the sloper to the volume. 3 minutes on the clock. Big move into the toe for her, this time catching it. You could see her working it out the time before. Makes it stick this time. Matches underneath, and she's going to go out to the pinch, deciding not to pinch it. I have a feeling she might flick it. There it is. And going back to the crimp, interesting. Not so straightforward, this. Using different beta, rocking out on that left foot, creeping up. Face pressing against the wall, desperate to find any kind of purchase, any friction as she inches her way upwards, creeping with the left. Finding that palm and that tiny little crimp. Brushes sweat off. She eyes up the dyno now. Will she make it stick first go? Big slip and a miss from her. With 1:50 to go, it is enough time, but how much energy has she used up in that moment? What a wonderful shot. A little smile as she finds the balancing point. Toe hook to steady herself, and a swing and a miss. 1:24. And she's well into this boulder now. She has time, of course. Face pressed against the wall. Up she comes into that big left palm now. There's that thumb catch or crimp or whatever you want to call it. She uses the thumb immediately and sort of pinches it. Then turns it into a... It's more of a pinch, really, isn't it? Turning the left hand round now. Will she make the dyno work this time? On the worst bit of that slope, but she works her hands over, trying for a more static approach. She makes it stick. 40 seconds to go. Fantastic work. Eliška Adamovska. Remember, you can follow the scores on the IFSC app. It's free to download, and that kind of keeps you updated with what's going on. Chloe Collier, though, at the top of the leaderboard at the moment. Elena Krasovska, second. Eliška Adamovska, third. Just flicking up on my screen. Interestingly, how she made that move work more statically. You can see delighted with her performance there. Meanwhile, coming out on stage, Hannah Moyle from Germany. She joins this arena. There she is, underway, just working out the moves again. Again, that smile on her face. It's so charismatic of her. Changes feet twice to get going, working out the best way to do it. She looks for this pop. A match and a slip for her. You can see the war wounds on so many of these athletes every time the camera comes in. You ever doubted they're giving it everything? Just look at their bodies and the abuse they're having to put them through. Working her feet up now, out to the corner. Pinches that, bumps that right foot. Out with the palm, into that tiny little hold. Hannah Moyle making good progress now. She jumps out, making that look easy. Great effort from her. Hannah Moyle jumping to the top of the leaderboard there, according to my calculations. 2 tops for her. Remember, only 3 boulders in this final. Usually 4 in a final. Things slightly shortened just because of the sheer length of climbing these guys have to do. Stasha Gale out next. Crowd go mental, presumably for the camera. They can be seen on the big screen. Mum, I'm on TV. Out comes Stasha. Final athlete out on women's 2. Eyes a hold, rocking back and forth. Getting the toe catch in there. Now, there was an issue with that towel. The judge stopping her. A shame, because she had unlocked that move. Getting the toe catch in, but that will not count. She's going to have to start it again, this time moving that towel a bit backwards. Her coach and dad watches on. Kicking out that right foot, making it stick easily this time. Left foot on that tiny little crimp you could see. It's barely visible. Taking a moment on those underclings to chalk up as she pinches. Now she's got to do this mantle press. Up she goes. Watch out for that left hand as she stretches it out to the volume. One finger underneath that tiny hold. The MC appreciating it as much as we're appreciating it. She turns it into a pinch for the right hand now. Will she dyno? This is her second attempt of that first one. Didn't count, left hand, right hand. That's good work from her. Her dad just getting involved with the officials there, asking what's going on, trying to find it out. We watch a replay of her successful send. As we move on to boulder 3, the final boulder for the women. Then it'll be the turn of the men. Stasha, bouldering expert. Just some debate being had. I'll let you know if I get an update on that, exactly what was going on. Funny story about that man. He, the bus on the way to the stadium this evening got totally lost, drove around in circles, and he came to the front and rescued us all. Otherwise, we might never have got here. That's our leaderboard so far. Stasha in the lead. Hannah Moyle second. Chloe Collier third as it stands. Leska Adamovska, she's fourth. Elena Zovska in fifth. Molly Thompson-Smith in sixth. Victoria Meshkova in seventh. And Patricia Hujak in eighth. That's the combined results as they stand so far. So you can see it just goes up and down, depending. We can only really tell where everyone's standing at the end of this round. And remember, after this is the men's bouldering. Their turn for 3 boulders. See what they can do. So we watch some more replays. Meanwhile, out on stage, Patricia Hujak, she's out again. So far, a disappointing bouldering round for her as we watch some more replays of that tricky women's two. That sloper causing all types of problems. Big jump needed for this first move. Should suit her power, this. Of course, a speed expert, so having this explosive start might work for her, we'll see. She's got 4 minutes to prove it, 3 minutes 30 left. What can she do with this move? You can see left-right dyno into that pop-up. Another coordination move. No feet, of course. Two minutes 45 on the clock. Her final boulder before we move to the lead event for the women. First, of course, we've got the men's bouldering event. Building up to our finale on that lead wall. Hello back at home if you're watching. I know a lot of you are shouting for individual athletes, but everyone giving support to everyone, which is nice to see. Interesting to see the different styles of these boulders. A lot of people talk about this sort of parkour, jumpy style of boulder that has come into fashion. But the route setters, the group of people that I respect hugely, put so much effort into setting these boulders. And imagine trying to set a group of boulders for a mixed bunch of athletes, trying to put on a good show, not too hard, not too easy. They get a lot of stick, but to my mind, they are artists at what they do. Just trying to work it out. Frustrating for her, 1 minute 20 to go. This is her final boulder and no tops so far. No zones either. She'll be looking to salvage something out of this bouldering round for her. Won the speed round. Taking time as the clock ticks down towards that 1 minute mark. And that airport style sound indicating that. Deep breaths with 30 seconds to go. Getting closer now. Left, right, left. All whilst flying through the air. Not as easy as it looks. Getting closer and closer with every move, but time is going to be her nemesis as that ticks down. She'll have one last go with 4 seconds to go. She leaves the stage. Elena Kozovska next. Being directed the other way. It is important which way the athletes go. There's specific areas kept for isolation because, of course, the athletes to come can't bump into the ones who already climbed it in case they give something away. Strict rules here in Moscow. Victoria Meshkova now, with 4 minutes to go. I've sung this lady's accolades all evening, but she is a double champion. Let's see what she can do with that coordination boulder. And just to give you guys a little update on that Stasha situation, I just got briefed by one of the technical guys here. We saw her flicking that towel up. The judge didn't allow it because he thought that she touched the mat, but in review, she'd actually touched the towel. So she has been given the flash on that boulder. Stasha, appeal upheld. She's been given the flash. Wait to see how that affects the scores in a bit. We'll talk about that again when she comes out. But meanwhile, Victoria Meshkova, she makes that jump work. Now she needs to start pressing up and left. Trying to work out, you can see the chalk ready on that corner, indicating that's where they need to go. Music ramps up. She gets fully involved in that giant volume. Left hand shaking. Hardly anything on that foot. The top looms for her. Up she pops and a big fall down and out left. 2 minutes 28 on the clock. Fascinating stuff this. Let's see if she can put it all together for her next run. Shaking her hands out, that shadow on the wall, so dramatic. She looks around, checking the time, 2 minutes on the clock. Takes a breath as she prepares herself again to fling herself at this move. It will get easier every time she does it. The body remembering what it has to do, muscle memory playing such a big part for these guys. She heel hooks, goes up to the corner with the left. Standing up and hooking the toe, making it look easier now. Now she knows it, but this is the jump that caught her last time. And again, struggling. You can see that dual, looks like a dual texture, I'm not sure. And just comes off. Regardless if it's dual texture or not, it's teeny tiny. And you've got to stand up on it. Not easy. Minute 20 to go. Let's see if Victoria can pull something out of the bag here. Victoria one top so far, missing the top on women's 2. She really needs this to go. Holds the swing nicely. 57 seconds on the clock. Out she comes, heel hooking to get established. Onto that bad foot I was talking about earlier now. Edging with her feet, trying to gain purchase. Now with the left hand. You can see that's how small the margins are. She reaches up, touching the final hold. Of course, you've got to match it. Sorry, Elena. Keep saying Victoria, apologies. I'm getting too excited, keep looking up. Elena Krasovskia waves to the audience. Thanks everyone in the chat. Yes, I did say the wrong name. Apologies, apologies. I'm getting too excited. I'm getting carried away. Elena now using all the pressure through that left foot, you can see, and just missing that top. Gives a big wave. Great effort from her.
Друзья, ну а мы видим сейчас предварительные результаты на большом-большом экране. И встречаем!
That was a turn of Victoria Meshkova. Apologies. I'm getting too carried away in the action to say the right name. Let's see what she can do. She gets established, jumping up and almost going for the wrong hold there. You can see it's a left, right, left move, and she almost went one too many. Almost overdoing that jump. Did you hear that massive whoop from someone? That person's been whooping all week. Champion whooper. Victoria Meshkova. 3 minutes on the clock for her. You and me watching, we know the beater now. She doesn't. And it's all to play for. On this final women's boulder, almost making it work every time, getting closer. Making it stick this time. Great work from Victoria. There's that tiny little yellow foothold, that offending foothold that's been causing so many difficulties. Bumping up with the left into the corner of the hold. Now pressing with that left foot. Toe catch to get herself established. You can see how slopey that hold is. Looks like a jug from some angles. It isn't. Different beater now. She matches that hold. That dual texture surface, of course, no grip on the right-hand side of it. Her thumb almost on the slippy section. Fall from her. You can almost feel that frustration as she sits on the mat. What does she have to do to get this done? Victoria Meshkova looks up with 1 minute 30 to go, a deep breath as she tries to unlock the secrets of this tricky boulder. This women's competition perhaps started easy, but man, has it ramped up. Victoria maxes. She's got 1 minute 13 seconds remaining on that clock. Will she use that beater? Bumps that left foot up, pressing into that nubbin of a hold. She gets a right hand up this time. Now, full body tension. A shout of despair as she plummets towards the mat. 45 seconds for her. She immediately needs to get back on. It does take a while, this boulder. Pops out. You can feel the energy draining away from her. 30 seconds to go. Her final boulder of the evening before the lead. Left, right, left. Makes it stick this time. Bumps out. She needs the left up now. There it is. Slapping, palming, pressing. Hooks that toe under as we see a wide of that boulder. Which method will she use this time? Out with the left. 7 seconds. 5. Just missing as she goes up onto the dual textured hold. Doesn't get into it properly as the timer ticks down. What a performance from Victoria Meshkova. Almost feel like we should give her a top for how much effort she put into that. I check the scores. As it's being updated on the app, Elena Krasovska, she's in first, followed by Stasha Gale. Currently. in the overall. That will change, of course. We're waiting for the graphic for the bouldering to come up. Molly Thompson-Smith, her final boulder of the evening. What can she do? She told me during the main bouldering competition that she didn't like the qualifiers because they were too techie, not physical enough. Well, Molly, you've got your wish with this one. This is a pure, brutal boulder. Should suit her. Time ticking down relentlessly, 3.5 minutes as she makes her first attempt. Looking for this coordination jump. Three minutes on the clock, just over. Arm plastered up, got to stop the bleeding, can't go out. Bleeding on the wall. Matches this first hold. If she can get established, this should be her kind of a boulder, but she's just struggling with that right hand now on that slopey hold. What a boulder to finish on. Are you guys enjoying it back at home? I know I am. Hard to guess the grade of something like this, of course. I'm sure you guys can, or will, in the chat. Welcome to everybody watching from all around the world. We are in Moscow for the European Championships, watching Molly Thompson-Smith on women's boulder 3. Two minutes, 11 seconds. Getting closer now, starting to unlock the sequence. She falls back onto the brush. Molly being given encouragement from the crowd. Closer, every time closer. Just a little head shake there of frustration. Pops up now. So close, but is she going to have enough time to unlock the top of this boulder, even if she gets his bottom bit? That's our coach, Tom Greenall, as he watches on. All week, he's been behind his athletes. Molly with 1 minute, 11 seconds to go. A lot of support from everyone. There's Molly with a minute to go. What can she do now? Can she unlock this sequence? It's a dynamic move. Throwing herself time and time against the wall. This is the problem with this 4 minutes. It's not enough time to rest and climb. 30 seconds on the clock. Her heart will be thumping in her chest as it ticks down. Ten seconds to go. It's the time for one last jump for Molly. Will she make the zone? I think she's going to call it a day. Great effort from her, certainly not through lack of trying as she walks off. Back to another isolation area for a rest before the lead. Looks up. Head shake. Molly with a frustrating boulder final for her. Chloe Collier, she's out next from Belgium. 4 athletes to go, including her. That's our leaderboard at the moment. Elena Krasovsky in first, Stashik Gale second, Hannah Moyle third, Chloe Collier fourth. Neska Adamovska 5th, Victoria Meshkova 6th, Molly Thompson-Smith 7th, Patricia Hujak in 8th. And that's the combined rankings so far. As you can see, Elena's score at the top, 4th in the speed, times by 1st in the boulder currently is 4 points. Remember, I say currently because we have athletes to go on this bouldering final. Chloe, again, a lover of these physical boulders. See how quickly she can work out this jump move. Getting pretty close that time to sticking it. Just gauging how much energy she needs to put into the jump, how far he needs to go. You can't really see it on screen, but it is hidden, that hold from the starting hold. You're flinging for it blind. Big, deep breath from her. Chloe now. She matches that undercling out to the big volume. Into the heel hook, making short work of this with 2 minutes 21 seconds on the clock. Remember how bad that left foot is, and she can see shaking. She presses the rubber of her shoes into that, desperate for purchase. Thinking about a match, but it is dual texture. There's no grip on it. Up she pops with the right hand. 2 minutes on the clock. Hard boulder this to finish things off, especially when the athletes are fatigued, which they are. A lot of people at home shouting for the top. What can they do? Chloe unlocking all the moves early. Now it's a case of putting together as she catches the swing with her left hand. Takes a moment to pause and chalk up. These next moves require so much physicality. It's a full body press move. Everything screaming it as you rock up. Looking up, almost trying to do it statically, leaning back with the right. She's got to pop into it. Chloe's got 50 seconds. It should be enough time, but that final move proving problematic. .30 seconds to go. Will it be enough time? Chloe, 1, 2, 3, drops it again. Before she started, I think I would have put money on her getting this done, but she is now struggling. Sticks the swing. She's got 20 seconds. Full body press coming up as she hooks with the heel, standing up on the little yellow. Rushing now with 13 seconds to go. Drama here as she latches the hold and takes a huge fall down to the ground. Hopefully she's not hurt as she takes a moment to compose herself. She's still down at the moment. Now she's up on her feet. I think more frustration than pain, hopefully, for Chloe, but a monster fall to finish things up. I'm taking a deep breath here in the commentary box. That was a moment that every climber dreads. Big swinging out. Look at that catch with the left hand. She was rushing at this point. She knew the clock was ticking down, perhaps. And you can see that fall with the foot just flicking onto the wall. And then, yeah, that reaction explains it all, really. Nasty looking fall for her. Landing on her hip on that mat. Well padded, of course, but still from that high up the wall. Okay, we've still got 2 athletes to go here. 3 athletes to go. Liska Adamovska, what can she do? Up she comes with a 1, 2, 3. We know that's the move now. She's still got to work it out, start to judge the distances. Hands back, you can see her left shoulder taped up. Not necessarily an injury, probably just a prevention. Frustration on her face. Getting close, but not managing to stick that left hand. It's hard to see exactly what that holds like from here. Strapping on a chalk bag now. Could be an indication that she thinks she's going to send this move. She'll need to chalk up if she does. Liska Adamovska, what can she do? Left hand, she does stick it. Gets in a knee bar rest. Clever climbing. Pressing it in, another heel. Pressing with that left foot. Is she going to nail this top now? We've seen a nasty fall already from the top. Big move, big pop. And pirouetting down to the ground. Yeah, the coaches, they know what that move involves. As do you at home. I'm starting to sort of look through my fingers every time an athlete gets up there. Liska Adamovska shakes her hands up. She's got a minute on the clock. Suddenly, the tension in this women's bouldering final steps up to another level. Matches, speeding now with 55 seconds to go. She's got time, she shouldn't rush. Full body press coming up. Left foot pressing on that hold, 45 seconds. Looks for the foot swap, decides against it, toe instead. And just pops off that foot. That camera angle proving useful for a moment there, as we see that. Down she comes, frustration. Can't believe that she hasn't sent this yet. Throwing herself at the wall. Again peeling off, 17 seconds. I think she's calling it a day. She is trying to keep her emotions in check. Applauded as she leaves the arena. And you can see that is what it means. That's what this competition is all about. When you have 4 years to wait between Olympics. Hannah Moyle, she's next out. What a final. Hannah Moyle, 19. Great final crescendo to this competition. Hannah Moyle, 1, 2, 3. Quickly working that move out. Taking a moment to compose herself. Chalking up, 2 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. That final move, all important. Shaking it out, 2 minutes on the clock. What can she do? Blows the hair out of her eyes. She's got time. There's her teammates. Team Germany supporting her. Matches that first hold. Goes out for the big move. Looks like she's still got something in the tank to give here. Brushing that hold, getting ready. 1 minute 20 on the clock. I'd love to see this move get done. I don't know about you guys back at home. .58 seconds, holding her shoulders. And it is one of those moves where if you catch it wrong, you are almost ripping that shoulder as you swing away from the wall. Goes for the double dyno that time, missing that left hold. Again, we see how frustrating this boulder is. All the athletes getting to this stage in the competition and not quite believing that they haven't sent it. They know the beater. Hannah Moyle. 22 seconds remaining. .15 seconds on the clock now. I don't think it's going to be enough time to top this. Looks back, 8 seconds. Just giving it a go anyway, not stopping. Spins, hands up, she's done for the day. Right. I've got some news on Stasha. During all of that, I was being briefed by the technical team. So, I said to you that Stasha's appeal had been rejected, so the judge said that she touched the mat. It was decided that she didn't. She touched the towel, so she got given the flash. However, in another flip of events, it's now been decided that she was moving on the first boulder, so she wasn't static, so it's been re-reverted back to her second go. So, initially, she was told to come down. That was rejected, and then a new infringement has been called up. Anyway, Stasha's out now. And just to whet your excitement, Janne Kruder has just entered the commentary box. He's going to be joining me in a couple of minutes for the men. I know you guys are excited for that. As Stasha looks up. Dramatic dismount there for Stasha. So yeah, a bit of confusion going on in the stream. That's what I was told. So initially, She was told to come down from the wall because she touched the mat. That was then changed because it was decided she touched the towel instead. But then she was not static at the beginning. You have to be static and in control as she is there. So it was taken away again. Drama from a technical department. But anyway, we're on boulder 3 now. As she goes into this press, will Stasha be the one to unlock this boulder? Big fall from her. Bangs her hand, shakes that out. Two minutes, 48 seconds to go. Our final athlete out on the stage. Two minutes 30. Let's see if she can unlock this. We know she's good at this physicality, but there's a big move as she holds the swing this time. Remember how bad that left foot is. We've seen so many camera angles of it as she gets the knee bar in, bumps up the left hand, unleashes the foot, presses with the left foot onto that tiny little hold. We know how tenuous that move is. Right hand up, coming down again. That was close. Deciding to match. She's got to match that final hold somehow. And remember how bad that left foot is. Will she be able to stand on it? And there it is, the pop. Taking off her shoe. Is she going to swap shoes? Is she doing it barefooted? No. I thought for a second there she was about to go 1 foot on. Changing feet, you could see perhaps not the prettiest shot in the world, but an idea of what these athletes put their bodies through. Toes scrunched into those shoes, taped up. Bangs her hands. Got to get angry now. We know Stasha gets better when she's angry. Scary looking foot pop there. She's got a minute left to get this done. Throws down the bouldering mat, bouldering brush. Here she goes, one more attempt. Up with the left, makes it stick, chalking up as she swings to save time. Up with the right, up with the left. Right hand under, bumps it with that knee press in. Now the left hand, now the right toe hook. "25 seconds to go. Will that left foot stick? So close as she goes up dynamically. And a huge round of applause. I think that's it for Stasha. She waves to the crowd. That's her bouldering round done. What a round. We watch a replay there of Stasha. Heroics from her. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the commentary box, Mr. Jerne Kruder. Jerne, what a competition so far.
Interesting, as always.
Jerne Kruder is going to be with me for at least some of the men. He's joining me, he's been supporting. Jerne, as we see hugs all round, tell me about the emotion that goes on. I mean, you've been competing all week. It's a high-stakes environment.
Yeah, emotions go really hard, especially today, because I think it's the most important day of the competition, of course. So I bet climbers are going through many things at the moment, and you know, in bouldering, you finish with bouldering, and here you never know what to expect in next moment. So
absolutely, that's our leaderboard from the bouldering. Stasha on top. All to play for, of course. Remember, there are 3 disciplines available here. As we look at the overall, Stasha will go in to the final lead round in the lead at the moment with 3 points. 3rd in the speed, 1st in the bouldering. 3 times 1 is 3. Quick maths. Hujiak, 1st and 8th. So it just shows, even though she didn't manage any tops, she has done enough for 2nd place at the moment. Shows how important it is to win an event. All could change in that lead, though. But it's time for the men. Jörne, you've had a look at these boulders for the men. What do you think of them?
They look interesting, for sure more interesting than the qualification round, like more bouldery style. But anyway, it's still hard to predict how the actual moves are attended. So yeah, can't wait to see the climbers on them.
Absolutely, as we watch a replay of the women's round. All done now, everything decided, 3 boulders climbed. We're going to have a little pause and we'll be back with you in a second for the men's. Right, that is men's boulder 1. I was just chatting to Jörne about it, how to do it as Marcin Dienski comes out. Jörne, you were saying how you still haven't quite worked out how this one might go.
Yeah, it looks quite difficult, hard to read. I mean, of course, I have some visions of how to try it, but let climbers show it.
Yeah, let's work it out as Marcin comes up. More of a speed specialist, of course, but he's going to be once giving it everything on this wall.
Yeah, the round looks pretty dynamic, so you never know. Maybe he gets a chance to actually show something, even though yeah, it's gonna be hard for everyone, not just for him, I suppose.
Yeah, he is a speed specialist, but if he can just get up, if he manages to get 7th or even 6th, it's going to help his score so much. Of course, winning that earlier speed round. Hello to everyone back at home. We've just watched the women climb the bouldering round. We've already seen the speed for the women and the men. Now it's time for the men. And then later on this evening, we get a bit of a break. And it's time for the lead climbing competition. It is a long one here, but thank you for sticking with me. Remember those Olympic places up for grabs. And Jörne is going up and trying to catch it with the left and the right there. Not a lot to hold on to.
Yeah, actually, from this perspective, I finally see how the volumes are set. So I see there is a slot between the volumes, and yeah, first I thought you just like go with the paw on the volumes, but now I see there is a small chip inside, so I think you go like guessed on both hands.
Yeah, it's not really a press. It does look like a press from here, doesn't it? But there is enough on that.
But yeah, there was a moment when you could see on the third left volume there is a small screw hole. So yeah, I think that now it makes it more reasonable how to do the move.
Your reasonable is my impossible, but I respect you. There's that zone hold you can see. Could be all important if things are close. Martin, this move should, I mean, he's a speed climber expert. He's got the power in his legs to make this jump work.
Yeah, I think if he finds this safe point, like the good balance, it's not so much about physics anymore. So I think, yeah, for a speed climber, it's quite hard to control that, you know, to be calm at certain moment. But yeah, nothing is impossible. So let's cheer for him, huh?
Yeah, it's a good point, that, because, yeah, he might have the explosive power, but then, you know, once you've got through the explosive bit, you've still got to hold on to the hold, and that's what can be tricky for him. 1 minute to go, though. Remember, 3 boulders, not 4, as per usual. 3 for this combination. He's just slipping off that, isn't he?
Yeah, now it looks like it's also possible this way. But as we all know, there's always a chance to do moves differently, as we could see in previous rounds. But yeah, we'll see with other climbers what's the easiest way of doing it.
So my name's Matt. I'm here with Jerne Kruder, just not making this finals today, which is devastating for him, but great for me, because I get to have him with me, talking it through. Jerne, of course, crowned the boulder champion the other day. Jerne, has that sunk in yet?
Oh, he's stuck it.
Fun, yeah,
Cool.
forget that. Look at that. Martin, as he matches, he's got 18 seconds to get that zone. This could prove crucial for him.
Yeah, I hope he finds the way to... shame.
Just coming off, but good effort from him. I'm sure we're going to see that boulder tumble soon. So yeah, Jerne, you're boulder champion here in Moscow. That was a very special moment for everyone watching. How do you feel now, a couple of days later?
Yeah, I mean, I'm quite sad because I couldn't qualify for today's finals. So all the happiness from the days before just somehow faded. But anyway, I think after I come home, through the competition, there will be time for a celebration again.
Absolutely. It's great to see you back on the top of the podium.
Thank you.
And that's our combined leaderboard. Of course, that is going to change a lot so far. Yuval Shemela struggled a little bit in the speed, but he is a good boulderer from Team Israel. And look at that aggression on his face. He loves to get himself pumped up. Let's see how he does this dynamic move.
Ah, cool.
Big move up and a big press.
So few different methods.
Out with the right now. Misses that zone.
So good not to get it.
There's the top.
But if he feels super comfortable, then maybe it's not even a bad idea.
Huge
no, I'm not sure if he
streak.
got the bonus. The zone, I'm sorry. But yeah, we'll see what happens. But yeah, from my perspective, sometimes, you know, when you're all in, you even forget about it and just you're focused on the top, which I don't think it's a bad choice. But yeah, sometimes you know, reading the upper method after the zone, yeah, it can be like difficult, whatever.
Yeah, you can see that foot he popped off, kind of blocked by the white hold, making it a very small little edge. As Yuval.
Yeah, it's quite of a psychological thing, you know. If they would put, let's say, pretty similar foothold there, a bit smaller, but without blocking dual texture hold, things would be like mentally quite easier for the athletes. But now, like, it's because I'm also a root setter from time to time. I know that people are like get afraid and more stressed when they see a dual texture holds, and this is how you can control, like, you can split places with such things. It's a good thing if you ask me.
Yeah, you can see they're digging that toe into that hold. They're not getting much purchase on it so far.
Yeah.
There's the zone. As he just brushes that hold out of shot. Yeah, Nate, on a competition like this, you've done a few combines. How do you keep that energy going throughout the evening? Because you have to pace yourself, surely. You can't just throw yourself at every boulder.
Well, you have to. I mean, we're professional climbers. That's what we do. It's our job. So we dedicate all our lives for climbing. At least, I don't know, most of us. So for me, it's okay just to be there, knowing that you're about to climb. And I don't think it's hard to find the motivation to get back on the wall.
At this point as well, we're on Saturday. This is the final evening of this competition, so you might as well just go for it. You're not going to do any more climbing for a bit, are you?
Exactly, exactly.
Well, you might, but you're a special kind of climber.
Yeah, let's not talk about me now.
Yuval Shemler going up, pressing into that wall. There's the zone as he moves that right foot out, digging that toe in as he rocks up.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he got the zone. He was asking the judge if they gave it to him.
He'll get it if he tops it.
I don't think it doesn't matter anymore. Huh?
Yeah, he's topped it and he will get given that zone.
Cool.
Good job from him. Team Israel been supporting all the way along. A big round of applause for him. 2 done. Interesting boulder so far. Yeah, and a few questions asking about that sort of, if you're a speed specialist, how much of a disadvantage that happens to come into a boulder competition, and same if you're a boulder specialist.
It's hard for me to say for speed climbers because I'm not a speed climber, obviously. So yeah, of course we struggle, but I would say it's the easiest for us because we know what to do. You know, we know what to train. We have this speed wall, and nothing changes there except progressing in like physical form, you know. But I'm pretty sure for speed climbers it's quite hard because they have to catch up with 2 really different disciplines. But as we've seen already with some other climbers, they also catch up quite fast. But yeah, for sure we have an advantage as boulderers or lead climbers.
Nikolai Yaryovets, as he unleashes himself on this boulder number 1. The men have been waiting patiently backstage, keeping themselves warm. Most athletes choosing not to use that zone immediately, and he just pops the foot off.
I'm wondering what they were trying to do with that zone hold, because as it looks from here, it's also a dual texture hold, so I'm pretty sure it doesn't like give you much help. But it kind of reminds you that you're halfway there, and it would be good to try to use it somehow just to secure that zone.
Absolutely, as Nikolai Yaryovets looks up. He's got 2 minutes 50 seconds on the clock, loads of time left. You can hear the support from this Russian audience as he presses into that wall. Delicately puts that toe out, and there's so little to go on there. Blocked by the root setters to make it even harder as he presses his way up the wall. Such a shouldery move, and again, just losing that foot.
That's the mental thing I was saying before. Yeah, it really plays with your mind when you see that the foothold is actually good enough, but then the front of the tip of the climbing shoe is like moving a little bit. Which doesn't mean that it doesn't hold, but for your mind, it's for sure pretty frustrating. And I think the root setters achieved for what they wanted.
Yeah, they'll be happy as Nikolai goes up again, making that jump look pretty easy as he works his feet across that surface, using very similar beats. This is the press, this mantly move Yone is talking about. Bumps the hand. You've got to keep pressure on your feet, though, or you will lose them. Now the left foot comes up as he eyes the top. The crowd going absolutely crazy in the stadium as he finds that left, pressing ever closer. Out right to the crimp and just misses it. Yeah, he almost went too far there.
Yeah, I think it was a bit hard for him because his body was pretty close to the wall and he couldn't really see the top hold. And then there is this moment where you have to go all in, and I think he had this moment of insecurity and that's why he fell, unfortunately.
Yeah, drama with 52 seconds to go. Takes a deep breath out. One of those moves that does take it out of you. There's so much of your body doing stuff, that pressing, really big muscle groups.
Yeah, for sure Russians are strong enough for this kind of stuff.
Yeah, some big physical boys out there. As again, he brings his feet through. Again, he does this move. 23 seconds to go. Looking smoother, though. Out he presses, upgrading the left, twisting it in. He's got 9 seconds to make this work. He came close before.
Nah.
And again, a foot.
Again, this moment of insecurity, you know, because now he looked super solid.
Yeah, wonderful.
Yeah, shame for him.
Yeah, it's a shame. So close, and great camera angle to show how close he came. Watch his right foot here. He just bobbles off, pops as he makes the move. Palming down. I thought he was going to do it, and there, just the foot pop sliding down. No purchase for him. 3 athletes done. 5 to go. Alexei Rupstov is out next. Yeah, you must have competed against Alexei for a while. What kind of an athlete is he? What kind of a competitor is he?
Since 2009, as I remember. Maybe even before, but I remember him winning the World Championship in 2009. And yeah, he was a beast ever since.
Yeah, an athlete with true pedigree, and it's been great to see him kind of back to this top level. Alexei, big boost up, making that look easy. Pressing out there, touches the zone.
Okay, he decided to choose a bit different way.
Alexei pressing as he eyes the top of the hold.
Nah.
And again, a foot pop or a slip.
Actually looked quite okay, but still he left his feet way too low. I'm not saying it's impossible, but for his strength and flexibility, I think he still should go for the attended Vita. But I think he realized that now, so let's hope he finds the right way now.
Yeah, part of this process is just working out the boulders. They've only got 4 minutes, and it is on site. Sometimes it's easy to sit at home and sort of shout things at the TV and be like, that's so obvious, but when you're out there...
Yeah, it's not as easy as it looks. And even for me, it's quite hard to understand sometimes, you know, when you're not out there competing, but when you're watching from the crowd, and when you see few guys doing it, and you're like, oh, why the other one didn't do it that way? But you know, when you're competing, you know nothing about it. You're there for the first time. You have some visions in your head how you're gonna do it, and then at the end you realize it's not how it's supposed to be. And yeah, I'm telling you, even if the boulder is like super easy, can be a really big pain in the ass for you if you misread it.
Absolutely, he gets the left foot up. We saw him move before.
Good. I hope he doesn't rush too much.
Yeah, he's taking his time. Eyes up this hold now. Will he top this boulder? Upgrades the left foot, gets the top. Now he's got to match it, and he does.
Cool.
And
yeah, he used his finger strengths on this one, which yeah, I think he should do, because he's super strong in that kind of climbing.
Yeah, absolute warrior. Yeah. Look at that smile from his face. Not a man who necessarily shows emotion all the time, but when he does,
Alexei is a special person to me. Like, as I said before, I know him for quite a while, and actually, he changed a bit. He was like super serious in the beginning, and now I'm super happy to see him smiling from time to time. And he makes jokes. I've never seen him making or doing any jokes with me, and yeah, he was rather serious.
Yeah, when he smiles, his whole face lights up, and it's lovely to see it. Sergei Luchetsky, he's out next. As we look at our leaderboard so far, Alexei Rubtsov with 1 top in 3 attempts. Yuval Shemela also a top, but more attempts to zones, I think that was. It flicked away before I could just confirm that. And that's the overall ranking. Hard to know halfway through a bouldering event, but that's what is going on right now. I was just getting confirmation of the rule here, by the way. We've seen a lot of athletes not choosing to use that zone. If they don't choose to use it, it's fine. If they top out, they do get it. But if they don't top out and they haven't used it, they don't get the zone. So it's a bit of a tricky one for them, that one.
Yeah, here it's a bit strange also for wow.
Sergei.
Another Russian machine, huh?
Yeah, total machine. 3 minutes left on the clock. He made that one look easy.
So what I was trying to say is also I am confused, so I'm not wondering how judges are dealing with this kind of situation, because I still think this hold is a dual texture one, and it's almost impossible to put any weight on it, and there we might see some complaints about that later.
We shall see. Always,
hopefully not.
Always something to debate in climbing is what makes it so great.
Yeah, it's a delicate situation, but I also understand route setters, because this zone hold, it's right somewhere in the middle. So if they would mark it one higher, it would be already like second to last move, and I don't think that would be too fair. And yeah, in this case, this boulder is like quite short, so they had to came up with something like this zone hold.
Right, let's see what Sasha Lehmann can do with this boulder. Big pop for him up here. Makes it look pretty easily. Pressing. Big shoulders on that man.
Yeah, guys look solid on this one.
Touches the zone just to make sure he gets it. Right for that. Oh, 2 fingers on that one.
Yeah, he's being a bit short on this one, so maybe in this case he should bring up his right foot a bit faster. But as we said it for a million times already, you never know what works for somebody, and it wouldn't be nice of me to say that this is impossible for him.
Yeah, every athlete having to work with their own body, some tall, some short. Doesn't really make a difference. It just alters perhaps how you approach a boulder. And as you said, Sasha at full stretch on that move might make it a bit more difficult for him, as he just takes a moment to compose himself with 2 minutes 44 seconds to go. Shakes out his hands.
Yeah, hopefully he got an idea how he's gonna solve this part of the boulder. So hopefully he finds the way.
Yeah, presses out. Has he worked out the beaten out?
So still not going on with the right foot.
Yeah, that slab, it's deceptive, I think, on camera, because it is slopey. It's very, very hard to stand on that thing. As you can see, that's
for sure
the one he's scrubbing. Ian, how do you stand on that thing? Is it just a case of getting as much rubber as possible on the surface?
Yeah, honestly, I really love this kind of problems. It's you try to put as much friction as you can on those holds, and at the end you try to stretch your legs so that your knee is not bent. And yeah, and then it depends on the boulder, right?
Oh, wow! Sorry, 2 fingers there outright. Yeah. I think height is playing a bit of a factor here, because you can see he's almost at full stretch on that move.
Yeah, in this case, again, I would say for him it would be much better if he could bring up that right foot, but easy as it's said, huh? I think it's also a problem for him to get it up. Because I think when he was in that situation, he was already thinking that this might be a solution. And I guess it was also hard for him to even try to reach it with the right foot. So, yeah, we'll see. Maybe he tries it, or maybe he just couldn't figure it out.
Yeah, whatever he does, he hasn't got long. He's got a minute on the clock here. Let's see what beater he chooses.
Yeah, nothing is done.
No, it's all to play for. Now, working his feet up. Is he going to do this? Just pops his feet before he can do anything.
As we can see, he also doesn't feel too secure on this kind of volumes. Yeah, for sure the height is not on his side, but yeah, let's hope he finds the way.
Yeah, there's definitely more to it than that. He's got 30 seconds to try to make this work, Sasha Lehmann. Up he comes, pressing into the top of that dual textured wooden hold. Not much purchase going on, and again losing that feet. 17 seconds, I think he might be calling it a day here. No, he's having one more go. Chalks up.
Not sure if he got the zone hold, so yeah, it's worth fighting for this one. I think,
Again, losing the feet. Sasha shakes his head, disappointment from him. But relentlessly, this competition ticks on, and we have another athlete about on stage. Sasha, he so wants that Olympic place, doesn't he?
Yeah, for sure, he's an athlete who deserves it. And for sure, this was not the best 4 minutes for him. But still, it's his discipline on the menu for tonight, and I hope he shows his best there, and I'm pretty sure he will.
Absolutely, the lead to come. William Bosey of Great Britain, out he comes, 21. He is a good boulderer. He's known perhaps more for his sort of lead speciality, but Willie's an all-rounder. He climbs speed very quickly, and he's an 8C boulderer. I mean, he's got some pedigree behind him.
And we've seen him in the finals in lead as well, so he has a quality for Olympic climber for sure.
Yeah, let's see what Will can do as he pulls on, gets things started. Big swing and a jump, presses into the top and just loses that. Frustrated with himself.
Yeah, as we can see, the move is not extremely hard, but yeah, you need to be pretty precise for this first move. Otherwise, you're back on the ground pretty fast.
Yeah, absolutely. Precision is the right word, Jörne. There's his coach. Probably more nervous than Will is right now. Stamps his feet on the mat. It is a long way, this. Takes a little swing. Checks the slab again. Up he comes, and again just drops it. Jörne, you can see him getting frustrated. How difficult is it just to sort of put frustration to one side and concentrate on the next move?
Yeah, this is, if you ask me, something that you cannot control. It's more or less about the experience, you know, and sometimes you feel okay, sometimes you feel okay and it doesn't work well. So it's hard to control these kind of feelings. But yeah, in my opinion, still it's the best thing is to just relax your mind or not to think about anything. And I think he did, or he found a pretty similar mindset at the moment. So he forgot all about the frustrations he had in first two tries, and now he's up there.
Yeah, Will Bosey making it work, touching the zone as he tries to find the feet. He really needs a top here. Pressing.
Flat there. Yeah.
You can see the angle of his left foot. Check that out. I mean, it's almost vertical, that thing. It's so little grip.
You try to get as much as surface from your climbing shoe as you can. So here we see he does it well, but unfortunately it's not enough to stand right there.
Yeah,
all the body composition.
I think we can lip read his frustration there with a minute and a half to go. He's struggling on this men's one. He would have wanted to come out with a bang. He has done well. Reaches up to brush the hold. Minute 19 seconds on the clock on men's one. This techie boulder, all the athletes using all their time.
It's interesting. I like this kind of boulders, so it's like it's not too obvious that just everybody would flash it, and it's not too hard. I think Ruud Setter did pretty good job on this one.
Yeah, it has been fun so far. We've seen some tops, we've seen some falls. Will Bosey, he's got under a minute to get this done though. Checks the time, blows in his fingers, cleans his feet. Hypes himself up. 41 seconds. Trying to time this perfectly. Big fall for Will. He's going to have to get back on quickly, which he does immediately back on the wall. Barely taking time to chalk up. Misses it again, almost head plants the wall on the way down, bangs the slab. So much emotion going on here.
Yeah, he's done. Yeah, this is when you realize that the first move is still hard, and then you just keep on trying because you know you already did it before, and but you know it's not easy for you, so then it gets frustrating.
Yeah, Will heads out, saving a bit. 2 more boulders to come, of course. And we're waiting for Alex Kazanov to come out onto the mats. We just pause here. Alex is waiting behind that screen door on the left-hand side. You can't really see the audience. He'll be back there preparing himself mentally, shaking his hands out. And there he is. Qualified in 8th place for this final and was absolutely over the moon.
Yeah, he had a good run yesterday. He deserved that place in the finals.
Yeah, he did. As he gets started in his bouldering final, making that first move look easy.
Yeah, going solid. He knows what to do.
Yeah, pressing. Watch that left foot, though. That's the one that's been problematic as he touches the zone and then gets the left foot up. Fantastic
Cool.
so far from Alex.
At least here we can say he deserved the zone hold.
Absolutely. 1 move to go as he uses the zone.
Wow. Super
And
solid.
Honestly makes that look
Super
easy.
solid.
What was the problem the other day? I mean, it's flashable apparently.
Apparently it is, but it's cool. As I said, you know, they get different results. So, how many tops did you get here? Like 5, if I'm correct.
In what?
In this bowler.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember back. Seems like so much has happened. 3 tops? We'll get confirmation
4.
of that. 4 tops. 4 tops. There we go. Alex Kazanov, what a flash from him. Just when we thought we'd sort of seen everything on that boulder, he turns out that it's totally different and absolutely cruises it.
Yeah.
Boulder number 2, as our attention flips to the other side of the arena. Now, as we just watched some replays, Alex Kazanov, some passion being displayed there. As we're going to hopefully see a leaderboard. There is our leaderboard. 3 tops. Sorry, 4 tops.
4 tops.
4 tops. I need glasses. Alex Kazanov, though, smashing into the lead with a flash on that boulder number 1. Sergei Luchetsky, 2nd. Alexei Rubtsov in 3rd. 1 done, 3 to go. And again, that's the current combined points. We'll check back on that at the end of the competition where it will all make more sense. What an evening of climbing this really is. Like, it's interesting for me. This is the first time I've commentated on one of these events, and there's so much that goes on during it. I mean, we get a bit of everything.
And it's so hard to calculate, huh?
Yeah.
Like, every try, every discipline, something changes, and it's really so hard to predict.
Yeah.
And usually I just, like, through all these events that we had for Olympics, I try to not to calculate, just be there and watch the comp going on.
Yeah, absolutely. Hard to work it out, but we'll be bringing you all the updates as we can. Just watch a little replay of some of the action there. In a minute, we'll be seeing boulder number 2, which we'll chat about when we have it on screen. But Alexei there with his top. Top and a smile and a wave. Sergei. I still can't get over that Alex Kazanov flash.
Yeah,
Unbelievable.
super solid. Yeah, I think that's where he puts all his hopes in. Unfortunately, he wasn't too good in speed.
Yeah.
So he really needs to go all in on this discipline.
Exactly, that's his specialism as he tops. Right, meanwhile, this is men's boulder 2. Martin Zienski, he's up next, 27 years of age. He is a speed climber, remember. But if he can pull something out of the bag, it will be pretty magical. Big dyno to start with. She catches with one hand. Yeah, no, would you immediately bring that other hand in, or do you think it's a double dyno or one-handed catch? I mean, what's going on with that?
Good question. yeah, everything happens so fast. So I think for sure I would go one hand and then try to match it as soon as possible if I would see it's impossible to hold it one hand. But yeah, sometimes you just have to take a risk in bouldering. You know, it's nothing is super certain before you try it. So yeah, maybe you have to throw away one try just to see what's going on sometimes.
Yeah, exactly. Wise words from Jerne. This is Jerne Kruder next to me. If you don't recognize his voice, double dyno out there. And then that volume beckons for a foot to karate kick out to. Maybe.
Yeah, for sure they were trying to kick the right foot on the volume. Otherwise, yeah, you also need it afterwards for sure, but I'm pretty sure you have to kill the swing with that volume there. So meaning you have to get a bit higher up on the orange one, and that you have time to compensate the movement to the right. So
yeah,
I think it's gonna be a bit easier to see later with the bouldering guys how it's meant to be.
Yeah, exactly. It's a good chance for us to start working out this boulder, but Martin, definitely a speed expert more than anything. But giving it everything, as has every athlete during this competition. Almost holding it that time. If you can just kick that right foot out to stop the swing, you might be able to stop it. A lot of jumpy moves in this.
Yeah, also the third one looks quite jumpy, so we have a pretty jumpy round today, at least for the men, and also for the girls, except the first one. At least it's interesting to watch, right?
Yeah, it's certainly spectacular. The debate will endlessly rage on about whether it's proper climbing or what it is, but it's been pretty cool watching the athletes throw themselves at the wall. 1 minute, 13 seconds on the clock. Hope you guys at home are good, sticking with us. Just laughing with Jerne there. I've just been handed my negative COVID test, so I can fly home. Fantastic news. But to a serious point, though, we are in this time of COVID, and everything's being worked on to make everyone as safe as possible. Athletes, judges, even people like me, chatting for a living. So, 10 seconds to go. One last chance to throw himself at the wall. I don't think it's going to be enough for Martin Dienski. He waves. Of course, winning in the speed competition, which he had to do, really. A slip would have been...
He was super solid on it.
Ah, so fast. Almost a world record for him. Close, anyway.
I don't know, he's a really good speed climber. Even in the European Championships, this time in speed, he was like almost unbeatable. In every round, he went under 6 seconds, and that's so impressive.
We were chatting earlier, actually, about boulderers and league clubbers having to try speed climbing. Did it give you a sort of a fresh perspective on speed climbers? I mean, you've obviously been around them competing, but to try it yourself, did it make you see the sport in a different light?
Not really. I mean, yeah, of course, it's a different sport for me because the approach is totally different. You always do the same thing, but at the end, it's still climbing. You know, you need to know how to hold the hold. You need to know how to use your feet and everything. So it's fun. It's fun for sure. But at the end, not as fun as bouldering or lead. For me, at least.
Yeah, absolutely. Every athlete having their favoritism. Favoritism, is that the word? I don't know. I've been talking for ages. Who knows? Anyway, Yuval Shemela. He managed to make that karate kick thing stick that time. Wow,
yeah,
that's a sentence.
It looks solid. I mean, I guess now we pretty much know what the root setters were meant with this dyno. And yeah, it looks quite obvious. You need to go two hands.
Yeah, two hands right foot
okay.
out. Oh, interesting.
Now, when I saw him doing that, I got a new like method how I would try it, but.
All right, what would you do? Come on, if you were out there right now, would you go up so you would throw yourself off that orange hold and catch yourself?
I would try to continue on to the black volume, and once I would catch it, I'll try to stop the swing with the left triceps on the orange one. But they're just the idea of how could it work. But yeah, as I said, now that I saw him doing it, looks kind of like logical, but once you're there trying it on your own, it's a totally different thing.
Yuval Shemela now swings out, catches it. For a second, it looked like he managed to make that stick. What a shouldery move that is.
But something it gets naturally, you know. You see, you cannot hold the first hold, and you're trying to find different solutions. And yeah, as I said, it comes naturally, and you just try to keep on going during the swing. And in this case, it looks quite obvious now that this is the attended beta.
Yeah, but it is a physical move, especially at this stage of the competition. Yuval Shemela expects more power screens from him as he attempts to make that move work. It's our auditorium. Yuval Shemela from Israel. He's got 1 minute and 24 seconds. He knows the beater now, or he knows his beater for sure. Big jump out and a catch. He just didn't quite wrap his hands around it there, did he? Just a couple of fingers peeling off that right.
But I love this kind of like triple dynos because it's again not so much about the power but the position of your body. And sometimes if you try to be too strong on it, it's not what it helps, you know. And yeah, I think I wouldn't go too hard on the first move, and then I would try to pull out from the second move more than from the first one. But I'm not there, so it's yeah, hard to say.
Yuval Shemela gives a power scream as he goes up again, this time making it work with that right hand. Now he gets the feet engaged with the heel hook. 30 seconds to go as he goes up to that slopey hold. He's got a bunch of left out, which he does. Top in sight now for Yuval. Working hard as he almost sticks that sloper.
Wow.
What a moment that was, yeah.
Shame for him, huh? Such a shame.
Yeah, just peeling off sideways. You could see, almost stuck that move.
I think I would do it differently, but again, I would probably try with the toe hook, but it's hard to say how good the right toe hook is there. But also that didn't look too bad, honestly.
Yuval Shemela, left hand on, but just peels off the wall.
Yeah, the top hold is not as good as he wanted it to be. And also that's what I was afraid of, because you get up there with the big swing, and like holding it one hand, it's really hard.
Yeah, drama as our audience goes nuts on camera. Nikolai Yaryovets as he comes out from Russia, 21. Very physical athlete, so it'll be interesting how he finds these moves. Up he goes, and this time sticks it with a one-hander, doing it more statically than Yuval.
That's exactly what I was saying before, so there are different ways of doing it.
Well, we get a flash from him, matches. Okay. Flash from Nikolai. Okay, game on, eh?
Yeah, again, we got a totally different perspective. So, yeah, everything is possible, as we can see.
Multiple ways, multiple solutions, yeah, and hard to predict, exactly. We're sitting here trying to guess how they do it, but when you're out there, everything changes. What a performance from him. You can see that one-handed catch there, and then kicking onto the volume before bringing his hands into match.
As you could see, he was trying to match it, and then at some point he saw it's okay, one hand, and and to kill the swing at the end, he used the second hand again. So lots of things going on in one move.
Yeah, a lot to see, a lot to take in. A flash for him, that's going to help the scoreboard. As meanwhile, Alexei Rubtsov, he just came off that first move. He just missed it on your screen. We were watching it. Gives that holder brush now. Alexei Rubtsov, an old hand at this. So much experience to draw from. How much would that man love an Olympic ticket?
Wow. And the third solution. Interesting. Looking solid.
Yeah, Alexei, now he needs to match though, which he does. One move left, statically out matches.
Wow. Yeah, apparently that's not the method that root setters were intended, because he didn't even use the black volume on the right for his feet. So impressive.
Yeah, just when we needed a bit of a change of pace here in the auditorium, we see some flashes. But now, of course, the pressure comes on the other athletes.
Exactly.
They know that flashes are possible. They know athletes are doing it.
Yeah, but that's everything on the athlete, how he's gonna work it out, you know. Like for me, I try to get the best out from everything, you know. Sometimes if people are coming out fast, you know, that the boulders are not too hard, so you try to convince yourself, okay, it's not too hard, just go there, be yourself, you know. And if it's super hard, then you know that you have nothing to lose, and yeah, you can't be too angry about yourself if you don't do it.
Alexei Rubtsov jumps to the top of the leaderboard. As you saw, that's the combined ranking as Sergei Luchetsky, he's out on stage. He has a look. The pace picking up here. Hope you guys are enjoying this back at home. What a stunner of a boulder, eh? Out he goes. Just peels off. Almost looked like he was rushing that.
Yeah, he wasn't sure what he's gonna do during the movement, and I would say, yeah, the first move kind of surprised him, because he was probably thinking that it's much worse, and then when he got to it, he saw it's not too bad and that he might continue up to the zone hold, but apparently it wasn't a good timing for him to switch method during the move.
Yeah, exactly. I think he was almost surprised we've got that move done almost as he comes up for a second attempt. He'll know it more this time, and again using the Yuval method.
Yeah, he's not sure if he wants to bring his foot up or if he wants to go up with the right hand. Yeah, it's quite confusing because none of the methods seem like super solid for him, and then he goes for it and probably kind of waits for body to react on on the movement.
Yeah. I'm aware, by the way, of my Russian comment. That wasn't deliberate, but as I said it, I giggled. Right, let's see Sergei Luchetsky.
Wow,
there he
pinching
goes.
that volume. Also a way to go.
Using the toe this time to get himself on the wall.
That's how I was like expecting it to be.
Right, from now on, that's called the Yerne method. Using the Yerne method. Up he goes, rocking up on that left
Maybe
foot.
I'm wrong.
Sergei getting encouragement, but he looks like he's starting to struggle now as he matches. He's got one move to go. Will he have the power?
Nah. Okay, so maybe Yerne method is not the best one. As we could see, like you get too much swing if you keep your toe or heel hook on the right volume, and that's what you don't want for the last move, I guess.
Yeah, you can see it holds him into the wall, but then you've got to unlock it, haven't you? You've got to unleash
exactly.
it.
I think he didn't feel too secure to release the right foot, because this volume is slopey and pretty slippery, I would guess.
Yeah, I think it's got to be done more statically.
It's hard to let go.
Yeah. Yeah, big swing, perhaps a more static approach. We'll see. A minute left on the clock.
But interesting how he pinches the first hole. But I'm pretty sure now it's going to be a bit easier for him. Yeah, I was right. He knows what to do now.
Yeah, will he use the toe catch? Time will tell. He's put it in again.
Yeah, heel hook.
And a heel hook.
So he goes for the same method as before. If he does it this way, it might work.
Yeah, drops the foot this time, not keeping it in. And now he's almost trying to hook it underneath.
Yeah. Such a shame for him because I know he's struggling a lot now with the friction. Oh. But he found the way, huh?
What a fight from Sergey.
So happy for him.
Amazing moment. He just slapped that hand in on a match. Hopefully we'll see a replay in a couple of seconds. Russian crowd go absolutely nuts. The MC is just walking around in front of us, raising his hands in the air, hyping up the crowd. Too much sugar for those kids. Calm them down. Hopefully you guys have got some sugar and screaming going on at home, enjoying this. As we can see this double catch move as he bumps out with the left and then slaps the right in.
That looked so nice.
Insane strength there. That bicep come out. I love the fact he celebrates before matching as well.
Yeah, sometimes you just feel solid. Yeah. You know you can go with it. But we've seen moments when this wasn't a good idea.
We have indeed. Awesome. Well, hopefully that's given those kids a lifelong love of climbing as they watch this European Championships here in Moscow as Sasha Lehmann comes out onto the stage. 22 years old, Sasha Lehmann. Struggling slightly with that men's one. He'll be looking for a redemption on men's two. See how jumpy Sasha is feeling today. What method will he use? Will he be able to work it out? As we've seen, there's various ways you can do this boulder, all of them just brutal. Sasha looking for the Yuval way of doing it.
For sure, he went for what he was planning to do. It was quite obvious. Now he knows that either it's possible or not, so it's good that he didn't hesitate in between.
That's a good question, actually. So when you come out to one of these boulders, you've got the beater in your head, right? Is it good just to stick with it and not change your mind as you see it for a second time?
It depends so much. But yeah, sometimes you just have to try it and then decide. But once you do it, you shouldn't be hesitating because. Wow.
What a dynamic move. As he kicks out right with that toe, turns it into a heel. Now he's got a match. Sasha Lehmann changing his beater for the better. Left foot out, right
I'm afraid he's
heel.
too high already to release the heel hook. Wow, that's the same thing, eh?
Unbelievable from Sasha. You can see, as Yerne said, he came out with a plan. It didn't work. He immediately changed it and adapted to the boulder and did it second go. Great performance from him.
Yeah, I think he had to feel the first hold. And in this case, he could calculate whether it's worth trying the same one or try to find another one.
Great to watch Sasha, always giving it his all. Right, that's Team Israel as they watch on. William Bosey, he's out next from Great Britain. Will, slightly disappointing on that men's one. He looks fired up, doesn't he, as he kicks his feet.
Yeah, that's how some climbers are dealing with like maybe not the pressure, but to get into the mood, into the zone for climbing, you know. Not saying it's wrong or right, but for sure we have different approaches.
Yeah, exactly. Some hyping themselves up, some saying calm.
Yeah, I'm that kind of a guy.
You're a hype guy or a calm guy?
Calm guy. I really like to stay calm.
Yeah, no, I've seen you often not calm, though. I've seen you...
Yeah, but that's on the top.
That is true. That is true, yeah. Will Bosey talking to himself a lot on the mats. Hello, everyone at home. Hope you're good. Hope you're sticking with us. We are deep into this competition as it comes towards 8 o'clock here in Moscow. This is the men's bouldering finals, part of the combined finals. 8 athletes, 8 men, 8 women. They're being narrowed down. And although, of course, there's a first, second, and third and the chance to be crowned European champ, the first place will get an extra bonus. They will be awarded an Olympic place, one for the men and one for the women. So as you can imagine, they're fairly stressed.
But they didn't seem too stressed on the speed climbing. We had some really good times, especially comparing to days before. Yeah, I think they're doing quite a good job so far.
Yeah, it has been a wonderful final. I've enjoyed every second of it. Hopefully you guys have too. Back at home, the women, of course, resting, ready for their lead round later on. 1 minute 50 to go for Will. Will he be able to unlock this sequence? Trying that left foot slap.
Yeah, it seems like he doesn't find the friction on it.
Will Bosey makes it work as he goes up onto the right hand hold. Gets a heel hook in now as he matches. But now he's got to unlock that heel hook, which he does, turns it into a toe.
Yeah, for sure, it's better. Ah. Yeah, he's getting frustrated, huh? I tried to avoid being like sad after failed attempt. But again, as I said, climbers are different. We deal with these kind of things differently, and nothing is wrong. Nothing is right.
Yeah, Will trying that underhand catch method, but not making it stick that time. He has got time, 34 seconds. He's going to have to motor though. Takes a rest. Possibly Will's last chance to get this boulder sent. Up he goes, matches, sticks it. Will Bosey pressing out with that toe on the wall. Cutting loose for a second, but getting a heel hook in as he brings both hands to match. Final move coming out. Will he make this stick?
He knows what to do. Nah.
He knows what to do, but frustrated, as you can see, perhaps too frustrated with himself. A minute to go. Good effort, Will Bosey. Frustration for Will. There is still time though. One final climber out on this boulder. What a final this has been. It's been an epic one. Not many quick tops, although we did see a run of flashes in the middle of that boulder. Finally, Alex Kazanov. We know he needs good results here. Not the best speed run for him. Both me and Yona took a collective breath there. It's exhausting, this thing. Moment to pause here amongst all the chaos in the arena. Alex Kazanov is announced and he walks out. Looking calm, collected. Which beta method will he unleash on this boulder? Spinning off, no flash for him.
Unfortunately.
Second time though, looking way better.
Getting there.
Gets the toe hook, presses, turns it into a heel. Matches that black hold.
Wow.
And matches again, but now he's got to unhook it and goes up dynamically.
Yeah, apparently you really have to use that left foot on the left.
Yeah, Alex for a second appeared to sort of levitate across.
Yeah.
As he gives the hold a brush. Alex Kazanov, what can he do with 2 minutes 55 seconds to go? Final climber on M2, men's 2, before we move on to the middle of this arena for another jumpy looking boulder. Hopefully we can see this levitation move in a minute, but you can see the pure physicality of Alex. There it is, look at that, just sort of moving sideways as he fought for grip.
It's pretty smart that he's taking a rest now because he knows all the holds, all the methods, and yeah, at least in my case, I would also like rather wait for a little while because I would know that moves are not too hard, and I hope it's the same for Alex.
Alex Kazanov nearing the top of his boulder now.
Crimping that volume. Wow.
What a performance from him. As you said, crimping the sloper. Right, we move on. Jona, you want to do one more, or are you done?
No, I don't care.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Awesome. Jona Kruder giving us some expert athlete opinion here as everyone in the stadium just moves in a wave over to the middle as we watch a replay of Alex topping out his boulder. A match for him. He'll be happy with that. Perhaps not quite as quickly as he needed, but...
Yeah, but there's still another boulder, so...
Exactly. And that's our leaderboard. Alex Kazanov is at the top at the moment.
Well, he's still in the lead, so...
Yeah, Alex Kazanov, Alexei Rubtsov, Sergei Luchetsky. The top three. All to play for as we move on to this final boulder. A quick send would do wonders for that scoreboard, but this next boulder is a beast, and that's the combined. Remember, the scores multiplied together to equal the final points, and lead, of course, yet to be run. We're seeing that later on this evening. I can't believe we've got a whole lead event to go after all of this. It's crazy. So much climbing for you guys back at home. I hope you're surviving. I hope you're staying strong as we watch a replay of men's 3-2. Right, here we go, men's 3. Martin Diensky, remember, a speed climber. He hasn't had any tops so far, but he does give us a chance to check out the boulder, have a little chat about it. Jona, what are you thinking about this? Certainly a dynamic move to start off with.
So confusing. Like when I first saw it today, I really wasn't sure what they were trying to do. As we can see on his face as well.
Yeah, he's having to sit down. I mean, we know they're tired, but come on.
Yeah, I think I was still starting face to the wall first. Then I think you're moving with your feet to the right, jumping to the left. Then we can see a cheap foothold there, the white one, and still yeah, I'm quite confused for the top as well. But yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, we will see Marcin. Just I feel for him in this moment. There he is. He's on. Problem is now he's got to move. Yeah, interesting. You're right, Jona. It moves to the right and it goes all the way back left. Or does it go straight up from the right? I mean, it's difficult to tell. I think it goes left. It must do.
We have to see some other athletes to show it, or maybe even Martin. He could find a way.
Yeah.
I think this is more logical, but anyway.
Yeah, I saw him sitting on that when he was inspecting the boulders.
Yeah, I saw them doing that, but
Maybe it was a trick.
I don't know, maybe.
Maybe one of
Who
them sits
knows?
in to confuse the others, and then they all go, oh, okay, it's a sit start. Blow the flash. Who knows? Conspiracies. Marcin, though, struggling at the moment to get off the ground.
I'm wondering what he's thinking. Everybody's watching me now, and I'm facing them.
Yeah, he's thinking,
Facing the
why?
crowd.
Why don't I play golf? Something sensible. Little shake of the head. A minute and a half, sorry, minute 50 seconds to work this out.
Another thing that it's probably pretty hard for him because he doesn't have much experience in bouldering, and you know, it's even hard to find what else he could do if they didn't talk with other athletes before starting.
Yeah, exactly. Remember, there are speed specialists, lead specialists. It's not just boulderers here, but they still have to do some boulder problems. Marcin winning the speed round with an impressive time, absolutely on fire earlier on in the evening. If you haven't seen that, make sure you go back and check it. Not right now, of course, because then you'd leave us, and we don't want to leave you. Marcin has yet to chalk up his bum. Maybe he will.
Who knows? Maybe.
I think I would.
Maybe you have to pull down your pants a little bit.
Possibly. I mean, who knows?
For sure, there's more friction than in the pants.
It's a good point. That's a very good point.
I just think it's against the rules.
Yeah, that's not a rule I've seen. I can check with the technical delegates here, but in fact, we've got one in Graham watching back home.
For sure, it would be interesting to see.
Marcin calls it a day. He hasn't quite. Oh, has he called it a day? No, he hasn't. Oh, he's just gone the wrong way. Right, he's off. Tricky start to this boulder. Let's see if Yuval Shemela, he can do more. This is the final boulder on this men's problem. Right in the middle of the wall there. Leaderboard flashing up. Alex Kazanov, of course, currently in the lead of the bouldering final, followed by Alexei Rubstov and Sergei Luchetsky. Right, Yuval Shemela, he comes out. He'll give it everything, as we know, as we've seen him do all the way through.
Let's see if we get the idea of how to do it.
So
apparently,
oh, it does work.
It does work.
As we said earlier, those blue holds, those blue lines indicating where you have to start. So there's 2 on the bottom one, 2 on the top. So your limbs have got to be on that, and you've got to be still and static. We've seen a few issues with that.
Oh, close one. But now we have an idea of how it might be done, the first part. And yet again, I'm pretty sure there are different ways of doing the start.
Yeah, exactly. A few ways possible. 2 athletes deciding to face out at the moment. Yuval just... yeah, who knows? Who knows? Your guess is as good as ours, mate. Just trying to work out that body placement. A lovely climbing ballet going on in front of us. Check out that starting hold indicated by the blue lines. There he goes, hands and feet matching and controlling as he shifts himself over.
That's such an interesting problem.
Yeah, it really is. But now he's got to spin his body to face back into the wall, which he does.
Wow. Interesting, huh?
That's a cool move. Yone has just picked up next to me. I could see you wanting to go and climb that thing.
I would like to. I would really love to.
Like a dance, Yuval out on stage as he goes again.
Yeah, I think that's the point. He should turn his body like facing the wall again. For sure, this would make it a bit easier to jump from. Wouldn't get so much swing, but I don't think it's that easy.
Yeah, it's hard for him to turn in.
The
like
overhanging part of the wall, it's pretty close to your face, and it's super hard to turn. That's why I would try to to start with like turned around.
So you would face in right from the very beginning?
Yeah.
Okay.
But maybe it's impossible, so.
Yeah, we certainly haven't seen anyone try it yet. Be interesting to see if they do. Yuval with just over a minute to go here on the final boulder. Strange boulder, this one. The route setters being devious. This is this twist, and he's going up to that crimpy sort of side pull. You can see. Up he goes, this time managing to make it stick with the match. Now he gets going. A zone beckoning as he toe hooks. Bumps the feet. He'll want that zone. He gets it. Now into a pinch. Are we going to see a top here? Yuval Shemela from Israel.
It's a long one. Long way up. Ah, no! That's what I was afraid of. Like, I knew that there must be some kind of trick in the beginning, but I knew that the last move must be super hard. And that was proven right.
Yeah, twisting and turning his way down. He calls it a day right on the buzzer there. Yuval Shemela worked it out for us, but couldn't quite make it stick. What a boulder. Imagine seeing this in your local gym.
Yeah, it would take a lot of place on the wall.
Yeah.
I don't think the gym owners would be happy with this kind of problems. Or maybe if their walls are like enormous.
Yeah, true.
Why not?
If I was there, I'd just pull up a seat, grab a beer, and just watch everyone trying to do this. It would be entertaining for sure. Anyway, next out, Nikolai Yaryovets. See what he can do. Which way will he face? The sit method, the turn-in method. Almost a fairy tale ending to men's three for Yuval, but it was not to be. Meanwhile, Nikolai Yaryovets, he runs out onto the stage. 21. Climbing in front of his home crowd, of course. Yeah, he's going backwards. I love that moment where they have to sit there and wait.
And the thing is, they're focused, so probably they don't really see the crowd. Wow. Wopala.
Goes up, misses it, goes back down.
He almost missed the foothold there. Looking super solid.
Yeah, Nikolai.
I just hope he doesn't loses too much energy by almost campusing everything.
Yeah, showing true strength as he goes up to the right.
Wow.
Huge swing and a top.
Extreme power there, huh?
Truly, from Nikolai Yaryovets, every move looked on the edge there.
Shame for him on the first one, huh?
All right, what a boulder. What a boulder here in Moscow. Just campusing his way casually through it as we watch a replay. Far out, holding the swing into a campus, which he misses. You can see he just went for the wrong part of the hold. And now this top section for the route, so much strength from Nikolai, screaming as he holds it.
I loved it. I love it when people are like screaming to get everything out of it. I'm not like that.
Alexei Rubtsov, he comes out, another physical boulder. Yene, you've known him a long time. Is this his kind of thing?
He's a very talented climber. He knows how to climb, and I'm pretty sure he can find the way up.
Two tops so far from him. Can he make it a clean sweep?
Very experienced climber, and even if he doesn't flash it, I'm pretty sure he can do it. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I would probably try it that way, because in this case, you're facing the right way.
Out he jumps. Perhaps experience showing that as he makes the first move far easier than everyone else. And he reaches his feet down again, different. Little pop up into the pinch. Another pinch. Drops that left knee.
And another pinch.
It's pinch after pinch.
Now let's hope he holds it, huh? The crux move for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Almost horizontal again.
I don't think that heel hook was the best idea. Yet again, I'm not saying it's wrong, but
I find it so interesting that no one has really unlocked that beginning apart from him.
Yeah. Yeah, as I said, he's pretty experienced climber, and I think he noticed that the first part isn't too hard for him, so I hope, or I expect from him that he's going to take a good rest, and then he's going to go all in for that last move.
Yeah, wild eyes there from Alexei Rubtsov.
Sure they are.
Intensity, and the intensity has ramped up here on this final boulder. Halfway through in terms of athletes on this final boulder, and we've seen a variety of different ways. The route setters creating a beauty for us to watch here. Hopefully at home you're enjoying this. Who else's hands are sweating?
Mine for sure are.
Yerine desperate to get out there and try it himself, as Alexei said, same method. Will it burn energy or will it be smoother? We'll see.
Yeah, he exactly knows what to do, and yeah, he for sure saves more energy than guys before. Now let's just hope it works for him for the last move.
Yeah,
again with the heel. I hope it works. Nah, come on.
So what would you do now? If you could just give him advice magically, what would you say to him?
Not to use his heel hook. In this case, his hips are closer to the wall, and that's why the swing is bigger on the top. And you try to kill that swing somehow. So you try to get your hips out of the wall as much as you can. But maybe he wants, and he simply can't because it's just so hard.
Alexei Rubtsov, he's got 30 seconds. Will it be enough time? Out he goes. He's going to have to speed through this as the time relentlessly ticks down.
Now it's really hard for him. I'm pretty sure it's hard to breathe, hard to control everything.
Pinches again with the heel. But makes it work this time.
Wow. Wow. So, luckily he didn't hear me and used my advice, right?
I mean, let's just chat through that moment. He's tired. He's already thrown himself at it 3 times, and then he makes it stick, even with slightly suspect beta. I mean, what strength?
Yeah, looks like he was sure that this can work, and just his heel popped out, and he was sure about himself that if the moment is right, also the heel can stays in, and he was right about it. And I'm happy that he believed in himself and doing what he thinks is right.
Yeah, he stuck with it, that heel, and look at that reaction from the Russian coach. He'll know him well as well. What a stylish boulder. Okay. Swiss fans, get ready. Oh no, not Swiss fans, what am I talking about? Sergei Luchetsky now comes out. I was one ahead of myself. That's our leaderboard. Alexei Rubtsov on top, Nikolai Yareovets coming in second. Sergei Luchetsky, he is out on the mats right now. And you can't see it, but he's starting with the face out. There it is from the wide shot, facing the audience. Sergei, delicate to start with, shifts his weight out to the right, hooks the leg over, presses with his body. Finds a heel, and now swings over. So many techie moves. As we saw Alexei just facing the other way and making life a little easier for himself, perhaps, on this first section of the boulder. Big swing and a miss.
That's what I was talking about. It's not good facing the crowd.
Yeah, it does require about 30 seconds more climbing and shifting and moving your weight, whereas Alexei could just turn around and go straight up for the jump.
Yeah, and I think it's quite impossible to turn once you're already in the position.
Yeah, it adds a spin to an already dynamic movement as he clears the chalk off that hold. Different style of start from him.
Yeah, I think that's better.
Yeah, absolutely. Facing the wall seems to be the way, doesn't it?
Hope he gets this foot up, the right foot up. Or if he's just strong enough to skip it. Unfortunately not.
It must be hard to get that much push if you're on a heel there, because he was almost flat-footed.
Yeah, it looks like an awkward position. I hope he gets the right foot up now.
He takes a little time to rest as the clock ticks down, 2 minutes. Decides to take the chalk bag off and give it a brush. He's really allowing himself time to rest. We've seen from Alexei, he can do this boulder quickly. One minute 30 on the clock.
He decided to face the crowd again.
Pressing out right, changing his beta again with 1 minute 20 to go. Using a knee. I always endorse a knee. Love a knee.
Yeah, putting everything into his final performance. Yeah, it's what we do.
Here he goes, looking scrunched up though.
Maybe he can turn.
Yeah, he's got the toe on this time instead of a heel, perhaps.
Yeah. Cool, that's not a bad position. Wow. Yeah, for sure he wasn't in a safe position. That's why he decided to jump.
Yeah, jump before he fell off, I think, into the zone. As he goes up for the pinch dynamically.
That wasn't a good idea.
No, no feet, campusing it.
I think the volume on the right, it has its purpose.
Look at that deep side.
Too bad he didn't use it.
Yeah, he knows he's got to do it all over again. No rest for him, 30 seconds to go. Getting into that position quicker, but he has only got 18 seconds. He's going to have to jump fast if he wants to get this done. 14 seconds.
Nah, poor guy, huh?
Yeah, just not quite there. Oh my goodness, we've still got 3 to go on this boulder. Unbelievable.
Endless, huh?
Endless, exciting.
At least it's exciting, which is good.
It certainly is exciting. My name's Matt. I'm being joined here by Yannick Kruder. He's giving some wonderful expert opinions on what's going on. Alexei Rubstov, Nikolai Yaryovets, and Sergei Luchetsky are leaderboard. Oh, sorry, for the combined. Forget that. If you can see that on the screen, that is the combined. I looked up and thought it was the bouldering. So many scores going on at the same time. Right. Sasha Lehmann. He's going to be out next. Sasha Lehmann. Facing out or facing in, we shall see. As he takes a moment just to remind himself of this boulder. It's a long time since he's seen it, of course. He inspected it right at the beginning of the women's final. Then he's been away.
Yeah, but I don't think this is a problem. Yeah, I forget many things many times, but I think the things that are super important for you, you don't forget that easily.
Yeah, fair point. As Sasha Lehmann, he almost, toe jams in to get himself established, then loses it, decides better of it, tries again, makes it work this time. Now kicks out right, now into the pinch.
He looks solid. Let's hope the last move isn't too hard for him.
Sasha.
Wow. Impressive. Impressive.
I mean, it really was. I'm actually here with my mouth hanging open. I was lost for words there, and that doesn't usually happen.
Shame he didn't get that bone, the zone hold. in the first one.
Sasha Lehmann walks off stage. We'll watch a replay of that. Fast work from him, and there you can see all that explosive power in his legs.
Yeah, it's amazing to see him in the ISO, and like on the trainings, he's like super dedicated, and he works a lot. And sometimes we make jokes in the team that if we would have the same warm-up as he has, we wouldn't be able to compete anymore. So he's really in a really good physical shape, and yeah, you can see he was working hard for this competition.
Absolutely, looking in great form. If you're just joining us, we've done the speed already. We've done the women's boulder. We're almost at the end of the men's boulder, and later on this evening we've got the lead competition. Will Bosey. We saw him getting frustrated at himself earlier on today. Looks like he's going to be facing out. Looking directly at us in the commentary box here. We will be. Off he goes, moving to the right. Pressing with that arm. Problem is now he's facing completely the wrong way, but could be easier to turn as he 360s himself or 180s himself. Now he's facing the right way. Delicate climbing from Will, controlled. But now comes this big jump.
Yeah, you have to open your hips here. And looks like this is a bit difficult.
Yeah, he's just struggling, isn't he?
Yeah, it's the same as Sergey before.
Yeah.
He was actually in this position, but he couldn't get like that. So I think that's much better now.
Will making it stick. He needs a good performance here to move himself up that board as he finds the right. Is he going to toe jam? It looks like he's trying to. He does. Using the Sasha method.
Yeah, which didn't look too bad, actually.
Then releases it, then goes up. Now he'll kick that right foot out, which he does. Will Bosey now starting to struggle as he
Here you can see
up.
he really is a lead climber. He's trying to find safe positions to move on. Which usually for bouldering it's not too good. Yeah, but yeah, sometimes it helps.
I was about to say, safe positions are great until you get to that last move, and then you really have to just lay it all on the line.
You can lose a lot of energy by like trying to do moves easier that they were attended to. But yeah, it can cost you. Like, for example, in this boulder, lots of power for the last move.
Will Bosey putting liquid chalk on as we watch a replay. Will Bosey, flappy hand method to dry that liquid chalk. Patented by me. And just topping it up with some powdered chalk. 1 minute 19 on the clock. Second to last athlete out on M3. As Will just pops off that first hold. People screaming at their computer back at home. Will Bosey turns his body in. He gets ready for this jump. Made it look fairly easy before.
Now he also looked quite confident because he knew that the hold is pretty good. And maybe that's why he didn't try to get the right foot up.
Will talking to himself as he progresses up this route, bumps the right hand. This is where he started to struggle before. Drops that knee down, as Gianni said, such a lead climber. Now's this big fling move though. He uses Alex's heel. So close for Will Bosey. Don't doubt that that man is giving it everything. You can see a little smile to the audience.
For sure he does.
Will. Oh, as a route setter helps pin his label back on. Right, final athlete, Alex Kazanov, will be on stage in a second as Will exits. We're almost at the end of this bouldering finals, guys. Congratulations if you stayed with us from the beginning. It's almost time for a break. It's Will cutting loose and just not making it stick.
This is always so frustrating, especially falling from the top. Giving your everything. At least he's done with bouldering for today.
That is true. It's his speciality next. Although he is a good boulderer, but Will definitely.
I hope he
didn't
didn't lose too much power now.
Well, he's got a bit of time to rest now. As we just pause in the proceedings while the, I don't know what you call them, brushers? Brushers? Is that what they're called? What are they called?
I guess, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Brushers?
Brushers.
Volunteers?
The brush technician enters the stage. Right, here we go. Alex Kazanov. He's had some great performances tonight.
Yeah, he's in a good way now.
Will Bosey. Sorry, not Will Bosey. We just had Will Bosey. Alex Kazanov. As he reaches out right. Awkward. We know this start is awkward.
Looks... Oh, shit. Bummer.
Bummer indeed. Apologies there.
Yeah.
They crewed it. Just getting carried away as Alex Kazanov, he sits on that first hold.
Yeah, it looked like he's gonna lay over those all 3 volumes.
Oh, it's been a long week. Maybe he's having a little nap. Look at that focus, though, in his face as he just pops out. Alex Kazanov shaking his head. He might have to try something new here. Alex just struggling at the beginning of this boulder. And it must be playing in his mind. If it doesn't work twice, do you change it?
Okay, that looks more promising.
Yeah, just turning his body in.
For sure, it's better than the tries before.
Problem is, he is facing completely the wrong direction now. He's got to find a way.
Still, it's not impossible.
Oh, there we go.
So,
yeah, it's just awkward, isn't it?
It's awkward, for sure it is. That was a good and a smart move.
Yeah, Alex decided to drop back down, but now he's facing the right way. Now he can jump. Alex comes off, makes that look easy as he pops out.
Once again, I hope he doesn't lose too much energy for that final move. Yeah, lots of campusing we see there.
Alex Kazanov, feet above his head.
He's spending so much energy. But he's strong. I'm sure he can handle it.
1 minute 30 on the clock, and as Yerne said, a lot of energy used up there. Team Israel just putting everything behind their athlete. The emotions running so high here in this stadium. It's humbling to watch, I tell you. And we've still got the lead to go this evening. Alex Kazanov has 1 minute left of this bouldering competition here in Moscow to get things done. He looks up at the wall, claps his hand, faces backwards again. 53 seconds on the clock. Alex Kazanov looking tired.
Oh, my hands are sweating.
30 seconds to go, just over. He's got to drop down though again, but if this time he finds a better way of doing this.
Come on, come on. Losing so much time.
24 seconds. Drops back down again. Now he's ready for the jump.
Come on.
Alex Kazanov, 15 seconds to go. He knows time is running out. 3 fingers on that hold, matching it. 8 seconds. Bump out with the right.
I'm afraid it's done.
2, 1.
Shame.
The buzzer goes, Alex Kazanov. He might just do it just for us.
That was so
Fantastic.
sad to watch.
Jene Kruder, thank you so much for joining me today, man. You've kept me sane, and it's been wonderful hearing your insights.
Not the problem.
You go chill. I'll talk to you soon. Thank you very much, Jene Kruder, everyone. Give him a round of applause if you're at home, everyone. Cheers, Jene. Right, there's our leaderboard for the men, as Jene Kruder leads me. Thank you very much. Alexei Rubstov, he's topping out the leaderboard. Nikolai Yaryovets in second, Sasha Lehmann third, Alex Kazanov fourth, Sergei Luchetsky fifth, Yuval Shemela sixth, Will Bosi seventh, and Marcin Diensky coming last in eighth. So those scores will be times together. Hopefully we'll see a combined in a minute. There you go. After that round, Alexei Rubstov leading the way in the combined, followed by Nikolai Yaryovets in second and Marcin Diensky in third. Remember, that first place is what all the athletes will be aiming for. They want that Olympic place. They're desperate for it. And that is what they're going to be competing for in a couple of minutes on the lead wall. We have a 15-minute break, guys. So go and get yourself a coffee. Go chill out a little bit. I will see you guys on the lead wall for the women's lead comp in about 15 minutes' time. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the lead final here in Moscow, Russia, for the European Championships. We are in the combined final. It's the end of the week. It's the end of the evening, and yet we still have so much more climbing yet to come. 8 women and 8 men have been battling it out all evening with the speed, bouldering, and now it's the turn of the lead. And I am very happy to welcome to the commentary box Mr. Ram Levin. Say that again, Ram. So, hello, Ram Levin. How are you doing, mate?
Yeah, I'm really good. How are you?
I'm very good. It's been an exciting performance. Ram, if you don't know him, he's on Team Israel.
Yes, I am.
Incredibly strong climber. Ram, you've been watching this all evening. What have you thought of the competition so far?
It was pretty exciting so far. Looks like the results are kind of always changing. And it's pretty hard to say who's going to win. So I'm excited to watch the last part of the evening.
Yeah, it is going to be hard to work out who is going to win. Calculators out, everybody. For the women, Stasha Geho leads the way currently as the athletes are being introduced. We'll keep the maths for a second after this introduction. Ram Levin has been climbing all week, of course. Sadly, not quite making this combined finals. I know you wanted to.
Yeah, sadly, I couldn't perform well enough in the bouldering. I did too many tries, and I got a pretty bad place. So I was out. But we have 2 men from Israel, so I'm pretty psyched to cheer them on. And we'll see. I know Yuval is in really good shape in lead, so we can probably top the route and maybe win. Yeah, psyched to watch. It's going to be an interesting fight.
Yeah, it is going to be exciting. There's live results, by the way. The IFSC have just put it up on the live stream if you want to check that out, of what's going on here. Stasha leading the way at the moment with 3 points, followed by Patricia in second place with 8 points, and Chloe Collier in third with 10. How has that scoring worked out? Well, it's a multiplication effort. So Stasha, she came third in the speed. She came first in the bouldering. 3 times 1. Quick maths is 3.
So basically, she needs third.
Stasha needs 4th, really, to guarantee that win, we think.
Unless Chloe, no. If she gets 4th, so then she has 12. And then Chloe, if Chloe wins the whole thing, interesting.
Exactly, everything can change. We won't be making too many predictions. We'll be seeing what happens as we go along.
It's so hard to say. Aliska is one of the strongest lead climbers, right? And Molly too. And they're currently ranked last. Wow, crazy.
Exactly, and everything really depends.
Everything can happen, really.
Well, exactly, it depends where the other athlete comes. For example, for Chloe to win, if Chloe comes second, and Stasha's 7th or lower, look, I'm not going to try to do this right now.
It's too hard, it's too hard.
We're going to talk through the routes, first of all, and this moment now, the athletes just get a chance to check out the routes. It's on site, of course. So this is the moment for the athletes just to have a look at their route. Men on the right-hand side of your screen, women on the left. I had a little chat to the route setters earlier today to find out exactly what was going on. And they were telling me how this is endurance, power. So this is a moment for the athletes just to check out the route, work out what's going on, try to read it. Hello, welcome back home if you're joining us. It's lovely for you to be here. People joining us from all around the world, of course, not just Europe. IFSC climbing has been gone for a long time, and now it's back here in Russia. The athletes there, you can see Molly Thompson-Smith just using binoculars to try to scope out that route. Ram, you've been in this situation before. You've looked at these routes. What are you trying to do as an athlete in these moments?
For me, I'm trying to just get a good look on like the route, how it looks like, if there are hard moves at the start, or like where is the real part where it starts. Usually it starts pretty easy, like compared to the rest of the route. It's like kind of getting into it. So the holds should be pretty good, but you never know. So you have to like really look and try to find what you can, what you can basically. So yeah, I think they have more experience than me in lead climbing. Like some of these climbers are the best in the world, so they know what they're doing, and I'm pretty sure they are looking for the hard moves. Right now, it's the first time they see the route, so it's kind of overwhelming to know this is the route you have to climb. For the women, it looks like the route is a bit shorter than what we had until now. So I would guess it's pretty much like not the hardest moves at the start, but then it will start to get really bouldery. But that's just a guess. It's really hard to say.
Yeah, always difficult from the ground. Something you said just then, I mean, you're more of a boulderer.
Yeah.
That's your speciality. But recently, you know, everyone's had to do different sports. They've had to try different things. So as a boulderer, when you're looking at a lead wall, what's going through your mind? Are you thinking, look, I just need to climb this as fast as possible, no rest, just go?
Yeah. For me, my strategy for this comp was just to run the route. I know I can rest, but I also know that I will get pumped pretty fast. But on the other hand, I know that I have a lot of power. And the moves should be not easy, but they can be like okay for me. So if I run the route, I have a chance. So that's my strategy. But I know that Yuval has a lot of endurance. So for him, the strategy is probably like different. And he's planning the rests, and he's thinking, okay, where can I rest a little bit here, and where I really need to put my focus on and fight. It will be interesting to see, because the man route looks pretty long from here.
Yeah, it does. It snakes up the wall, a lot to it. And with the men, Yuval Shemalay, he's your teammate, currently with 48 points. I don't think he's going to get that first place Olympic ticket currently the way things stand.
It will be hard from that point. But still, winning the lead is always a statement in this kind of field. The guys here are really strong, and you have Sasha that won the European Championship a few days ago. So beating Sasha and William and even like all the other guys that are like good in lead, it would mean a lot to him. And also, I think that if he wins the lead, he has a chance for a podium. He's in a pretty good spot for a podium, which is also important.
Yep, absolutely.
It will be interesting. And also, I know that Alex is super strong. I don't really know the other guys and how they train and how they can do in training. But I trained with Alex a few weeks ago, and his endurance is crazy good. So I think he didn't really show his best in lead so far. But he has a really good chance if he can really just do it. Oh, man.
We're just watching Alexei, I think, taking a tumble off the stage there. So intent was he on finding it out?
That's not what you want before the most important route of your life.
Exactly.
Probably for Alexei.
Look where you're going, Alexei. Right, guys, if you're joining us back at home, hello and welcome to Moscow. It's been such an exciting roller coaster ride. We started with the speed competition, we moved on to the bouldering, and now it's the turn of the lead. And that's the starting list. Patricia Hujiak should be out first for the women. Speed specialist, of course, so anything she can do really to bump her up. And she is currently lying in second position because of that first place in the speed. As we wait now for the women to come out. I'm Matt Groom, and I'm here with Ram Levin, who has kindly joined me for at least some of the women's event. We'll see.
Yeah.
But definitely...
Happy to be here.
It's lovely to have you, man. Always good to have an athlete's expert opinion on what's going on. And that's the route. The women's on the left, starting off with the yellow holds, moving into the black section. Then there's dual textured holds in the middle, into the purple before a top out. And that's what we're going to be focusing on right now. Ram, that lead wall, you climbed on it. What's it like? Because it's deceptively overhanging, isn't it?
It's very steep. Usually the route starts with like a few meters of like just flat wall, and where you can kind of chill. And it's usually like good holds. But here you have like not even a meter, I think. I know it's like 2 meters, and then it just starts, and it's getting steeper and steeper as you go. and it's really overwhelming just being there, and it's getting harder with each move as you go. And I think that's kind of what they were looking for here in this comp wall, just like getting harder and harder as you keep on climbing up.
Yeah, it is relentless, isn't it? And we can see almost immediately from that grey section of wall that cuts across at the bottom, that's where it starts to kick up. The quick draw's just swinging in the breeze there. They pulled the ropes through just now, waiting and ready for the athletes. And just a little climber's geeky thing for you. Usually the ropes are shared around. The IFSC provide them, but because of COVID, because of all the extra regulations, the athletes are using their own ropes, which I've quite liked. I've quite liked checking out what they've been climbing on, the different colours, the different types.
Yeah.
Another thing to check out. So, who are you rooting for back at home? For the women, Stasia Gale is currently leading with 3 points. At this point, it is hers to lose, you would imagine, but she is not a lead climbing specialist. Meanwhile, Chloe Quillier.
But she just needs fourth, around fourth place.
Exactly, she just needs to keep it together.
Wow, that's interesting.
Yeah, it's going to be close. We'll be calling it as it happens. Remember, you can stay with that live timing from the IFSC if you want to check out all the results. Exciting times, and we are at the real business end of this competition now. All week, these athletes have been competing. We've seen the individual speed events, the individual bouldering events, the individual lead events, and now we're back. That's our leaderboard at the moment. Stasia leading the way with 3 points. Patricia Hujak in second with 8 after her lead on that speed wheel. Chloe Collier, she's got 10 points, but right behind her, Victoria Meshkova. We just see the route setter removing a quick draw, or tying up a quick draw. He's doing something with a quick draw anyway. And that's our audience separated, as you can see, because of COVID.
And also looks like they kind of removed some bolts around the way. Like there are less bolts on the wall.
Yeah, of course. What happens if an athlete steps on a bolt or goes near it?
No.
It's a big problem, right?
It's a big problem. Yeah.
Not what you want, and we have seen moments of controversy.
Not what you want, definitely not what you want. Especially in a comp like that, where it's pretty important, I would say the Olympic ticket is on the line. Yeah, you wouldn't want to be last because of a quick, falls, I don't know what it's called.
Yeah, a technical error by stepping on a bolt would not be good.
Yeah.
There's the women's route in all its glory. The route setters have been setting lovely lead routes all week. We've seen some fantastic action already on this wall.
It looks like from here, like there are not many rests on the women from here. It's hard to say, but it looks like it's pretty bouldery.
It's very interesting you say that, because that's exactly what the route setters told me.
Really?
Yeah, they said it is not a place to rest. Now,
yeah, it looks like just like boom, boom from each move. It's just like getting harder.
Exactly, which is pretty mean considering how much climbing these guys have done. Okay,
Yeah.
Ram, right now they're backstage. They're waiting to come out. What's the feeling as an athlete as you're standing there?
For me, it's a combination of being kind of stressed because you know you're gonna have to perform and you have one shot to do it, and it's important for you. But it's also exciting, and it's just where you want to be. I live for these moments, and when I'm there, I'm just really excited that I get the chance to do it, especially after all the episode that we've been through. So it's pretty exciting to be here again. So I would guess that it's pretty much exciting for them too, to be there.
Yeah, excitement, pressure,
but
anger,
right now
frustration.
it's the last route in this comp, and it's the last chance for the next 3 years to get the Olympic ticket. Especially like for these Olympics, it's the last chance for us from Europe. So it must be stressful for the people that are fighting for it and have a chance still.
Exactly, and some athletes we know won't be making it. Yuval Shemela for the men, Bosi doesn't look like he's going through, but it is the turn of the women at the moment.
And it's all about winning this time.
It really is. With the scoreboard this close, I mean, we're going to have to see tops, ideally, but yeah, the win is going to be vital for some of these women if they want that Olympic ticket. In a couple of hours, we will know our champion will be crowned, that Olympic place will be given So at home, if you've been nervous so far, I'm afraid it's going to get even more nerve-wracking. I know you can barely handle it. I'm sure you got sweaty hands, but out onto the stage, Patricia Hujak, out she comes.
Ale.
She pulls onto the wall for the first time. Remember, an endurance route, not much of a time to stop. And she'll be nervous. She didn't have the best bouldering round.
Yeah, for sure.
Of course, a fantastic speed round from her. And pinches to start off with.
Yeah. Looks kind of easy until now. But from here, I think this is the first move that's going to be a bit harder. These pinches are not so easy.
How much does it psychologically get you if you don't have a good start to a lead route? Is it difficult to put that behind you?
Yeah, for me, I really need to get into my rhythm when I start my lead route, and if I get out of it, then I might get a bit nervous and then really, really pumped and really, really fast. But I know there are lead climbers that are just very, very chill when they climb, and then it's easier for them to just adapt. Ale, come on. Oh, she's fighting. What a fight. Oh, she's doing pretty well. Oh, no.
Right, Patricia taking a fall. I was just getting briefed by the technical delegate there. Complicated maths going on all over the place. Patricia Hujak, though, that is her competition done as she takes an early swing. Such a good speed climber, though. We saw her powering up that wall.
That was a pretty good go for her. She got, like, almost to the middle. It's, what, 4 quick draws?
Yeah, good effort from her. So difficult when lead or bouldering isn't necessarily your specialism.
So I would think that the start is easier than the start that we've seen so far in like the finals or something like that, or in semis. So I would say it's pretty bouldery at the middle.
The athletes being held in a holding area. We've usually seen them come backstage, but now they're wait. As we see Stasha Gale come onto the stage. Now, keep an eye out for this lady. She needs a good performance here. She's currently at the top of the leaderboard. We don't know how difficult this route is proving to be so far, but Stasha, not necessarily a lead climbing expert.
Yeah.
But she's going to have to give it everything here.
She's running the start. Oh, she's going to fight.
Yeah, you can guarantee whatever Stasha does, she will fight. She's one of those athletes.
She's just going for it.
Ram, I'm so nervous.
Me too, actually.
Genuinely nervous. Right, let's put us behind her as she enters this first section of the route using heel hooks. Nice climbing from her so far. Up she comes into the pinches, cutting loose for a brief second. You have to clip all of the quick draws on a route. You can't dodge them.
She skipped the hold here, the pinch. And this looks like the first rest and probably the last one, I would say.
Yeah, first.
But still, it's not a good rest. It looks okay, but it doesn't look like the best rest.
Yeah, you can see her laces tied around her shoes. Lovely shot there from the athlete's holding area. Stasha climbs up this route, catches on the right, brings up the left. Stasha, of course, coming back from injury. It's been so good to see her in this comp. She's already having to fight. She thinks about a double clip, decides better of it. Not a bad position here, that crimp, positive. Stasha just takes a moment to chalk up before she throws herself in the next section. And Ram, dual textured holds on this. That wooden surface is very slippery, right?
That would scare me in a lead route, and there are 5 of them. So I don't know how she's feeling right now, not knowing what to hold.
Yeah, she's got to keep it together.
But there are a few crimps on these holds, so it might make the job easier.
Stasha moving up. As you're back home supporting her, do be yelling at your TV screen at this moment. She needs your support. As she shakes, resting, you can see her fingers curling on that hold. Wonderful shots. On the right-hand side of your screen, that is how far up the route she is. We'll get that graphic all the way through so you can keep an eye on the athletes. Stasha on hold 21. How's the scoring worked out? Well, if you get to, every hold is numbered. If you get to hold number 20, you get 20 points. You get a plus if you move, if you use that hold. And the definition of using is if you shift your center of gravity and go up with one hand. Stasha, meanwhile, heel hooking high up on the root.
She's fighting.
Almost losing that on this pinch. Remember, this is for an Olympic place for Stasha.
Oh, no.
Peels off about 3/4 of the way up.
What a fight, though.
What a fight for Stasha.
Crazy.
25 plus for her.
She's hoping that would be enough for at least 4th place.
Yeah, we know what's at stake here. Ram, we talk about fighting, but what does that actually mean as an athlete? What does fighting entail?
I guess it's different for each athlete because we've been through different things in our life. For me, I've been climbing since I was 5, so like it's just like fighting for my dream because I'm always training for this moment. And when it comes, it feels like, okay, this is my moment and I have to fight for my life almost. But for Stasha, it always looks like she's fighting hard. And it's really impressive to watch.
Right, next athlete out on stage is Chloe Collier. She is one who could knock Stasha off the top spot. She looks up at the route immediately. The second she walks out on stage, her eyes flicked upwards as we look at those quick draws flicking. Chloe Collier.
So she will be fighting to beat Stasha's high point. This might be the Olympic fight, almost.
Yeah, it could come down to this moment, couldn't it? Time will tell. Chloe Collier, 6 minutes on the clock. I don't think time is going to be an issue. There are not many places to rest on this lead route as she gets started. Stasha has done all she can do. Now all she has to do is watch. Remember, Stasha getting 25 plus points. As you watch her progress through this first section of the route. A lot of support for Chloe coming through. Heel hooks locking them in, and this slopey section of the route. Ram, it's so easy just to burn yourself out early on in something like this.
Yeah, for sure. And it looks like she's choosing a different approach to the route. She's climbing a bit slower and trying to just rest between the moves. Let's see how it turns out.
Chloe Collier. Her final roll
Nice
of the
heel.
dice. Yeah, nice heel hook there, just resting. Pulls up for that clip. She reaches the pinch.
And she's skipping the first rest. That's interesting.
Yeah, we saw Stasha take a moment there. Chloe deciding to push on.
And from now on, it's just hard moves.
Let's see, Chloe Collier climbs so well in that qualifying round for the lead. Decided not to compete at the semi-finals. She just misses a clip. No real issue, she's in a good position there. Resting with the arms straight. Now resting, now taking a moment. 18 points for her, 25 plus Stasha's high point. Remember, it doesn't necessarily mean if she beats Stasha's high point, she's automatically beaten her. There's a lot to be worked out.
A lot of math.
A lot of maths, exactly.
Yeah, but she's looking really solid right now. Really solid.
Yeah, Chloe certainly one you'd expect to perhaps be in contention for the win here on this lead section, certainly.
For sure.
Was beaten by Victoria Meshkova in the lead final, but she's come back into this competition season on fantastic form as she comes up into the purple holds, now having to fight a little bit. You can see the muscles on her back standing out. She gets a high shoulder hook, almost horizontal.
Wow.
Reaching through, high right foot. She needs to make this clip now. She does. 26 for her. She passes Stasha's high point.
Oh, she's fighting.
big jump needed now, but she hits statically. Shakes out, presses up. Chloe on 10 points currently. Chloe falling just as she reached the head wall of that section. Chloe Collier, 30+ points for her. We take a breath here in the stadium. Everything has built to this moment, and that impressive lead wall is the focus of all of our attention. As Chloe does the splits to get established, pops out to that yellow hold. Looks up. Pops out. And that's where she takes the fall. High up on the route, though. As we watch the replays of that moment. See the rope pulled through. Ram, if you're sitting in our athletes area watching all the athletes climb, I mean, how do you even deal with all of the emotions that must be coming at you?
I guess you just have to be patient, and there's not much else to do. And cheer for the guys, so they will do like, you know, the girls here, and just cheer for them so they will do well. Yeah, but it's pretty nerve-wracking to sit there. When I sat there in the bouldering, I was like, wow, this is hard. And all the cameras are on you, and this is a big moment. Hannah Moyle is coming out.
Hannah Moyle of Germany. You can't see her on your screen, that's still Chloe. There's Hannah. Hannah's so young, 19.
Yeah, well, crazy to be in such a final.
Hannah Moyle currently in 6th place with 30 points.
She's a pretty good lead climber from what I know.
Yep, she is.
Cruising through the start.
Always smiling, always having a good time.
Yeah, definitely.
So interesting to see the different athletes. Ways of dealing with this. Some just get angry, get aggressive. Others smile their way through it. Everyone's different.
Yeah, definitely.
Sweaty hands back at home. Everyone watching this. So much at stake for these athletes. Their last chance for an Olympic ticket. And also the small matter of being crowned European champion, that of course is fairly important.
She's also skipping the rest. Wow.
Hannah Moyle moving up now through this lead route. 17, you can see the graphic on the right-hand side tick up as she progresses through this route. Ram, this is the section of the route that to me looks like a real energy sapper.
Yeah, it looks really crimpy. But I think that's what she's good at, so she'll be fine. She's taking a bit of a rest here.
Yeah, I think we've seen most athletes just pause at this moment to shake out. A fairly flat edge, that. Just allowing them a second, of course, overhanging, so it is pushing your body backwards, so it is still on your arms. Hannah comes up. We know this section is tricky. High heel hook. Big bump up.
Ale Hannah. Nice.
Crossing through from Hannah Moyle now. Looking great as she cuts loose. Gets a toe, hooks it in, matches.
Come on.
Wow. Huge drop knee there to try to get established on that next hold. Hannah Moyle's day is done. 28 for her. It's not going to be enough for that Olympic place for her, but Stasha. Stasha still sitting in the top position. I can see her now. She's got her headphones on as she watches. We watch a replay of Hannah. She cuts loose, looking to clip that hold. Decides not to, pressing on, of course. You do have to clip it at some point, but it's up to you where you do the clips.
What do we do if it's a tie?
Right, let's see what happens here as Viktoria Mishkova. She enters. Okay, Viktoria Mishkova, double champion, of course. Boulder champion and lead champion. Ran, that's a heck of an achievement, isn't it?
That's crazy. What can I say? Lead and bouldering, it's like two different sports, and she can combine them too. That's impressive.
Truly is. Perhaps we saw some fatigue from her earlier on. Maybe not performing quite as she would
A little
want
bit,
to
yeah.
in the bouldering.
But she rested for almost 2 hours, I think. So one last fight for her.
Viktoria Mishkova, we know she doesn't like to leave anything on the wall.
She will fight for sure.
She reaches up, clips. Will she choose to rest? She does briefly, chalking up. Viktoria Mishkova, can she do something special here on this lead wall? 16 at the moment. Up to the crimps. This is a good resting position, or one of the resting positions on this route, and there are not many of them. She's looking calm, though.
I'm trying to do the math. It's hard.
I can see like numbers whirling through Ram's head as he looks at it.
It's not over yet, from what I see.
Yeah. I'm just twiddling a pen in my hand frantically here as I watch this final. It's ridiculous. I need to calm myself down. Viktoria Mishkova resting on the crimps, as we've seen most athletes do, but not for as long, perhaps. That's our current leaders. Chloe Collier, 30+. Hannah Moyle, 28. Stasia Gale at 25+. Fantastic effort from her.
She's looking good.
It's not over yet, ladies and gentlemen. She cuts loose now. Toe up.
One more hold to
the Chloe's high point, yep, 30+. The audience now in front of her home crowd cheering her on.
The audience is getting crazy. He knows that she just needs one more hold.
One more hold for a victory on this, of course. We'll work out what that means later on, but she'll want to top it regardless. Up she goes. Moving into the lead now on this lead comp. Remember the scores multiplied together. Steps out right. Will we see a top here in this women's route? This final section, though, has got a sting in the tail. This huge volume requires pinch strength of steel and pressing. As you can see her now, pressing, pinching. It's like a twofer in Spain as she brings the heel up. Finding a moment to rest, though. The top nears, it's in sight. Bumps out left. Dips her hand into the chalk bag, shakes out. Are we going to see a top for Viktoria Mishkova? One crimp to go. And she hits it. Now a little pop to the top. Holds the swing. She must clip the hold. Huge moment for her as the Russian crowd go absolutely crazy in the background. That's a top, and that's going to make things interesting.
And she's bleeding from all her fingers.
bleeding from everywhere.
Wow, that just changed a lot.
I think
it
that
was
means
also pretty fast, right?
Yeah, that was fast for her. So remember, if everyone tops, it is separated by time. So if a top is possible, you then have to think about climbing fast, which is yet another thing to worry about. And of course, the athletes, they don't see this, but they will hear the crowd's reaction. They'll know a top came.
Definitely.
I think that could be over for Chloe Collier in terms of that Olympic place.
Yeah, because Victoria is at least third place right now, right? Yeah.
As she makes that clip, matches the top. Delight from her. When I interviewed her, as I said earlier, she said she was disappointed even when she'd won the league championship, she hadn't topped out her route. So Victoria...
Wow, that's the next level.
It really is. So Victoria, no need to be disappointed. You've done everyone proud.
What a fight.
What a fight, yeah. Ram Levin says it best. Okay, 3 athletes to go.
Just 2 more, Matt. Just 2 more.
Oh, 2 more.
3. Oh, 3 more. Wow,
3 more.
So Elena still has a chance. Elena is also with 12 points.
Elena currently sitting in
This is not
5th.
over. If she tops it, it's gonna be on time.
Let's see who wins.
She's also with 12 points. I don't think it's over.
Time will tell. That's the leaderboard so far. Stasha apparently joint on that one. We're going to wait for confirmation on that.
She has to top the route. That's her only chance to win.
Right, as we start off for Elena Krasovskia. Through this bottom section of the route, fairly straightforward as we've seen. Heel hooks, intelligent climbing from her. Using every opportunity she can to rest as she nears those final crimps, shaking out her hand. Tension being built in the background with that music. Stasha is going to be feeling the nerves. She can still be beaten at this stage for that overall win.
I'm nervous. It's hard to watch.
Elena
really
now,
nervous.
She moves on from the rest into this crimpy section. We know there's another rest coming up, of course, on those flat crimps. Getting a clip in, resting her way up that route. Taking a moment to pause, rest. These flat crimps proving a real moment for the athlete to compose themselves. Oh, a little hesitation there.
Close, yeah.
She drops back down, getting pumped. Late drama in this route. Stasha really needs to come in 4th place in order to guarantee her was Victoria at the moment. Elena takes a fall. You could see her starting to struggle. As we look to our audience. Elena shaking her head. We will see a brief pause in a moment. There's blood on one of the holds, so they have to send up a root setter to clean the hold. Which gives you guys back at home to do your predictions, calculations. Grab a cup of coffee. Whatever you need right now. 9:35 here in Russia. All over the world, I know people are glued to their screens as we watch these athletes perform. Ram, this pause we're going to see now, that's got to be hard if you were the next athlete out and you thought you were about to come.
Yeah, you're back there after you already finished your warm-up. There's usually about 10 minutes where you just have to sit behind the wall. And 10 minutes is a long time to just be back there. So more than 10 minutes and not really knowing what is going to happen, how long until they finish cleaning up the route. Probably knowing you have to top the route. I don't know if they know it, but it must be hard.
Victoria looking emotional. This 10-minute or however long it is going to be absolute torture for her. That's the confirmation of the lead final. The lead part of this section, Victoria. Of course, we saw her top it out. We'll see the combined, hopefully, in a second or two. Chloe Collier with a very good 30+. Hannah Moyle, 28+. And currently, Victoria Meshkova is in the lead with 12 points. Which will mean she'll take that Olympic ticket at the moment. We just see the route setters going up to clean that hold of blood. That's what's happening around. We've got a brief pause in proceedings. Stay with us. The athletes just waiting now for these routes to be cleaned. I know there's questions going on about these 12 points, and that's what I was just checking in that moment. I've just legged it across the arena. Oh, ran my breath. Basically, it's very, very complicated why those two 12 points get separated, but it's counting back to the other events. Not the qualification, but the other events during tonight. So currently, Victoria is winning this competition. She has got that Olympic ticket. We're just waiting for the route setter to clean the hold now. As the athletes wait their moment of destiny. I mean, Ram, I can't even imagine what's going on for those guys as they sit there.
Yeah, it's it must be tough. What can I say? It must be tough waiting there, knowing that you're gonna have to climb the best you can do in such an important event.
Yeah, they're there waiting for this route setter. The route setter coming down now at rapid pace, lowered by the B layer. We're minutes away from restarting here. Just a small pause while the route setter clean the hold. Ram, Levin in the commentary box with me today. You can see Stasha just...
It's pretty hard being here, I must say. It's not an easy job. I don't know how you do it.
I don't know how you do what you do, man.
Climbing is easier, honestly.
Absolutely not. I mean, I'm a climber, but I'm not a climber, if you know what I mean. I'm not an athlete to your level at all. Hannah sitting, athletes just stretching out. So focused. You can just tell what's going through her mind. Chloe Collier, frustration. A week of competition comes to this moment, and you can just see your heart goes out to her sitting in that place.
Everybody is doing math for the men probably right now.
I know. Molly Thompson-Smith, she's currently sitting in last place.
But she's one of the best lead climbers in this round, so will be interesting to see.
She is indeed, and by her standards, she's perhaps had a disappointment. She'll be wanting to put things to rights on this lead wall. So let's see if Molly, what she can
Missing
do.
a clip, that's not the best way to start.
Missing a cliff, but off she goes into this yellow section. Nice and easy to start off with for the athletes. We have actually seen quite a few routes very tricky early on, especially for the women. Especially in that final the other day with the lead. Just a tricky start, a little dyno-y start. But this time the route setters being perhaps kinder, allowing them to ease their way in. Molly Thompson-Smith now in the lower half of the route. There is an appeal, by the way, underway for Chloe Collier for hooking a bolt with her feet. And Ram, that's something we talked about. If you touch a bolt, it is a problem.
That's not what you want, definitely not.
So Chloe under investigation. She's likely to be bumped down, according to the technical delegate who just came and had a word with me. Meanwhile, on the wall, Molly. She's on the bottom half. Just about to get to the first resty section of the route.
She's looking really good so far. Calm and easy.
Yeah, she is calm, cool and
very
collected.
Focused climber.
It's amazing, you look back and you think these athletes are young, and then you think how many years of competition climbing they've got under their belts.
Yeah, a lot of years. Youth Cups, championships at home, then World Cups. It's been a long years of training for her.
And the sacrifices, of course, that go with that.
Yeah. She's looking really solid so far, really solid.
She is, yep, choosing to rest again on those crimps.
She's aiming for the top, I'm telling you.
Yeah, Molly wants this one. We can see that great graphic on screen showing you where the previous athletes have got to on this route. Molly kicks her left foot out, shakes her hand out, crosses through with the right. Not rushing, taking her time as she makes the clip. Crosses through, drops down, chalks up. This is the dyno. Molly choosing to reverse back down, just milking the rests. Ready for this jump. She knows it's coming. She will have read it properly. Here she goes, up easily. Look at the strength from Molly Thompson-Smith. As she enters the final section of this route. Ram Levin, you said she wanted a top, and you can see that in her face.
And she's close. Just a few more moves. And she's in a good time, I think. She climbed pretty fast so far.
Yeah, 2 minutes 26 on the clock. 6 minutes to climb this route. Time not really being an issue at all so far, although speed might be an issue.
Ah, Molly, come on.
Molly, this will really change things if she can top it. Struggling now, lay backing that massive black volume. She's now going to rock over to the left, which she does. 2 moves to go, one crimp, one final jump. Starting to breathe deeply now. Such a good lead climber, Molly. She takes a moment to compose herself. She's going to bump out to this left crimp, and then it's the top, stretching fingertips on that. Misses the top with a huge jump. And I think for Stasha, that means that her Olympic dreams are gone, and she takes a huge sigh. Stasha will have had everything crossed for Molly there. Four athletes, four different emotions going on. Stasha just dejected on stage, but what a performance from her. Ram, I don't even know what I'm feeling, Ram, let alone describing what other people are feeling right now. All I know is my hands are soaking wet.
I was just calculating things again. But I know, I think Victoria climbed pretty fast, so either way it wouldn't have been enough to top the route for Molly.
Yeah.
But she fought so well, and she looked pretty solid up until that move.
Let's see, though. It's early to call this. Let's see what happens. Everything to play for, of course. There's so many different options.
It's not over till it's over.
It's not over till it's over, so don't worry. I'm not making predictions. I know it sounded like I did, but we're going to wait as we see Stasha head in hands.
Stasha's reaction is heartbreaking.
Certainly that's one of her options gone. If you're joining us, this is the end, almost, of the women's lead round. One more athlete coming out, and it has been just an incredible evening of sport. A wonderful competition as we see the leaderboard for the women's final. Victoria Meshkova, she's top. Victoria Meshkova currently in the lead, although it looks like they're drawn on points. They're not, because of the way the scoring is worked out, which is immensely complicated. There might still be a chance for Stasha. Her dad calling her over off camera here to go and talk to her. That's one of the technical delegates talking to Chloe about the Bolt incident, I would imagine. High emotions here in this stadium. As we can see everybody trying to work it out. Meanwhile, Eliska Adamovska on the wall. As she starts off her finals route. The final athlete out here. We wait and see on that Olympic qualification place. And as I said, emotions running so high in this stadium here in Russia. I'm with Ram Levin, the human calculator.
I'm stressed.
Ram's stressed.
This is hard to watch.
I'm just here calling the action for you guys, and what a performance from all the athletes on stage. Eliska's performance could change everything here, from what I understand, but we will see. Eliska disappearing from our camera view as she drops out of sight under that overhang, reaches up to make a clip. She's using every moment to rest that she can. Trying an awkward-looking clip there, does it better that time. Just out of reach. Remember, that's the resting point, that sausage-shaped hold with the crimps on it.
She's still in a good time. She can do it.
She is doing a good time. Breathing heavily, though. A lot resting on her shoulders. As she enters this crimpy section of the route. We've seen almost every athlete resting on this next hold, the one she's on there with the right hand. She gets a heel. Shakes out. Bumps out left to the hold, starting to have to fight Ram as she bounces her way out left on this route, drops the knee, crosses through the right hand. Quick draw hovering in front of her face.
Oh, she's fighting. She's a bit pumped, I think.
She is pumped, and this is the move.
She's starting to get pumped, yeah.
This is the dyno. We saw Molly go
Hard
back
move.
and rest. She doesn't. She goes out, sticks it. High foot as she rocks up onto the head wall, makes the clip down low. Shaking that left hand out now. Right hand stretched out in order to rest. Ram watching replays on his phone next to me of that top. Eliska.
It's gonna be tight with the times.
Let's wait and see. As she enters the final section of this route, dropping back down to rest. Up she goes. Time is going to play a factor for her if she tops it out at this point. Unbelievable. An entire week of climbing, and what a crescendo for this women's comp. Out with the right hand. She'll want to top here. But her time is going to be less than Victoria, we think. Left hand out, shaking that right. So much on the line for all of these athletes here as she looks at that crimp. She's looking in control at the moment. Seems to have controlled her pump. But this final move, we know it's a bit of a sting. She sticks it. She is going to clip, but it will be a slower time, we think. But great effort for the top for her. Time will tell. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. The climbers for the women have done what they can do. Let's wait on the results now. Victoria, she's smiling. Is she smiling?
What is going on?
Everyone waiting for confirmation. We're looking over to the stage. The Russian coaches are cheering. Stash has got her head in her hands. Victoria's holding on. Talia Mishkova looks like she's got it. She can't believe it. Unbelievable scenes here in Moscow. The Russian delegates are going crazy down in the front of us in the commentary box. She's already a bouldering champion. She's already a lead champion. And now combined champion as well, Victoria. It looks like Victoria has been crowned the champion. What an evening of climbing so far for the women. Ram Levin, thank you so much for joining me today, man.
Thanks, man.
That was, I mean, I've had words all evening and now I've run out of them.
Me
what
too.
a moment.
Me too. It's real. It's becoming real. Someone got an Olympic ticket.
Right, I'm going to have to go and do some interviews. Guys, thank you for watching back at home. What a moment for us all here in the stadium. One Olympic place goes. Men's to come. I'll talk to you guys in a couple of minutes. Chat soon. The combined champion. You must be over the moon.
Thank you. I don't believe it's really cool. It's magic.
Emotions running high for you. How exciting is it for you to be out here in front of your home crowd winning in Moscow?
I'm very it's
I understand so much going through your head. Congratulations from everyone here in the stadium. Well done, Victoria.
Thank you.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Victoria. Such an emotional winner. Olympic place for her. Combined champion, lead champion, boulder champion. What an incredible final. I literally had to take a little moment to myself as I came back to the commentary box, just to compose myself. And now we've got to move on to the men. Marcin Dienski, he's out first on this men's route. As you can see, it came right down to the wire between Stasia and Victoria there. Nothing separating the two women as Marcin Dienski cuts loose. Sometimes tricky interviews. I'm given a microphone, I have to ask the questions, but you could tell how emotional Victoria was there. Marcin Dienski, though, let's see what he can do on this wall. Speed climber, of course, really struggling early on. Such a difficult ask for these guys, and he takes an early swing to come down. Marcin Dienski, his day is done. He won that speed competition, of course. Business end of this competition is going to come down to Alexei and Nikolai at the top. Marcin, he was on 8 points, but he has not done enough and will not have done enough. Of course, winning that speed comp, but as a speed specialist, he needed something pretty special to come out of the lead and the bouldering. Keep your eyes peeled on the scores, remember. I'll keep you updated on the app as well. Download it right now, immediately, if you haven't already. This men's final combined competition is going to be just as intense. I hope back home you were watching that, enjoying every second of that as I was. Such high drama on that route, so many twists and turns going on. Coming up to 10 o'clock here in Russia. My name is Matt, and I'm going to be talking you out here in the men's final. Thank you to Ram Levin for joining me for the women. Alex Kazanov currently sitting in 6th position with 28 points. Boulder specialist. As he pumps up into this first section of the route, we saw Marcin, not easy, not a giveaway, just easing them in. Thank you to everyone back at home watching. I know you're enjoying it, I know you're supporting. What a way to end this week in Moscow as Alex Kazanov, he starts up this route, traversing from left to right to start with. Alex, of course, joining me earlier in the week. Russian commentary team are going nuts next to me, by the way. Alex crossing through onto these dual textured surface holds, but you can see little crimps built in. Alex Kazanov, boulder specialist, cuts loose as he nears the halfway point of this wall. You can see the scores on the right-hand side, as he can keep track of all the action as Alex crosses through to make that clip. Bringing that left foot onto the hold. Eyes laser focused, as always, with Alex. Matching that orange hold, fingers uncurling as he pops off the pinky. Up with the left. First time we've really seen this part of the route. Well, it is the first time we've seen this part of the route. As Alex gets his hands up. Again, finding places to rest where there are really none. It's a very endurance-y route, this. Big left up to the sloper, though, for him. Fantastic job from Alex Kazanov as he comes down on 26. He's going to be happy with that. An athlete who never likes to leave anything behind. Hello to everybody if you're watching online, on the BBC, wherever this is being streamed. It's been a wonderful, wonderful evening of climbing as we see comp climbing return to our screens. Alex Kazanov, he'll go to the waiting area now as we wait our next athlete, Will Bosey. Will currently sitting down in 7th position. Slightly disappointing bouldering round for him. Will, one of those athletes who want to come out and just show the world what he can do on this lead route. As we watch Alex Kazanov's moment as he slaps up, comes down. That's the waiting area. Alex Kazanov just exhausted, breathing heavy, thinking about what could have been, what might have been, what has been. Will Bosey, meanwhile, he walks out onto the stage, getting a big cheer from this crowd as he checks out his lead route. Occasionally the microphone's just picking up other people there. Will Bosey, heel hook to start off with. Keeping things calm on this bottom section of the route. Will pinching his way through, cutting loose. I think tops are possible on this route. Let's see. Will Bosey just dropping down, making this clip, and then I think we'll see him rest for a few seconds. There he goes, just chalking up, crimping. Into his first cruxy little sequence, designed just to look a little bit more complicated than it probably is by the route setters. A cross through and then up to that right crimp as he makes the clip from the undercling. Will Bosey matching out left into the pinches. He's about a third of a way up this route. You can see with the graphic, hold number 16. Will starting to climb quicker now, pushing through this cruxy section. Keep it going in the live chat, guys, if you're speaking to me. Hello to everyone around the world. Whether you're new to climbing or an old hand, I hope you've enjoyed it. And we're not done yet. Plenty of climbing yet to come as Will Bosey goes up into the side pull. Matches with the thumb there. You can just see out of shot that left hand as he crosses through again to some crimps. Big bump up for Will onto those tick marks, nearing the head wall as he drops that knee down. That's Alex Kazanov's high point. It looks like Will is going to pass that. Third climber out, of course. Anything can change at this point. Will would love a top here. Will Bosey makes the clip before launching into the head wall of this route. Traverses now from the bottom right, where he is, all the way up to almost the center of the wall. Yes, Will. Just gesturing to the crowd to give him some encouragement. Will clips, spots the pinch, swaps the feet. Starting to power screen now, starting to work hard as he unwinds. Will Bosey letting his frustrations from the day unleash itself upon this wall as he aims for the dyno and just slips off the top hold. Big wave and a smile from Will. Wonderful to see him. And he will provisionally be top of this lead route. A lot of cameras, a lot of people looking for interviews all the way around this stadium. Will Bosey with a cheeky smile at the crowd. As we watch a replay of Will as his rope gets pulled, and look at that moment. Come on, he's saying, you're not making enough noise. Huge moment for Will. Yes, power screaming as he crimps his way through, and then this dyno just giving it everything, and you can see, holding it, and down he comes. Leaning back as he's lowered to the ground. Finally, Will can rest. 3 athletes done. Sergei Luchetsky up next. Sergei currently, as I pull out my app to have a look, Sergei currently sitting in 3rd position. He's one of the athletes that could potentially walk away. With this Olympic place and a gold medal, the crowd go nuts. Will Russia see 2 Olympic tickets given away? Sergei Luchetsky of Russia. Air climbing, remembering the route as behind him to the right, the athletes watch on. Smiles, they're not the ones though who have an Olympic place on the line. I would imagine we're going to see some tenser faces in a few minutes. Sergei climbing quickly to get established here. Hold 3. As there we can see our current leaders, Will Bosey 35 plus, Alex Kazanov 26. Sergei crosses through, chalks up. Twisting and dropping that knee as he just takes a moment to rest. Who are you cheering for back at home in this men's comp? Sergei pinching, twisting, turning his way up this route as he eyes that next crimp. Makes the clip with the right hand. Such a complicated graphic, but it is a good way of working out who's who. About to come onto Alex Kazanov's place. He'll overtake him if he can get through this section. Resting and shaking out. Keep an eye on that huge dyno where Will's score is there up to the top. It looks like a good sloper, but it's not necessarily once you've done all this climbing. And remember, it's been a week for these guys and an entire day today as he crosses through into that crimp. He's crimped so small you can't see him from the ground. Bumps out, gets that thumb in the thumb catch. Matches in, the crowd going absolutely nuts for him down here. Will he have enough in the tank for this dyno? First of all, he's got to get this move out to the corner. Now he's got to steady himself, looking like he's struggling now, but gets the left foot, pops up and sticks the sloper. He's going to clip, and that will have done wonders for his score. Unbelievable moment for Sergei as he is lowered down from the wall. Sergei can't believe it, a top for him. Great performance for Sergei. Of course, one of 3 Russian athletes, the first of the 3 out here today. Chloe Collier, heartbreak for her. You can see this is the top part of Sergei's route as he jumps out to that sloper, somehow still having the energy to cut loose, swing around. He climbed that quickly as well. That might play a factor. As we see him nailing that top hold and making the clip, almost fumbling it in his delight. Not a jug, but not far off for these guys. It's about as good as it gets. Sergei clips, screams, and down he comes. Right, that's our current leaderboard for the finals. Sergei getting the top we just saw. Will Bosi on 35 plus, followed by Alex Khazanov on 26. Next out, Nikolai Yaryovets. And that is currently our leaderboard, although, and that might change when Nikolai, who's on stage, and Alexei comes out. Sergei making a high clip. Hello at home if you're watching. What a day this has been, eh? People have been dropping in and out, saying hello. Maybe you've been out climbing. Wherever you've been, it's lovely to see you and have you join us here in Moscow for the European Champs. And we are nearing the end of our evening's climbing entertainment now. This men's final place has got to be decided. I love how everyone was predicting the women's and everyone's gone very silent for the men. It's so hard to call that everything might change. Nikolai crosses under. Up he goes, every move now accompanied by an exhalation of breath. As he bumps out into the pinch, crosses through to the crimp. Finds a heel. Starting to look tired now, he's only halfway up. I love hearing every breath from that man. You can see the intensity on his face as he goes up with the left. He's going to need a top, remember. Sergei Luchetsky getting one earlier. This is Nikolai Yarovets as he cuts loose, swinging. We saw earlier, this is a man who never gives up, and he won't. He will refuse to. As he matches that blue volume, up with the right, still going. He needs to find a moment just to compose himself here, and that might be it, as he makes an awkward clip between his legs. Chalks up. How is that man still holding onto the wall, into the crimps? Bumps out to the pinch. Remember, there is a dyno to come at the end of this route as he stretches tenuously out left. He's still going. He's got one more big move to go as he comes swinging down towards the athlete holding area. Not a top for him. Your Sergei Luzhetsky. You're going to be feeling excited right now. Bosi just looking absolutely exhausted in the middle. Alex Kazanov calm, chilled. Chalking up with his awesome-looking shark chalk bag. I want one of them. Watching a replay. Next out will be Alexei Rubtsov, currently in the lead. It looked like Nikolai was coming off from about a third of the way up this route, and somehow, every time I look back up, he was going still. As he bumps out left, power screaming his way through that move. Remember, guys, if you're on the chat, let's keep things nice. We've managed this competition as a community together. Let's just support the athletes, support everyone taking part here today. I've been proud of our community. I still am. As we near the end of this competition, what a moment for every athlete. As the stadium goes eerily quiet as we look at the leaderboard. And a huge screen for Alexei Rubtsov. Rubtsov, 32, currently in the lead. He came 5th in the speed, he came 1st in the bouldering. Time to turn on the power. That's not Alex Kazanov. There's Alexei Rubtsov. Alexei, such a good boulderer. What would he make of this route? It is a bouldery route. There isn't a huge amount of opportunity to rest, and at the top, it just continues to get more physical. Alexei climbing quickly. He needs to get as high and as fast. He needs to get as high as fast as possible. High tension, high drama in the stadium. And we're in our final few athletes as Alexei Rubtsov. He reaches up to the pinches now. Still not stopping to rest. Now he drops that knee. Takes a moment to chalk up. Alexei crosses through to the crimp. Awkward clip this. We've seen the athletes reaching down with the right, which he does. Bumps up with the right into the head wall for him now. But this is a big move that he manages to make work. Matches the sloper. Fingers uncurling on those holds. Days of climbing now. Will his skin hold up? He makes the awkward clip, looking to the crimp section now. You can see those little crimps. as he works his feet out left. A bump and a bump for Alexei Rubtsov as he nears the top of the route. A little foot pop there, got everyone's heart in their mouths. Out to the volumes. 3 moves ready to go here. Drops that knee in order to make the clip. Out to the left, here comes the dyno, that tiny micro hold. All he has to go, and as he makes it quickly, not a top for him, but will it be enough for that first place? Fist bumps. Alexei Rubtsov, Yone Krudi was saying earlier, that man has learned to smile in recent years, and he does now. Just taking a moment, standing in front of this crowd, just to suck it all in. The competing lifetime of an athlete is short, and you need to enjoy every second that you have on the world stage. Athlete holding area as we wait. Sasha Lehmann will come out to join us next. Seconds away from the final couple of athletes. 2 to come, Sasha Lehmann and Yuval Shemela. Both athletes who will want to top this route, regardless of an Olympic place on the line or not. They'll want to come out, show the world, show themselves what they can do. Sasha Lehmann walks out, strides onto the stage purposefully. Off shot for you guys, but I can see him. Sergei Luchetsky, currently top. That is our current leaderboard. Sergei Luchetsky topping out in 10th. Sasha Lehmann in 12th. He can still win it. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Sasha really needs to top this route in order to get that Olympic qualifier. We know he can do it. We've seen him do it. Lead champion, of course, here earlier in the week. What a tight competition. So hard to call. Sasha, huge support back at home and on the live chat all week. And in the stadium, a popular athlete. As he climbs quickly, you can see, though, fatigue on this route. All of them have climbed so hard so far. Let's see what Sasha can do. There's no point having any regrets at this moment. As he gets a toe on the hold, not stopping to pause at all. Hardly seen him chalk up, really. Sasha breathing deeply, eyeing up that crimp with the left hand. He's going for time as much as anything here. He knows he needs a top, but he knows he wants to win this competition, and he's going to have to climb it quickly in order to do that. That's why he's not hanging around. But with speed comes danger. Sasha engaging sixth gear here as he enters into the head wall, gets that right foot up. Foot pop now, starting to struggle, starting to shake as he gets the pinch. He's right on the edge, is Sasha Lehmann. As he makes the clip, final couple of moves from him. Will this be enough for the young man from Switzerland? Undercling matching, spots the crimp. He's got one move to go. Up he goes, he's going to top this route. He makes the clip, and he doesn't know if he's got it yet. We don't know if he's got it yet, but everyone is going crazy in the audience. Alex Kazanov is on his feet. Sasha down to the ground. He doesn't know, he's literally gesturing. That man just bouldered a lead route. All of the athletes' eyes fixed to the screen now. Who is going to be crowned champion? Who is going to take that Olympic place? Sasha's done all he can do as he looks at the screen. He is currently top. He is currently top of this leaderboard. Sasha Lehmann, as you can see, I think he might have done enough here. That will go down in history as one of the most incredible pieces of lead climbing that we have witnessed here on any competition stage. I've got goosebumps as I'm telling you this. Look at the speed that he went through that route. Imagine the fitness that it takes to do that. He's sitting, I can watch him, I can see him now. He's got his head just buried in his hands. He can't quite believe it. He's exhausted. Yuval Shemela, as we look, Sasha Lehmann is top of the leaderboard in terms of this final. He was fastest. Of course he was fastest. He was running up the thing. Yuval Shemela, he'll want to finish this competition in style. And this is it, ladies and gentlemen. This is our final athlete on our final day here in Moscow. What a week it has been. Yuval Shemela, as he comes into the pinchy first section. I'll try to calm myself down. Please don't if you're at home, though. Be nuts. Go crazy. Why not? Yuval Shemela. Expressive climb he's going to put on a show for us. I'd imagine he'll start power screaming in a second. Yuval seeming to take a note from the Sasha Book of Speed here. I say the athletes don't know what the others have got, but they will be hearing the cheers. They'll know when a top comes, and if it means multiple tops, that means that you have to top it quickly. Yuval cannot qualify for the Olympics here, but he's going to want to come away with this win. And who knows? Maybe he'll top it quicker than Sasha. It all comes down to time now, and Yuval is absolutely motoring up there. Let's see, final part of the route for Yuval Shemela. He has been one of the standout performers of this competition. final half of this route, he still hasn't paused, he still hasn't stopped. Screaming now, giving it everything on his final part of the route as he comes into the volume section. Up he comes. Let's look at his final jump. Will Yuval top it? He's going to top it. Yuval Shemela bows to the crowd as he comes down. We're going to wait and see. Sasha just breathing heavy now. We're all waiting. Look at Alexi's eyes. It's one of those two. We wait with bated breath here in the auditorium. I'm waiting, they're waiting, head in hands. Who's going to be crowned it? No one knows. Sasha Lehmann looks like he hasn't got it as Alexei Rubtsov goes mental on the stage. Yuval Shemela, his time, his speed route, beating Sasha on speed as Alexei Rubtsov bows down to this crowd. Sasha can't quite believe it as he sits there. Who was expecting Yuval to come out the blocks like that? What a performance. Will Bosi hugging Sasha in the background, going over to comfort him as Alexei Rubtsov, he will go to the Olympics. He is crowned your champion here. Sasha Lehmann left nothing behind. Ladies and gentlemen, that was simply unbelievable way to finish this competition. Sasha, devastated, snatched away. You knew that he thought he'd done enough. Yuval congratulates Alexei. What a climax to this competition. I've never seen a comp come down so close to the wire. Seconds. I thought no one could go faster than Sasha Lehmann. Alexei takes a moment. Can anyone else remember a comp on record to end like that? Unbelievable. Alexei Rubtsov lets all of his emotions out. He's held them in all weekend, all week. Occasionally cracking a smile, but generally being laser focused on his task. Sasha just can't quite handle looking out of the audience right now as he sits, finding a moment within himself to compose his thoughts, his feelings. I'm going to leave you for a couple of seconds. Run over. I'm going to have to interview Alexei. I can't wait to interview Alexei Rubtsov. I'll be back to say goodbye. Lights flashing in this stadium. Russian TV crowding everyone. High fives all round. What a moment for our sport. Sasha Lehmann steps forward to retrieve his prize. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to leave you. I'll come back. I'll see you soon. Carry on chatting.
For
Champion, and you have received that Olympic ticket. Tell us how you are feeling right now here in Moscow.
It is one of the most amazing feeling in my life. It was, for me, it was like impressive and hard fight for the All Olympics. I have seriously injured before World Championship, and that time I feel like I missed all my chances to go to Olympics. But I think pandemic get me one more chance because I have more time to recovery, and now in autumn I start to feel that I'm ready to compete again. And yes, this Euro Championship, it was like last chance, and I have good shape, and yeah, I put all what I can in this day.
Alexei, COVID has put a stop to a lot of competitions. The coronavirus has put a stop to a lot of competitions this year. It's nice to see a competition run safely here in Moscow. But how special is it to perform in front of your home crowd for this comeback event? How special is it to perform in front of your home crowd on this comeback event?
And in Moscow it's almost same, so I have only 2 months rest in April and May, but after June I start training normally. So, and I think even this 2 month rest, it was for me good because after it I start finally my pain is gone after shoulder injury, so I totally recover, and from June I train like normally.
Well, Alexei, congratulations. You put on an amazing performance. What an exciting final. Enjoy your victory.
Thank you. Thanks.
Eliška Adamovska, Czechia.
And the bronze medal goes to Eliška Adamovska, Czech Republic.
Второе место заняла Сташа Гио, Сербия.
And the silver medal goes to Stasha Guillot, Serbia.
Победителем чемпионата Европы по скалолазанию 2020 года среди женщин в дисциплине многоборье стала Мешкова Виктория, Россия! Дамы и господа, гимн Российской Федерации.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise to the anthem of the Russian Federation.
Начинаем церемонию награждения чемпионата Европы по скалолазанию 2020 года, дисциплина многоборье среди мужчин.
We begin the award ceremony of the IFSC European Climbing Championships 2020 Men Combined Final.
Награждение проводит министр спорта Российской Федерации Олег Васильевич Матыцын. Президент Федерации скалолазания России Дмитрий Анатольевич Бычков. Президент Европейского совета спортивного скалолазания Вольфганг Вабель. Третье место занял Лужецкий Сергей, Россия! Второе место занял Саша Лемон, Швейцария. чемпионата Европы по скалолазанию 2020 года дисциплина многоборья среди мужчин стал